You are listening to the story Manga Explained 2, where your IQ will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary: the story begins with a narration. Even if a star isn't shining at the highest point in the night sky, perhaps because it's stuck in a place where no one can see it, it is still a star. If it holds the desire to shine and a burning fire in its heart, it can once again become a brilliant star. This is the story of our main character, Blade. The scene shifts to a few days earlier. Under the open moonlit sky, Blade stands outside a blacksmith shop, staring intently at a knight's sword that has been on display for a long time. It looks incredible, Blade thinks, no matter how many times you see it. A girl's voice comes from behind him. "I knew I'd find you here." The girl, named Gemma, asks, "Do you have any idea how long you've been standing here?" "Stop nagging me," Blade replies. "I get very few breaks, and this is one of them. It's my time." "Is that so?" Gemma retorts. "That's why people have started spreading strange rumors about you. Have you heard them?" "What kind of rumors?" Blade asks. Gemma looks around, before whispering, "Do you still hear that voice whenever you pick up a stick or something similar? Seriously, what terrible deeds did you commit in your past life to deserve such a punishment? Who would believe that someone could be struck by lightning in broad daylight, and black lightning at that? You should stay inside the shop more. People are saying the new bishop is paying close attention to these things, acting like an investigator. If he sees anything strange, he'll have you burned at the stake." "Why are you telling me this?" Blade asks. "Because I am worried about you," she says. "Many people saw the black lightning hit you, and the rumors are spreading fast. You shouldn't just stand around in the open like this. What if the church takes you away?" "No one can just take me away for looking at a sword," Blade insists. "If you like the sword so much, why don't you just buy it?" Gemma suggests. "I can't afford it. It's too expensive." "How expensive can it be?" She scoffs. "It's just a sword made by a blacksmith in a small slum. If it's that much, I can help you buy it." Blade replies, "It costs 5 gold coins." Gemma is stunned. "What kind of nonsense is that? It's just an ordinary sword made of rusted iron. I could buy so much with that kind of money." "You're right," Blade agrees. "If you had that much money, you wouldn't need to work for a whole year." Hearing this, the blacksmith storms out, shouting, "Who called it a sword made of rusted iron? Get out of here. This isn't something for slum kids like you to gawk at. Now, leave." Gemma fires back. "Who else is going to see and buy it in a slum like this? Can't you see that? Or are you just stupid, old man?" The blacksmith grows angrier. "You have no manners when speaking to your elders. Why are you so angry about making a sword that only knights can use?" Gemma taunts. "It seems your time is near, and your mind has gone weak with it." The blacksmith's anger boils over. "Yes, my time is up. Why don't you go back to your shop and wash the dishes?" Gemma, now angry too, retorts, "What did you just say to me?" "I'm a young lady." Blade grabs her by the head and starts pulling her away. "Just ignore him." As they leave, with Gemma and the blacksmith still arguing, Blade tells the old man, "All right, we're going now." As the blacksmith watches them go, he mutters, "That girl has a venomous tongue. I gave her so much food in the past. I never thought she'd turn out like this." His gaze falls to the ground where Blade was standing. He notices deep footprints in the dirt. How long was he standing here to create such a deep impression? The blacksmith wonders. He sighs. He needs to stop looking at that sword like that. It will only bring him pain to have such dreams in a place like this. I know that a child born in a slum can never escape it. I will only sell this sword to someone who can manage to break free. I can't let my final masterpiece run away before I die, just like the children who shine with a faint light even in this place. We learn about their location. Swar, a massive slum that grew on its own, is the center of the northern economy. The nearby lifehouse, a project of the budget family, is the reason they have electricity. The scene shifts to a bar where people are drinking and carousing. A fat man is dragging a girl by her hair, shouting, "How dare you try to cheat me?" The girl trembles, "But how did I cheat you? I've been a mercenary for 20 years. How dare you sell me fake medicine?" He roars. Blade appears and says, "It seems the atmosphere here is never peaceful." The mercenary points at him. "Hey, candlemaker, you're just in time. Call your madam. I need to speak with her." Blade replies calmly, "If you want to see the madam, you need a gold coin, not a silver one. You run your business like this and still demand a gold coin." The mercenary sneers. "If the madam isn't here, bring your mother to me." Blade's anger begins to rise. The mercenary yells, "The candles you sell to tell time are completely fake, aren't they? They burn out almost immediately after being lit. How is that possible?" What kind of fun are you trying to have in just 5 minutes? Blade says. Look, if you don't have money, go to your why. Don't make up excuses like this. What did you just say? The mercenary bellows. You really shout loudly, Blade remarks. If that's the case, let's test if you're telling the truth or not. Do you see that clock? We'll light a candle and see if it burns for 5 minutes. If it doesn't, you can do whatever you want with that girl. Why should I listen to a swindler like you? The mercenary scoffs. Blade's voice turns cold. Because if this candle does burn for 5 minutes, I'm going to beat you severely right here. The mercenary breaks into a sweat, seeing a frightening look in the boy's eyes. Blade strikes a match and says, let's see which one of us is the swindler, as he lights the candle. The candle burns as everyone in the bar watches. Suddenly, Blade looks down, the candle has gone out. The mercenary, who had panicked and forgotten to check the clock's starting time, is flustered. Before he can react, Blade strikes him across the face with his stick, drawing blood. The mercenary collapses. It's been exactly 5 minutes, Blade says, kicking him and dragging him into a room. Inside, Blade locks the door. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll remember for the rest of your life. The terrified mercenary pleads, wait. But Blade ignores him, beating him relentlessly with the stick. You're the one who was cheating us. How could a fat slob like you be a mercenary? You told me to bring my mother. Next time, before you open your mouth, remember this. Don't mess with people who don't have mothers. The next day, Blade tells his boss, George, it seems someone is tampering with our candles. That candle didn't last 5 minutes. Are you even listening to me? George continues eating his meal without a word. A lady enters, shouting, who dared to mess with our precious candles? We need to find out who's behind this, and quickly, Blade says. You're absolutely right, the lady replies. And you need to be the one to find out. How am I supposed to figure that out? Blade asks. The lady, the bar's Madame Marcella, smiles. I already know who it is. It was me. I was just playing a little prank, trying to swindle those drunkards to earn more money. Blade is left speechless. As he walks away, he mutters, so I beat that mercenary for no reason. But what can I do? I'm just a lowly employee here. Downstairs, a group of men approach him. I'm proud of you, one says. I heard about what you did yesterday. You sold a lot of candles. We need some money, but none of us have any. What kind of scheme are you trying to pull? Blade asks angrily. The men back off nervously. Calm down. We're not just here to ask for money. We'll give you something in return. We've come to make a fair trade. They lead Blade to a room where they have a beaten boy. One of the thugs holds the boy up by his hair. Remember this kid? Why don't you give us 40 silver coins for him? I don't think it's a bad deal. Blade's eyes narrow. What about his fingers, and his ankles? We didn't cut them, the thug says. If we did, why would we call you? We just taught him a small lesson. He's perfectly fine otherwise. Enraged, Blade throws a pouch of coins at them. The next time you find him, just kill him. Don't bring him to me. The boy, Ned, looks terrified. The thugs take the money and leave, saying, we can't do that. We're thugs, not murderers. After they're gone, Blade turns to Ned, his anger still simmering. Are any of your bones broken? He asks. No, Ned whimpers. Then get out of here before I break them for you, Blade snaps. And thanks him for saving him, and quickly leaves. Blade is frustrated. He's been saving every penny for the blacksmith's sword, aiming for 5 gold coins. At this rate, he'll never be able to afford it. Later, by the sea, Blade tells the whole story to an older man, whale hunter Harven. It's a good thing his fingers weren't caught, Harven says, showing his own hands. My fingers and toes were cut off. I became a lesson for others about what can happen here. We see a flashback of a younger Blade, and Gemma crying beside him. I also heard about the problem with the candles, Harven continues. So you already knew? Blade asks. There are rumors, but no one seems to believe them. The candles Marcella makes. She's not the type of person to do something like that. I think George knows about it too. They aren't people who would do such things without a good reason. What kind of reason? Blade asks. There's a 90% chance they need a lot of money, and quickly Harven explains. There's only one reason an organization would need cash that fast. A war with another organization is about to break out. There are only 5 bosses who ruled this slum. Horse's Knight George, the Swine Butcher, the Black Bear, the Gambler's Dice, Whale Hunter Captain Harven, and Moneybags, One-Armed Jack. The deep darkness is approaching you, moving silently in the shadows. As if on cue, One-Armed Jack and his men arrive at the bar one day. Where's your boss? Jack asks Blade. Arvin's words about an impending fight echo in Blade's mind. One of Jack's men shouts, "Hey kid, didn't you hear the boss? He's asking where your boss is. I am just a humble candlemaker." "I don't know anything about that," Blade replies. "If you don't know, then go find him." The man yells, smashing a row of candles with his fist. The candles fly into the air and shatter on the floor. The bar goes silent. Ignoring everyone, Blade kneels to pick up the broken pieces. "These were very expensive," he says quietly. "It looks like no candles will be sold today." The man gets furious. "Don't you know what's going on here, you little brat?" He curses at Blade. "Move your foot," Blade says. "What did you say?" "I said, move your foot." The man, enraged, raises his leg to kick Blade. But Blade anticipates the move, ducks, and strikes the man's standing leg with his stick. As the man loses his balance, Blade follows up with a sharp blow to his face. Everyone, including one-armed Jack, is stunned. Jack's men start to move forward, but he stops them with a raised hand. "I like this boy," Jack says with a slight smile. He addresses Blade. "As you can see, I only have one arm, so I hope there won't be too much noise." "I don't raise my hand against cripples anyway," Blade retorts. Jack laughs loudly, then suddenly turns serious, placing his hook under Blade's chin. "Why don't we have a proper talk in private later? Let's see which thugs I take from here this time. You may not know this, but thugs die quite easily." Just then, George arrives with his own men. "Jack, it seems something has happened here." George approaches. "If you had told me you were coming, I would have prepared a feast for you." "Cut it out," Jack says. "We're not that close. Forget the food. Do we have anything good to drink?" "When it comes to hospitality, Marcella never disappoints," George replies. They head upstairs to talk. Blade lets out a breath of relief. "I was almost killed." He looks at his broken candles. Jack's voice calls down, "Hey, rising star, it seems your boss doesn't hold back on praise. When you get tired of this kindle smoke, you can come work for me." "I don't have experience in any other work," Blade replies. "They give me food, a place to sleep, and money." Jack laughs. "We can do that for you too." He tosses a coin to Blade. "This is for the candles my man broke." Blade catches it, and sees it's a gold coin. "This is too much for the candles," Blade says. "You could earn much more if you worked for me," Jack says before leaving with his men. Blade wonders if the meeting upstairs went well. Just then, Jimena calls from the top of the stairs. "George is calling for you." Upstairs, George hands Blade a dagger. "I was planning to give this to you at a better time, but given the current situation, I have to give it to you now. Keep this in mind always." From the tense atmosphere, Blade could tell the conversation with Jack did not go well. "From now on you will stop selling candles," George tells him. "Then what should I do?" Blade asks. "Collect money from the area. Start patrolling. We know Jack is bringing in outsiders," George explains. "They're mercenaries, former knights." "Like you?" Blade says. "Yes, you could say that." "Like me," George admits. "Jack may have numbers, but dealing with a former knight like me is difficult for them. A pack of sheep can never take on a wolf. However, if he brings in knights who are skilled swordsmen, the balance could be tipped." "It's true that we're at a disadvantage," George says. "That's why we need you. I'm giving you your first mission." Later, Blade is practicing his swordsmanship, thinking about Harvin's story of adapting to survive. Suddenly, he hears a voice. "Your way of swinging the sword is completely wrong. You should bend your elbow more when you swing." That voice is back again, Blade thinks. It started a month ago, ever since the black lightning struck him. He hears it whenever he holds a sword or a stick. He tries to ignore it, but the more he does, the louder it gets. Deciding to focus on his training, Blade recalls the voice's advice. He calms his mind, focuses on the stick, and then executes a powerful strike. He immediately feels the difference. It's much cleaner, a shorter path. What is this voice that's allowing me to do this? He wonders. The scene shifts to a snowy, dark night. A man is wiping blood from his sword. "You can't fool experience," he says. "This winter wind is so cold I can feel it in my bones." He senses someone else nearby. "Either you're a complete fool, or your intentions are foolish. I don't know who you are, but you can come out. I won't do anything to you." A figure emerges from the darkness. "Are you Stenka?" "Yes, that's my name," the man replies. "So you must be Blade. I was told a guide with golden hair and blue eyes would be coming." Blade hands Stenka a letter. "My boss asked me to give you this." Stenka reads it. "So the other organizations have hired mercenaries who were once knights. That's why he needs my help." "Alright, I'll show you the way," Blade says. If we start now, we'll reach there in 2 days. Stenga study, Blade. I don't think I can foolishly follow just anyone. I am capable of showing you the right path. Blade replied confidently. I don't think you're very smart, or you wouldn't be doing such a foolish job, Stenga says, trying to intimidate him. Blade remains unfazed. Be that as it may, there is no question of me stabbing you in the back on the way. So make sure you follow me closely. Besides, I don't want to fail my first mission. Stenga makes a grim face but is secretly impressed. He was deliberately trying to scare the boy, but Blade completely ignored his threats. He then smiles faintly and thinks to himself that this might be why George is so fond of him, or perhaps the boy is truly worthy of his trust. They then continue to move forward. A little later, the scene shifts to them sitting under a cave, with a fire lit. Blade was staring intently at Stenga, and noticing the gaze, Stenga asks, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is this your first time seeing a retired knight?" Blade replies, "Up close, yes, this is the first time I've seen a retired knight." Stenga scoffs, "Then you truly are a frog in a well. So, where are you from?" Blade asks. "I am from Dacia," Stenga says. Blade retorts, "That's even more of a backwater than a well. You better be careful not to lose your way," Stenga warns, "or I'll cut you in two right here." "There's no need to talk like that," Blade says calmly. "I know knights only say things like that to scare people." As he speaks, he pulls out some food, and seeing it, Stenga's face lights up. "That's beef. Did you bring that for me too?" Blade replies, "No, she only packed it for me. Don't you have any food of your own?" Stenga then pulls out some of his own dried beef. Blade is shown putting his beef on sticks to cook over the fire. The aroma makes Stenga's mouth water. "Hey kid," Stenga says, "don't you want to ask me something?" "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Blade questions. "I'm ready to answer any of your questions," Stenga proposes. "However, you'll have to give me a piece of beef for every question you ask. This isn't an opportunity that comes by easily." Blade replies, "How much beef do you want? If you need it, why not just ask for it directly?" "A knight has his pride," Stenga explains. "He can only take something if he gives something in return." "But you're retired," Blade points out. "I am still a knight," Stenga insists. "What is your name?" Blade asks. Stenga. "What is your age?" 42. "Can you use aura?" Stenga looks at him. "Look at you, you only seem innocent on the outside. Most knights cannot use aura, and using it in a real fight is another matter entirely. Just tell me straight, can you use aura or not?" Blade presses. Stenga begins to explain, and his words leave Blade so stunned that he holds out the beef and says, "You can have all of it." "A knight can only take something if he can return something of equal value," Stenga repeats. "But there was a time when I could do as I please. And since I just ate some jerky a few days ago, I can do this." Stenga begins to draw his sword from its sheath, and Blade thinks to himself, "I am really going to see it today." Stenga holds the sword with both hands in front of his head and closes his eyes. Then, he opens one eye. "What are you doing?" Blade asks. "You have to draw it out from the depths of your soul, from within your world," Stenga explains. "So, watch closely, kid, because this is the essence of a knight." Aura begins to leak from his eyes. He then channels the aura into his sword, and as he opens both eyes, a powerful aura erupts around him, illuminating the area. Blade stares at the light, thinking, so this is aura. Stenga's sword is cloaked in aura, a sight that makes Blade incredibly happy. Sometime later, they arrive at their destination. Stenga complains, "I feel disgusting, like a pig. It would have been better if it were a bit drier. Is it really better for me to look like a pig instead of a knight? I am not talking about how I look, but how I feel inside. You know I have my knight's pride. Why do I have to go through this sewer? Bringing you here is a top secret," Blade explains. "That's why I was told to bring you through the back route. Let's go. Once we get there, I'll prepare a bath for you." They cross through the sewer. After walking a bit further, Stenga remarks, "This place is disturbingly quiet." "That's because it's night time," Blade replies. A little further on, Stenga asks again, "Is this place always this quiet?" "No, it's not," Blade says, a sense of dread creeping in. "It looks like there was a fight here." As they advance, they are both shocked by the scene before them. The ground is littered with dead bodies. "We should split up," Blade says. "I'll show you the way to the back gate, a path that only members of our organization know." "What will you do?" Stenga asks. "For now, it's best if I go through the main gate. By splitting up, we'll draw less attention. Let's meet up later." Blade then dashes away. Blade arrives at the main gate, opens it and steps inside, panting. The place is completely destroyed. George sees Blade and says with relief, "You're safe. You did a great job. Jack and his men attacked us earlier than expected. And just as I feared, the mercenaries he hired with his money are on a whole other level. Are you alright?" Blade asks. "I've been fighting for a long time," George explains. "I fought a mercenary who was at a knight's level, which is why I'm in this state. But I managed to defeat him in the end. More importantly, you succeeded in bringing him here." "Yes, I brought him," Blade confirms. "But there were people at the main gate, so I showed him the way to the back gate. He should be here any moment." "This is a perfect opportunity," George says. "We can attack Jack tomorrow and end this fight for good." He then asks about Stanga. "How is he? Is he alright?" "He looked fine," Blade reports. "He seemed healthy. Looks like he's lost some weight," George muses. "Well, if you want to live a long life, you have to take care of yourself," Blade adds, "and he can use aura like a knight. I'm sure we'll wipe them all out tomorrow." George is stunned by this. "What did you just say?" At that moment, Stanga arrives. Blade senses his presence and says, "I think he's here." "Did he really use aura?" George asks urgently. "I saw him use aura with my own eyes," Blade insists. George grips his sword tightly and says in a panicked voice, "Get behind me. Quickly, Stanga is someone who could never use aura." "What do you mean?" Blade asks, confused. Just then, the door behind them opens, and the person who had been pretending to be Stanga walks in. Seeing him, George says, "You've come a long way." The imposter smirks. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, George?" The scene flashes back 2 days earlier. The man is wiping blood from his sword. "You can't fool age," he says to himself. "It feels like the winter chill is seeping into my bones." He turns around and says, "I must say, you truly are a fool." The real Stanga is shown lying dead on the ground. Back in the present, the imposter, holding a sword, stands before George. "You've changed a lot," he says. "Why have you come back after all this time?" George demands. The imposter, who we now know as Gordon, replies while pouring a drink, "Count Gaither is dead. It hasn't been announced yet due to some complications, but soon everyone will know." He raises his glass. "Let's toast to the death of that foolish Count Gaither." Enraged, George grips his sword and lunges at him. "Cheers to the new Count, Sigmund," Gordon declares as George unleashes a powerful sword strike that devastates the surrounding area. But George, Marcella, and Blade are horrified to see that despite the massive attack, Gordon is completely unscathed and has reappeared behind George. George curses Gordon's name and spins around to attack again. Their swords clash, releasing a tremendous shockwave. But George, having just fought a knight-level mercenary, cannot use his full strength. "You should have returned to us," Gordon says calmly. "That was the first order from our new Count, Sigmund." "Sigmund is not my lord, and I will not follow his orders," George shouts defiantly. "Count Sigmund expected that you wouldn't obey so easily," Gordon replies. "In fact, he doesn't want you to come back. That's why he sent me." The scene erupts into a fierce battle, with both men attacking each other with lethal intent. Gordon either deflects or dodges George's strikes repeatedly. The chaos is too much for Marcella, so Blade shields her and leads her outside. Once outside, it becomes clear they were on the upper floor where the fight is still raging. The people below shout, "Blade, what's happening up there?" Blade yells back, "George is fighting inside. He needs your help." Before he can say more, George is thrown backward and falls from the upper floor. Blade and Marcella watch in horror as he plummets. The men below are equally shocked. Gordon breaks through the upper floor wall. "Your choices are as simple as ever," Gordon remarks as George crashes to the ground. "Boss, what happened? Are you okay?" His men cry out as George groans in pain, struggling to get up. Gordon watches him from above. Suddenly, a dagger flies toward Gordon, which he easily deflects with his sword. The dagger was thrown by Blade. Their eyes meet. Gordon leaps from the upper floor. "George, get out of there," Blade screams. "He's coming for you." But George is too injured to move quickly. Gordon lands and strikes with his sword, but George manages to roll aside just in time. Gordon stands over him. "Why didn't you follow that order that day?" "I am a human being," George gasps. "I can't follow any order like a dog." "You are not a human. You are a knight," Gordon retorts furiously. George's men gather around him, ready to fight. Gordon sighs. "This night has become long and deep. I just want to rest now." He closes his eyes. Blade rushes toward him but freezes in shock as he sees Gordon channeling aura into his sword. "No, don't do it," Blade screams as aura emanates from Gordon's eyes. "Please, don't." A line of light appears over everyone present, including George. Gordon moves forward and begins to cut them down effortlessly. The light from his aura attack extends toward Blade and even outside the building. The area is left in ruins. Amid the devastation, Blade is on his knees, coughing. What just happened? He looks up to see a field of corpses. Rage fills him. Gordon approaches. In his daze, Blade thinks he sees George walking toward him, and calls out his name. Then he sees George's body fall to the ground. He was the first person to ever extend a hand to a slum boy. He was the strongest person Blade had ever known. But as the blue moonlight fell upon him in the night sky, the boy's small world shattered into a million pieces. Blinded by rage, Blade grabs a nearby sword and attacks Gordon. Gordon easily dodges the strike. "Stop," he says, but feeling the attack, he realizes this is the sword path, and is slightly surprised. He looks at Blade. This little boy knows the sword path. Gordon remarks, "It's quite commendable for a boy from a remote slum to know of the sword path." But Blade is consumed by fury. "You will die by my hands," he screams, attacking again. Gordon lands a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him flying into a wall. Gordon thinks, "I can't believe I found a child like this here." He twisted his body before hitting the wall to lessen the impact. Blade is shown clutching his stomach, gasping for air. "Take shallow breaths." A voice in his head says, "You can't lose like this." Gordon thinks it would be a waste to kill him now, but he will surely come to cross swords with me again in the future. He recalls a memory of George standing over and kneeling Gordon, saying, "Gordon, you should pay attention to those who have the potential to grow." The memory brings a smile to his face. Gordon stands before Blade. "Hey, kid. Since you've caught my attention, a knight takes his fair price." "What do you mean?" Blade asks. Gordon tosses him the beef jerky. "My name is not Stanga, nor am I 42 years old. I took more from you than I gave, so I am returning this. However, I am taking his head. I don't know its value, but I won, so it's my right to take it." Blade is seething with rage. "I'll kill you." Gordon ignores him and starts to leave. "I have spared your life," he says as a final word. "So don't tell me you need another price after I've returned the beef." Blade grits his teeth, his voice filled with venom. "Gordon, you just wait. I will kill you with my own hands. One day, I will kill you." Gordon pays him no mind and disappears, leaving Blade with tears of rage in his eyes, vowing to one day avenge George. A short while later, Jemina is helping Blade escape. After George's death, Juanita Jack has taken over, and he's hunting down George's remaining people. The pain from Gordon's kick is immense, and Blade collapses to his knees. He remembers what happened just a little while ago. Blade was huddled in a corner, devastated by George's death. Marcella stood before him. "Blade, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Get up." But Blade was too lost in his grief to hear her. Enraged, Marcella slapped him hard across the face. "Get a hold of yourself, boy," she yelled. "Do you know the difference between the people in town and people like us in the slums? The difference is opportunity, second chance. If they fail, they still get another chance because they can afford it. But if we fail, we die. We can't afford it. We don't get a second chance. This is the fate we're bound to. So don't throw away the second chance you've been given," she was screaming, trying to make him understand, tears of pain in her own eyes. Remembering this, Blade thinks this is the real difference between the high class and the lower class in this world. He controls his pain and forces himself to stand. Jemina rushes to his side. "Blade, are you okay? We can go slower if it hurts too much." "No, I can walk," Blade says. "We're running out of time." Just then, one of Moneybag Jack's men appears from behind, shouting, "They're here." They break into a run, with Jack's men in hot pursuit. Blade thinks as they run, they've completely destroyed our nest. But no matter how small the birds of that nest were, we must spread our wings and fly now to survive. They reach a crossroad, and Jack's men lose them. "How long can those little rats run?" one of them says. Their boss, who is Jack's son, the same one Blade had beaten up, says, "I'll give a handsome reward to whoever catches them." He adds angrily, "How dare he humiliate me in front of everyone? I will get my revenge." The men split into groups to search for Blade and Jemina. Blade and Jemina find the blacksmith shop door open and slip inside. Blade stands by the gate, dagger in hand, with Jemina beside him, her hand over her mouth. "If we keep hiding like this, we'll never escape," Blade thinks. He tells Jemina, "As soon as things quiet down, you go back." "What about you?" she asks. "I'll find a way to escape from here. They're all around us anyway. If we run together, we'll both be in danger." "I'm not going anywhere," Jemina insists. I'm staying with you. You promised Marcella you'd find a safe place for me and then go back. You have to leave before morning. You can go to Harvin. I won't leave you alone. Jemina yells. You really never listen to anyone, do you? You foolish girl. Blade snaps. Looking at my condition, do you really think I can protect you? Jemina has no answer and starts to cry. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Who's there? Blade and Jemina freeze. Jemina grabs a knife from a nearby table. A figure approaches, holding a lamp. Jemina stands before him, knife raised. When he steps into the light, they see it's the blacksmith. What are you two doing here? He asks. Hey, old man, don't move. Jemina shouts. What nonsense are you talking? You're the ones who broke into my house, the blacksmith retorts. I said don't move, Jemina insists. If you take one more step, I'll stab you. The blacksmith looks at them closely, noticing their desperate state. I know the situation you're in. You can keep that weapon, he says, referring to the knife in Jemina's hand. Jemina grits her teeth and yells, I need your sword. What do you mean? The blacksmith asks, taken aback. I need the sword you made, the one hanging outside your shop. There's no safe place outside the city. Give me that sword, Jemina. Put the knife down, Blade says. But Jemina screams, bring me that sword now. The blacksmith thinks, this is the true nature of slum dwellers. They steal from others just to survive. They used to be the same when I was young. Now, I suppose it's her turn. I'm not doing that, the blacksmith says firmly. With tears in her eyes, Jemina grips the knife tighter and moves toward him. Jemina, Blade shouts, trying to stop her. The blacksmith closes his eyes, resigned to his fate. Suddenly, the knife flashes. Blade is shocked. Jemina has used the knife to cut off her own hair. The blacksmith is stunned. Jemina holds her severed hair in her hands, sobbing. I know this isn't enough for now, but I swear I will pay you back the full price. She drops the hair on the floor in front of him. So please, give that sword to Blade. The blacksmith looks at Blade. Are you really leaving this place? He asks. Aeon, Blade confirms. The blacksmith thinks, something I dreamed of my entire life. This boy is about to achieve it today. But unfortunately, he hasn't fully spread his wings to fly yet. He rubs his head. You kids have created a big problem for me. Follow me. The scene shifts to a garbage cart being pushed by the blacksmith, with Jemina walking alongside. Blade is hidden inside the garbage. It smells awful, Jemina complains. Just a little longer and we'll be there, the blacksmith says. Suddenly a voice calls out, Hey, old man, where are you going? The blacksmith tenses up. It's Jack's men. They approach him. Hey, old man. What are you doing out so late? The blacksmith thinks, this could be trouble. We need to get out of here quickly. One of Jack's men asks, where are you going with that garbage so late at night? The blacksmith yells, you idiotic bastards have blocked all the roads with your fighting. My house is full of stinking garbage, where else am I supposed to take it? You get angry pretty quickly, the man says, his eyes landing on Jemina. Who's that behind you? I thought you worked alone. I got tired, so I gave him some bread to help me, the blacksmith snaps. If he doesn't push the cart, are you going to? Fine, the man says. You're the only blacksmith here. But I'll have to check who this is. He draws his sword and approaches Jemina. Don't move a muscle. If you move, you're dead. He uses his sword to flick off her hood. The blacksmith holds his breath, fearing they'll be caught. But because of her short hair, Jemina looks like a boy, and they don't recognize her. All right, you can go, the man says. Who are you looking for in there? The blacksmith asks, pushing his luck. That blonde kid of George's. We haven't even seen his body. As he starts to move, the man says, one more thing left to do. He turns to his partner. Check the cart. Blade becomes alert. Jemina and the blacksmith are terrified. Check the garbage thoroughly, the man orders his partner, who steps forward to inspect the cart. The blacksmith wonders if he should have taken another route, but there was no other way out. The man peers into the garbage. Then his gaze shifts to Jemina. He recognizes her, but says nothing. They both lower their heads. Then he says, please don't hate me. This is just my job. I have to do it. He thrust his spear deep into the pile of garbage. Jemina and the blacksmith were alarmed as his companion continued to push the spear deeper into the trash. The spear-wielding man then said, I heard Harvin launched a boat into the river. Hearing this, the blacksmith and Jemina were confused. Blade, who was hiding nearby, also heard him. The spearman knew Blade was on the side and was intentionally pushing the spear into the center of the garbage pile. He continued, so everyone is heading towards that river. But I'm wondering what kind of fool he did that for. He was indirectly signaling that Harvin had launched the boat for Blade's escape. With that, he pulled out his spear and said, "All right, you can go now." The blacksmith watched him, wondering, why did he help us? The spearman thought to himself, the 40 silver coins you owed for my brother. Afer paid that debt now. The rest of the weight is up to you. Blade understood that the man knew he was in the garbage yet still let him go. He silently thanked him as he left. A little later, they arrived at the dumping ground. The blacksmith said, "This is the place where the garbage is thrown." They then tipped the cart, and Jamina said, "Goodbye, Blade. Take care of yourself." We see the garbage falling, and Blade falls with it. As he watched Blade descend, the blacksmith thought, he holds in his hands a star, crafted from an old man's dreams and filled with a little girl's tears. Blade looked like a shining star falling amidst the garbage. The scene shifts to a moonlit night with snow falling. Blade is sitting by a fire, holding his sword. Whenever he holds it, he hears the system's voice. "Can you hear me?" Blade asked. "Yes, I can hear you," the system replied. "Who are you?" "I do not know who I am." "You talk so much about the sword, yet you don't know who you are." Blade said, "It seems I'll have to help you, but in return, you will help me. I will help you recover your memories, and in return, you will become my sword. It doesn't matter to me if you're a demon. Who am I truly afraid of? Am I nothing in the eyes of others?" "Very well," the system said. "I will help you understand your sword." A few weeks later, we are shown a military camp of the Budget household. They were there to hunt the monsters in the region. A man was planning strategy using pieces on a map. This was Joseph Budget, the second son of the Budget family. "This is far too easy," he muttered. His personal knight approached him. "I have come as you summoned." This was Jaeger. He asked, "Is something troubling you? What is causing you concern?" "It's because this is far too easy," Joseph replied. "The monster subjugation is proceeding smoothly," Jaeger noted. "The only casualties have been mercenaries. Can't those who have fled be considered missing?" Joseph countered. "And many have fled. The result is poor. It seems everyone will start to doubt my command abilities. My father and all the vassals already doubt my capabilities, and on top of that, there's my older brother, my father's son from his first wife. If this continues, it could be a disaster. If I don't somehow become the next count, I don't know what my older brother will do to me. The Budget household is famous for its military prowess, and history proves that my father and older brother are both vying for position. But I don't have enough skilled swordsmen. Aster, besides all that, I came here to tell you something," Jaeger said. "All right, tell me. There's a peculiar soldier here. Do you think he's a spy sent by my older brother?" Joseph asked. I'm not talking to me about that," Jaeger clarified. "He's just different. You'll understand when you see for yourself." We are shown the corpse of a goblin, covered in numerous cuts. Joseph covered his nose with a handkerchief. It looks like the work of a child who just started wielding a sword. "You should see the other bodies," Jaeger said. They moved forward, and Joseph noticed the other corpses had the exact same cut marks. He was stunned. "Don't tell me a single person did all of this," Joseph said, looking at the numerous goblin corpses hung up with their hands tied. "What you're seeing now was killed and hung up yesterday," Jaeger explained. "The one you saw first was killed over a month ago." Joseph was shocked. "That's impossible. To kill so many goblins in just 1 month. Who is this person?" The scene cuts to a forest where mercenaries were fighting goblins. "Finally, the fight is almost over," one said. "I can finally see the end of it," another cheered. "All right, let's go rest." But the other mercenaries stared ahead in horror. Behind the celebrating mercenary, an ogre had appeared. It swung its massive weapon, and the resulting impact kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the mercenary was dead, killed in a single blow. The other mercenaries were terrified as the ogre roared and charged them. They prepared to fight, but the ogre gave them no chance, brutally attacking and killing them. "This is dangerous," one of the knights exclaimed. "How did an ogre suddenly appear here? It took out 5 of our groups so quickly. They started to retreat." "What are you doing?" their boss yelled. "Get in there and kill it together. We didn't know an ogre would be here," a mercenary shouted back. "If you wanted an ogre killed, you should have hired more expensive mercenaries. We're leaving. If you want to kill it, do it yourself." The boss cursed them and drew his sword. But before he could move, a dead mercenary was thrown at his feet. The ogre was rampaging, and the sight terrified the boss, who quickly sheathed his sword. Just then, a figure with golden hair walked calmly into the fray. You can guess from his sword and hair that this is our Blade. Who is that? One mercenary asked. It's Ramen. Another replied. Blade was currently working as a mercenary under a false name. He walked forward, drew his sword, and said, I'll handle this alone. He charged the ogre, which swung its weapon. The ogre is about to attack you. Dodge it, the system's voice said. Blade was slightly surprised but managed to dodge just in time. I failed again, he muttered to himself. You're a complete fool. Even after I tell you exactly what to do, the system replied. If I could do everything just by being told, wouldn't I be a genius? Blade thought. I'm going to take the long way around. The ogre roared and attacked again. Blade ducked and weaved, dodging every one of the ogre's relentless attacks. Enraged, the ogre brought its weapon down in a massive strike, causing another explosion of dust. When it cleared, Blade was gone. The ogre looked around, confused, when suddenly Blade appeared from behind, ready to strike. The ogre turned in panic, but Blade's attack had already landed. The scene shifts back to Joseph and Jagger. His name is Ramen, Jagger reported. Find out everything you can about that person, Joseph ordered. He thought. This is hard to believe. The cut patterns on all of them are identical. It's incredible that a person who picked up a sword only a month ago has already started walking the path of the sword. If this is true, he's exceptionally talented. Later, the goblin corpses were being loaded onto a carriage. This is all just trash, one man said. I thought since there was an ogre, there would be something special. A man named Gathi approached Blade. Boss, you were amazing. Instead of talking nonsense, load the monsters I killed onto the carriage. Blade replied coldly. I've already done it, Gath said. Who would dare touch the monsters killed by your hands? Besides that, would you like to do something else? I mean, would you like to work with me on another job? With your swordsmanship talent and my brains, we could do great things. I have no interest in working with a fraud, Blade said. Gath grew angry. You can't work as a mercenary here forever. I know some people who can fight well. He was trying to intimidate Blade. People who talk too much often end up dead, Blade said, his voice laced with menace. You can take that as advice or a threat, because I am warning you that it can kill you. Gath was terrified. I just wanted to say you did a great job. It's a shame for someone as talented as you to be earning from just one place. You should focus on cleaning up, Blade said. If you don't want to, you can say goodbye to your head. Scare. Gath quickly left. Blade thought, I need to deal with him soon, or he'll keep bothering me. He then turned and walked alone into the forest. Is he going into the forest to pray again? The others wondered. He went to a spot, drove his sword into the ground with both hands, and rested his forehead on the pommel. The others watched him, impressed. That looks very noble. Could he be from a noble family? One said. He agreed. He doesn't seem to have been born low class like us. Another added. Blade heard them and said angrily to the system, seriously, stop this. He was annoyed. I should have just cut off his head in a single strike. You fool, the system retorted. Didn't I tell you? The principle of one hit, one kill is a lie used to surprise the elements. But what does any of this even mean? Blade asked. Whenever you raise your sword against such an opponent, you should go wash. Then, after that, you should go warm. Do I even understand what you're saying? Blade asked in frustration. Why don't you understand? I said first you go wash, then warm. Blade's head was spinning. What do you mean by warm and wash? He demanded. Behind him, the other mercenaries, seeing his prayerful pose, had started to pray as well. Later, Blade looked at the food being served. What kind of meat is this? We don't know, a mercenary replied. But it's free, so who cares? It's hard to find a place that feeds its workers, Gathi added. But this is the budget household. Blade stood up to leave. You guys continue eating. I'm going. Are you going to meet the priest again? Gathi asked as Blade walked away. Blade arrived at the priest's tent. The priest, a fatherly figure, said, You may come in. Blade entered and greeted him. Did you sleep well last night? As always, the father replied. I hear you pray at night as well. You must get very cold. How can I feel cold when I have the ember of God within me? Blade said, though he was thinking, I'm not praying, I'm practicing. You sound like a greater priest than I am. The father chuckled. Just then, a child announced that it was time to eat. The priest invited Blade to join him, and despite Blade's refusal, he insisted. They began to pray, and Blade joined in. The father opened one eye and looked at Blade, thinking, he is a true believer. In a wretched place like this, he hasn't lost his faith. I need to guide this child whose hands are stained with blood. How is the food? The father asked. Blade looked at his plate. This is real food, he thought, and began to eat eagerly. I've heard about her deeds, the father said. And I believe Sir Joseph has also heard the news. Sir Jaeger came to ask about you 2 days ago. What did you tell them? Blade asked. The father smiled warmly. I recommended you to them. I want to see you advance as well. Blade was stunned. The Budget household is a great family of the North, the father continued. The harder you work there, the better the results will be. I have faith that you can do it. This could be your chance to go far. Later, in the forest, Blade was in his prayer pose, talking to the system. I never thought about things this far ahead, Blade said. We have no other choice, the system replied. You can only learn my swordsmanship by using real experience. Perhaps the biggest problem right now is that you're too close to the priest. I'll be careful about that, Blade said. So you're finally starting to believe I'm not an evil being. Blade recalled the father's words. If someone has such a great reputation and possesses great divine power, they are worthy of the title of a god of worship. Forget all that, Blade said. I think we should run away from here. It seems they are blindfolded, the system noted. They've accepted your false identity as real because your skills are so good. It's only a matter of time before they find out I killed a mercenary who was running away with stolen goods, Blade said. Then I won't just have a false identity. I'll be charged with murder. You truly are a wicked man, the system commented. You helped me do it, Blade shot back. We really should run, the system agreed. This will only be considered self-defense if there's a witness to prove it. I think we should run tonight, Blade decided. If God comes with us, we can use him to maintain our false identity. But that could lead to many more difficulties, the system warned. As Blade was thinking, the system alerted him, someone is approaching. And he's at least an advanced knight. Hearing this, Blade grabbed his sword and spun around. It was Jaeger, the personal knight of the second son of the Budget family. Blade held his sword, ready to fight. He sensed my presence, Jaeger thought, impressed. He's even better than I expected. Sir Joseph wishes to see you, he said. I should have run away earlier instead of hesitating, Blade thought. If I don't handle this correctly, I'll be in serious trouble. It would be a great honor to meet him, Blade said aloud. Did you already know I was coming? Jaeger asked. I heard about you from the father, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon, Blade replied. Interesting, Jaeger thought. A boy this young isn't the least bit afraid of me. Come with me, he said. Should I run? Blade asked the system. If you take even 3 steps, this knight can sever your head from your body. Don't even think about running. It seems I have no choice but to go with him, Blade concluded. In Joseph's tent, the young noble said, At last, I have the chance to meet you. Blade bowed his head. It is a great honor to meet you, sir. Are you having any trouble working here? Joseph asked. Everyone here is very grateful to you, sir. Seeing your eyes and hair, I thought you might be the son of a fallen noble family, Joseph mused. I hear your name is Rahman. You heard correctly. My name is Rahman, Blade affirmed. Joseph closed his book. I feel I should have told you this earlier. Without warning, Jaeger slapped Blade hard across the face. Blade stared at him in shock. I hate people who lie, Joseph said calmly. Do you understand me clearly? Blade swore. Joseph knew his real identity. So, you knew about me, Blade said. We've confirmed that your mother was an unwed woman, Joseph continued. But we haven't found anything about your father yet. By any chance, do you know anything about him? What a joke, Blade said in a heavy voice. Asking a boy whose mother was an unwed woman about his father. Jaeger struck Blade's knee, forcing him to the ground. Boy, do not forget who you are speaking to, Jaeger warned. Blade was furious, but remained silent. There's no need for that, Joseph said, stepping closer. It's laughable that you came from a mercenary group. You must have killed the mercenary whose place you took. And we know why you ran away from Sword. What I want to know is where you learned to wield a sword. Blade glared at Joseph, but said nothing. Those eyes hide far too much, Joseph observed. At his words, Jaeger drew his sword. Blade was terrified, feeling that he was about to die. He bit his lip, and then spoke. I have a teacher, he said. He comes and goes. Was like lightning. He never even told me his name. But he told me one thing, a man who knows a secret cannot tell it to others. Joseph was slightly surprised. His situation seems quite different, he thought. Forgive me for behaving this way, he said. Did that actually work? Blade wondered. You may not know this, But I'm in a difficult situation right now, Joseph continued. Therefore, I have an excellent offer for you. Blade of Sword, do you not wish to advance to a bigger stage? Do you not desire money, power, and nice food? I, Joseph Budget, the second son of the Budget household, wish to support you. Are you ready for it? We are then shown Blade in a sparring match with Jaeger. It was training, where Jaeger was teaching Blade how to properly handle a sword. Is he holding back? One of the onlookers asked. He must be going easy on the boy. Could it be that the boy is going to become Sir Jaeger's disciple? It seems his fortunes have turned. He's very lucky. Blade was having a great deal of trouble blocking Jaeger's attacks. You are an arrogant boy, Jaeger said. Was it because of these petty skills that you held your head so high in front of Sir Joseph? You're just a child who doesn't even know his place. He's on a different level, Blade thought, struggling. If I try to dodge, he follows up with another attack without delay. If I can just manage to block his attack for a moment, I might be able to counter. As Jaeger attacked again, Blade angled his sword, deflecting the blow and creating an opening. He quickly moved to strike, but Jaeger blocked it with ease. That was good, Jaeger said. At least you are capable of that much. I didn't succeed, Blade thought. In reality, this man gave me the opportunity to attack him. You will train with me like this every morning and evening, Jaeger declared. Blade was surprised. Morning training is over, Jaeger said as he walked away. Don't let yourself get too cold. This isn't worth it at all, Blade thought, watching him go. He didn't even give me any advice before leaving. He's an excellent swordsman, the system said. If he wanted to, he could have cut off your arms and legs in the blink of an eye. The more of his sword strikes you took, the more you were learning just how weak your blocking technique is. It doesn't matter, Blade said. No matter where I go, no one is on my side. In Joseph's tent, Jaeger reported, I understand now why you want to use him. With the talent he possesses, if he were a noble, the Count's eyes would surely be on him, Joseph said. My decision was correct, just as I thought. He is arrogant, and doesn't know his place, Jaeger stated. That's to be expected. Since he grew up in a remote slum, Joseph replied. There's no need to worry. We can teach him things gradually. And I believe the best person to hold his reins is standing right in front of me. The one who is not loyal cannot be trusted, even with a tight rein, Jaeger cautioned. I don't trust him either, seeing him bow his head, Joseph admitted. But it would be good for us to show him what he's like on the inside. I understood him the moment I saw him. His eyes were screaming that there is something he wants to achieve, no matter what it takes. Wouldn't a relationship where master and servant are bound by mutual benefit be ideal? If that is what you think, then fine, Jaeger said. But he is not like a wolf. He is a wolf. It could bite its master at any moment. Then Joseph says, take your time and slowly build a cage so large that the wolf trapped inside believes it is completely free. The scene shifts to a forest at night, where we see Goi shivering from the cold. It's so cold here. Is that why it's so foggy? He thinks. Now that Blade works for Jaeger, I need to not only get his attention but also please him. I have to do something that impresses all of them. A knight approaches Goethe from behind and asks, have you seen anything strange or any movement? Everything is fine here, Goethe replies. There's been no movement at all. Stay alert and do your job properly, the knight says as he leaves. Watching the knight depart, Goethe muses, the security is so tight. A needle wouldn't hit the ground if it fell. They're patrolling even this late at night. It seems like he just left, so it will be a while before he returns. I can close my eyes and rest for a bit. But as soon as he closes his eyes, he hears the knight's voice shouting. What are you doing now? Startled, Goethe thinks, hasn't he left yet? He looks towards the knight, who is saying, are you looking for your child here? What do you mean? Goethe wonders who the knight is talking to. You crazy woman, the knight continues. I don't know anything about your child. Suddenly, an eerie silence falls over the area. Goethe thinks, did he say child? Why did he suddenly stop talking? He grips his spear and starts moving towards the knight. He is surprised to see the knight also walking forward. Where is he going? Goethe wonders. The camp is in the other direction. He is then horrified to see a black mist swirling around the knight. He realizes with terror that what he thought was black mist is actually a ghostly woman. The next day, we see Blade after his training. He says to the system, my body is itching all over. Can't you go a little easier on me? The system replies, child, this is a golden opportunity for you. There is no shortage of people willing to pay to fight with Jaeger. You should understand how valuable this is. However, I feel like he just wants to beat you up because you're sparring, and that's better than training. Besides, everyone needs motivation. Well, I don't want this kind of motivation, Blade mutters. Just then, he hears a faint voice. It's Goeth, whispering, please look at me. For God's sake, come here. Goeth, you're back, Blade says. What are you doing behind that tree? I didn't expect the expedition group to return here. Goeth looks around nervously before saying, Captain, the truth is, I ran away last night. What are you talking about? Blade asks. I came here to meet you for your own good, Goeth says urgently. We need to meet later, and I'll tell you the rest then. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is not a joke. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, Goeth insists. We have to go into the forest and find out about that curse. What are you trying to say? Blade asks. Goeth explains. Some time ago, people from the desert came here to work. They were paid well and had good food and lodging. That sounds good for them, Blade remarks. But the forest took them all, Goeth says in a panic. They didn't run away. They just vanished suddenly. Stunned, Blade asks. They all disappeared. Yesterday, I saw the forest ghost that takes people away, Goeth says. A tense silence hangs between them. Blade then lightly hits Goeth. You shouldn't have made such a tasteless joke. I'm not joking, I'm telling the truth, Goeth protests. Even a knight disappeared last night. Blade is even more shocked. Are you talking about Sir Roderick? Yes, that's him, Goeth confirms. And before coming here, I found out one more thing. Everyone who disappears in the forest has black hair. Blade is stunned by this revelation. We then see Goeth, tears in his eyes, cursing himself internally. Blade had reported the story to Jagger, who had assembled his entire team to have Goeth lead them to the spot. I was trying to curry favor, but I shot myself in the foot, Goeth thinks. Can we trust him? Jagger asks, looking at Goeth. No, Blade admits, but he's not crazy enough to make something like this up. Jagger looks at Blade, thinking, Sir Joseph said this could be a great opportunity for us. If we investigate this properly, it could be very beneficial. But the thing that bothers me the most is that all the missing people have black hair. This worries Jagger because Joseph also has black hair. 3 knights were posted at that location, Jagger says aloud. They were posted there because they were useless. He thinks to himself, but after seeing this, I can't back down. With Roderick gone, they might come for an even stronger knight next. Sir Jagger, Goeth calls out, we've reached the expedition camp. A man steps forward to greet Jagger. My name is Aaron, and I am Sir Roderick's subordinate, he says, proceeding to explain the situation. So, you searched thoroughly, yet you haven't found a single trace of Roderick? Jagger asks. Aaron replies, we sent trackers and mercenaries to investigate, but they couldn't find a single footprint. Jagger thinks, this means I'll have to check it out myself. He commands, split into 3 groups. Start searching the surrounding area thoroughly. Scan as far as your eyes can see. A little later, Goeth says angrily, how could you do this to me? You're a fraud who takes advantage of people's naivety. Stop your nonsense and focus on the search, Blade retorts. I'll make it up to you later with something good. Did you find anything? Jagger asks. No, Blade replies. You're useless. I'm from the slums, Blade says. When you had to find missing people in the slums, what did you do? Jagger asks. It's simple, Blade says. We beat up anyone who might know something, and get the information out of them. You really are useless, Jagger says, sighing. He thinks, the sun will set soon. It seems I should head back. Just then, his gaze falls on a frozen river. Did they search across the river? He asks. I don't think so, Goeth replies. That area isn't part of the expedition. Jagger thinks, we searched the forest thoroughly and found no trace. We can't find Roderick or that unknown woman this way. He orders, gather all the mercenaries. We are crossing the river. Yes, sir, Goeth says, signaling the mercenaries. Jagger approaches the river and inspects the ice. This river isn't completely frozen. Winter is ending, but the ice is still thick enough for us to cross, Blade observes. Splitting up and searching across the river is our best bet, Jagger declares. The mercenaries arrive. Did you find him? One asks. That's not why I called you, Goeth says. We will continue the search on the other side, Jagger announces. We will cross this river. It's not completely frozen, so we'll cross in 3 separate groups, one by one. They begin to cross, but Goeth is terrified. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Blade asks. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling about this place, Goeth stammers. Like something terrible is about to happen. You're just talking nonsense because you're scared, Blade scoffs. Yes, I'm scared, Goeth shouts back. I'm not a powerful person. For people like me, our sixth sense is what keeps us alive. And my sixth sense is screaming that something bad is going to happen here. I am not crossing this river. I don't know anything about your sixth sense, Blade says flatly. But if you don't cross, you're dead for sure, and no one will ever know. So stop talking nonsense and follow me. Crossing this river is your only way to survive. No matter how much you threaten me, I don't feel right about crossing, Goethe insists. As he steps onto the ice, he says, Captain, it feels like this ice isn't frozen solid. You're right, Blade says. So if you don't shut up, I'll break the ice and throw you in myself. Goethe falls to his knees. Captain, I can't go on. Blade grabs him. Stop this nonsense. We're the only ones left behind. Goethe looks ahead, and tears stream from his wide-open eyes as he begins to scream. Are you really going to make such a scene just to avoid crossing a river? Blade asks, annoyed. But then he follows Goethe's gaze and freezes in horror. Goethe is screaming, there are corpses below. Digger and the others turn to look. There's a pile of dead bodies under the ice. Goethe shrieks. The corpses were slowly rising, and their sudden appearance caused the ice to crack. Panicked, everyone tries to cross faster, but it's too late. The undead break through the ice and begin grabbing the living. What is this? Someone screams. We're surrounded by corpses. One of the mercenaries asks Jigger, what should we do? But Jigger is furious, thinking, this was a trap. It's as if they knew we would come here. The scene cuts to the priest's camp, where the father and a young boy are praying. Please, guide us as a light so that we may always walk the path of truth and goodness. The boy notices the father begin to tremble as a chalice of water offered to God starts to shake. Suddenly, darkness pours out of the chalice. The father is horrified. The once peaceful area is instantly shrouded in fog as the ghostly woman appears, her steps slow as she whispers, My child. Where is my child? Back at the river, an undead attacks Goethe. Terrified, Goethe freezes. Suddenly, a line appears down the middle of the undead, and Blade cuts it in two. There are too many, Blade says as more undead rush towards him. He grips his sword and cuts his way through them effortlessly. You came just in time. I was about to die, Goethe cries. Get up and fight with this spear, Blade yells. But Goethe is too terrified. I can't do it. Blade grows angry. There's no need to be angry, the system says. Choose a direction, and try to escape. I can't go forward, Blade says. Will Sir Jagger be alright? The scene shows Jagger cutting down the undead with ease, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming him, and some of his men fall victim. They just keep coming, Jagger thinks. This is a trap. Someone planned this. I don't know who, but it's clear who their target is. Jagger activates his world and releases his aura, fusing it into his sword. I don't have time to hesitate, he thinks. The undead charge. But Jagger is ready. In a flash, they are cut into pieces. He moves with incredible speed. Everyone, gather here. One of his men shouts. As long as Sir Jagger is here, we'll be safe. Blades, or, it's your turn. Jagger yells. Fulfill the contract you made with Sir Jagger. Sir Jagger, what should I do? Blade asks. Get back to the camp immediately and try to stop this. Whatever it is. According to the contract, you must protect Sir Joseph. All right, Sir Jagger, I am going, Blade says. He turns to Goethe. Let's go. Captain, wait for me, Goethe calls out. Jagger thinks, I pray to God that Sir Joseph is safe. Just then, a figure appears behind him. Jagger attacks, but stops, shocked. Forgive me, Jagger says. I was too late. Roderick attacks the place. We cut to Joseph's camp, where he is reading a book. He hears shouts from outside. What's going on out there? Come with me, quickly. What happened outside? Joseph wonders. Did someone attack us? A man runs up to him. Sir Joseph, Vaden, why is it so noisy outside? Joseph demands. Vaden says nothing. Don't tell me you came straight to me without even assessing the situation, Joseph says angrily. It's because your safety is the top priority, Vaden stammers. Then why isn't there a sword in your hand? Joseph yells. Vaden looks down at his empty scabbard. If I were in your place, I'd have hanged myself, Joseph says. Vaden bows his head and apologizes. Just then, the father arrives with other knights. Father, do you know what's happening? Joseph asks. This is an evil power, the father says. Look at this. This is a bubble, written with holy ink. Joseph is shocked. He thinks, every word in the bubble is trembling like a leaf in a storm. This is no ordinary matter. Is there a way to stop it? Joseph asks. I am not an exorcist, so I cannot stop it, the father replies. With my divine power, I can only help by preventing it from reaching you. But given the nature of this evil, I don't think I can do much. I see, Joseph says, thinking, there is no knight here who can create their own world. The ones before me are my only options. He goes outside the camp with the knights and the father. He is stunned by the sight of a thick fog. People affected by it are screaming, I am not your child. Joseph covers his nose with a handkerchief. Father, do you know what's happening? Is this fog causing all of this? One thing is for sure, the father says. This is no ordinary fog. I feel the same, Joseph agrees. Suddenly, they hear the ghostly woman's voice. My child. Where is my child? They are all terrified. The ghostly woman emerges from the fog, and the sight of her horrifies the father, the knights, and Joseph. She walks forward, then stops and turns her terrifying face towards Joseph. They all break out in a cold sweat. With a creepy smile, she says, finally, I've found you. My child. She moves towards Joseph, who is sweating profusely. The woman reaches out her hand, but it hits an invisible barrier and begins to burn. A body. That's my child. She hisses. The father and the young boy are shown chanting together, creating the barrier. The father has stopped her for now, but he knows it won't last long. Joseph thinks, there's no way even Jagger could have faced this. Admin and Magazine were not capable enough, which is why they fell so quickly. The ghost was screaming my child, and trying to break the barrier. This is a curse, Joseph realizes. And whoever cast it is targeting me. Who would want to target me? He is both angry and distressed. Suddenly, the boy chanting with the father coughs up blood and collapses, stopping the chant. Are you all right? The father asks. The barrier weakens, and the ghost pushes her hand through, causing the boy to cry out. But he resumes chanting, strengthening the barrier and pushing the ghost back. Joseph thinks, even the priests have reached their limit. They could stop chanting at any moment. We have no choice but to wait for morning. But then he looks ahead and is shocked to see Blade charging through the fog towards the ghost. Seeing him, the ghost turns. But Blade doesn't stop his attack. We flash back a few moments. The system says, she is made of a curse, so no ordinary sword can cut her. So what should we do? Blade asks. Can you use aura? The system asks. What kind of joke is that? Blade retorts. I have another way. What is it? If you give me your body for a short time, I can use aura. Is that even possible? Blade asks. I know how to do it, and I can use aura, the system confirms. But if I succeed in controlling your body, you won't be able to move at all afterward. Your condition could become critical. I advise against this. If I don't kill her, she'll kill me, Blade says. That is the path of the sword, the system replies. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Alright, let's do it, Blade decides. Are you truly ready for this? I made a promise to Joseph, Blade says. If I want something, I have to give something in return. I must devote myself to him, not out of loyalty, but for trust. I respect your choice, the system says. Back in the present, Blade charges the ghost. The system enters his body. You must close your eyes. Blade obeys. As the system successfully takes control, a strange energy surges through him. This is the voice of the world, the system says. When Blade opens his eyes, aura flows from them. He channels it into his sword, and the pressure is so immense that it affects the ghost. Without hesitating, Blade closes the distance and delivers a devastating sword strike, cutting her in two. She shrieks in agony. The father, Vaden, and Joseph are all stunned. Aura is still pouring from Blade. He collapses to his knees, screaming in pain from the backlash of using aura. Blade, are you alright? Joseph asks. But Blade is in too much pain to even lift his head. Joseph thinks, he definitely just used aura. I don't know how, but he's paying the price for it now. Though cut in two, the ghost doesn't give up. My child, she rasps, crawling towards Blade, who is paralyzed by pain. Joseph runs to protect him, helping him up. But the ghost grabs Joseph's leg, pulling him to his knees. I'm so weak, Joseph thinks, I can't even break free from her grasp. Just then, Vaden arrives. Forgive me for this, Sir Joseph, he says, lifting both Joseph and Blade and throwing them through the air. They land near the father as the ghost screams in frustration. Even though it was my first time, I'm glad you're on my side, Joseph tells Vaden. Thank you, Sir Joseph, Vaden shouts back. Blade grabs his sword and hands it to the father. Please, father, bless this sword. We can't leave this woman as she is. Alright, the father says. He takes the sword, cuts his own hand, and lets his blood coat the blade. This sword is now blessed with my blood. Blade takes the sword and advances on the ghost. Please, give me back my child. I'm looking for him, she pleads. Blade thinks sadly, even if it was just for a moment, I saw it. When I got close to attack her, I saw her memory. The woman was trapped in a dark prison with many other women. Her child lay dead on the cold floor in front of her. She was screaming, please, give me back my child. She just wanted to hold her child one last time, who had frozen to death before her eyes. You have suffered enough, Blade thinks, raising the blessed sword. I hope God grants you peace. The ghost's last words are, where is my child? Blade strikes her down. Her terrifying face becomes normal, and with tear-filled eyes, she whispers, my child. Before her life fades. In the light of the rising sun, Blade looks as if he is praying for her. In another location, a black magician smiles as he watches a black orb of aura, which slowly fades away. It's clear he is the one who cursed the woman. How can this be? He thinks. Did someone kill her? But who could it be? They said only night could use aura. Suddenly, Jaeger appears behind him, his own aura flaring. So here you are, the hidden rat who was controlling those puppets. The black magician is terrified by the powerful aura. So, is he the one who was controlling them from the shadows? Joseph asks. It seems so, Jaeger replies, pointing to a chest. And this is the cursed object she was looking for last night. This chest has now become the child's coffin. Hand it over to the priests, Joseph orders. We will investigate this matter thoroughly when we reach Ferna. Our expedition was a complete failure. And ashamed of this, Chitter says. And yet, our steps remain in the light, Joseph replies. He then asks, was that boy of any use to you? I think I have found him, Joseph says. The one who will replace my sword. That boy is a swordsman who will shine the brightest in the future. We see Blade waking up. Was his eye unconscious for 3 days? He asks, surprised. Yes, the system replies. You need to be more careful next time. I didn't know the backlash would be this severe. I thought we would go back after this was all settled, Blade says. They were waiting for you to recover, the system informs him. That person named Joseph was very worried about you. Blade picks up his sword and steps out of the camp. It looks like everyone has left. Who would want to stay here after what happened? Kuitha runs up to him, overjoyed. Captain, are you okay? I'm so happy to see you safe and sound, Blade smirks. Look, the boy who was the first to run away in fear is the one who stayed here the longest. Of course, Goei says. Whoever stays, until they leave gets more money. You know, when you were unconscious, you couldn't even ride a horse. I had to carry you on my shoulders back to the camp. And they were saying it was very dangerous for a night. So you have to give me something good in return for this. Alright, I'll try, Blade says. Goeth continues. Sir Jaeger told me that as soon as snap out of it, I have to report in, and Sir Joseph is there. So you can go meet him, Goethe urged. Alright, I'm going, Blade replied. He's sure to tell them about me. Goethe called after him. Oh, God, someone make him shut up, Blade thought. The scene shifts to Joseph's tent. He was pouring wine into a glass. Do you drink? He asked. I can, Blade said. I used to work in a bar, but I've never drunk it myself. This is a drink for nobles, Joseph said. First, I want to thank you. You could have run away, but you didn't. Didn't we have a contract? Blade asked. The oath you took was a matter of trust, not a vow of loyalty, Joseph replied, studying Blade. He thought the contract was just a few spoken words, yet he didn't break it. He is a talented boy that I cannot lose at any cost. No, he is a talent that I must out. In that case, it is my turn to fulfill my part of the contract, Joseph said aloud. I will give you a reward worthy of your actions. I, Joseph Budget, second son of the Budget household, formally invite you to join the Budget household. Blade was stunned. Later, in the city of Verna, Jaeger reported, the mercenaries have been sent away. You've done well, Joseph said. However, the expedition report is still pending, so we'll have to stay here for another day or two. Jaeger glanced at Blade, who was looking around the city in awe. Is this your first time here? Peter asked. It doesn't matter where I go, Blade replied. Everywhere I go is my first time. Really are fitting it well, Diggeromar. If that's the case, take the day off and explore the city, Joseph offered. Don't get lost, boy, Jaeger added. And be back at the city hall before nightfall. Understood, Blade said. As they left, Blade thought, I don't even know how much I hate you. It seems Jaeger loves you just as much as Joseph does, the system commented. If that's true, why didn't he come to save me back then? Blade thought. Forget it. I made good money from the expedition. Let's see what's good to eat in this city. Just then, a child grabbed his hand. Blade recognized him. You're the boy who stays with the father, aren't you? The boy smiled sweetly. If you don't have anything important to do today, the father has asked for you. What? The father summoned me. The boy led Blade to the local church. This church is truly beautiful and grand, Blade observed. The one in Swore is nothing like this. That's because the capital of the budget county is Isterma, and its religious center is Verna, the boy explained. Please wait inside. I'll go call the father. Blade stepped through the gates, and as he walked inside, he was dazzled by the magnificent interior. Ever since I took the name Ram in the PS, I haven't prayed properly once, he thought. I feel like I've committed a sin. Just then, Father Andres arrived. Forgive me for being late. There's no need to apologize, Blade said. Thank you for inviting me. Don't mention it, the father said, handing him a token. This is for you. What is it? Blade asked. It's an identification token for you, the father explained. Sir Joseph can handle any matter himself, but a token from the church can be truly useful. After all, our Lord's grace extends across the entire continent. Blade was shocked to see Father Andres' name listed as the guarantor on the token. If you ever need me, you can come to me, Father Andres said. From this moment on, I am your guarantor. Overwhelmed, Blade knelt before the father. We are told that a boy from the slums, who wasn't even able to register his own birth, now had an honest guarantor. He has inscribed the boy's name in the world. Now, Blade can declare to everyone that he is not just some Blade from a remote slum, but Blade of Swore. Sometime later, they set out for the budget county. The budget county comprises 12 towns and 3 cities, Joseph explained. The distribution hub, Swore, the religious center, Varna, and as you can see ahead, the capital city, Isterma. Upon their arrival, Shadiger addressed the group. You are guests of Sir Joseph, but get this into your heads. Do not do anything foolish that could harm Sir Joseph's reputation. Don't wander around like idiots, and stay in one place. Yes, sir, they replied. A maid will bring food shortly, Jaeger continued, then paused abruptly. Don't eat anything. Just wait for my return. If you eat like savages, you'll only spread the wrong kind of rumors. Surely we can eat a little, Blade protested. Shut your mouth and don't eat anything, Jaeger snapped before leaving. When they entered the room, they were astounded. This is truly a luxurious room, Gavagas. The budget family is incredible. Suddenly, a voice said, I've never seen you two before. A man appeared. I was trying to hide, but you found me. He stood before Blade. This person is powerful, Blade thought. Who are you two? The man asked. He looks vaguely familiar, but his entire aura is on another level, Blade thought. He looks like he could cut a person in two with just a glance. My name is Goth, he said, trembling. We are here from Sir Joseph's expedition team. So their name is Goth, the man said, turning to Blade. And what is your name? My name is Blade, and I am from Swore. An interesting name I haven't heard before, the man said, studying Blade. He thought, look at him. His eyes are fierce. There's not a hint of fear in them. He's standing before me with confidence. It seems Joseph has found a very useful boy. I like him. The man held out a handful of peanuts. Would you two like some? Blade looked at them. We were forbidden from eating anything. Gather broke into a cold sweat. Is he mad? How can he just refuse a high-ranking person like that? The man's expression soured. And so, we are told that Blade of Swore made his first major mistake after arriving. He refused to accept peanuts from Rutiger, the eldest son of the budget household. But these peanuts are truly delicious, Rutiger insisted. The scene shifts to Joseph with his father, the patriarch of the budget household. What did you say his name was? Blade. The patriarch asked. Yes, father. So he was personally vetted by a Jaeger, the one your mother brought here. You want to make this boy a knight. If he can become a knight for our family, it would be a great asset. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, father, Joseph said with a bow. I understand that the sword is not your strength, the patriarch said, his tone serious. But never forget that you are a budget. Yes, father. Are you feeling better now? Yes, father. Good. You may leave. As Joseph left, the patriarch said to his advisor, it seems we should get some medicine for him. I believe that would please Lady Oksana very much, Rubmus replied. Lady Oksana was Joseph's mother. That woman is indeed very caring when it comes to her child, the patriarch mused. But leave that. What are your thoughts on Joseph's report? We should take it seriously, Ruma said. One strange incident after another has started to occur. It seems to be the work of a master of the dark arts, or perhaps more than one, combining resurrection of the dead with curse techniques. If there are two or more, it means it's a group or an organization, the patriarch said, rising from his chair. Even so, nothing will change. Since the founding of the budget household, no one has ever dared to shake our foundations. We crush those who stand in our way. I expect you to find them quickly. Who are these people who endangered my son's life and brought havoc to my lands? That night, Joseph and Jaeger returned. The report took longer than we expected. You must have been waiting a long time. It was no trouble, sir, Gava said. Your name is Gav, isn't it? Joseph asked. We will discuss your reward tomorrow. A maid will show you to your room. Go and rest. Gava left, thinking, but what about me waiting all day, hungry? Joseph turned to Blade. Now shall we begin our discussion? You saved my life, and you must also decide if you will dedicate your sword to me in the future. Are you prepared for that? Yes. Blade said. You said you have a mission to complete, Joseph continued. You wish to be free from it. Am I correct? Blade nodded. You will devote your sword to me, and you want to be free of your mission. I think we should clarify these things first. Can you tell me exactly what this mission is? If you do, I may be able to grant you that freedom. Blade looked past Joseph at the blue moon in the sky. I need the one who resembles the blue moonlight. The Coven of the Gatherers. Do you know him? Joseph was taken aback. I thought he was just a useful pawn, but who would have guessed his background was so extraordinary? Are you saying the man who destroyed the Rose's smile was Godin of the Gatherers? I can never forget him, Blade said, his voice cold. Not even for a second. The one who saved me and raised me. The Godin killed her and destroyed the world I lived in. Yes, Sir Joseph, it was him. But he is also someone I can do nothing against, yet I admire him. This is something I cannot help you with, Joseph admitted. It is far beyond my influence. I expected as much, Blade thought. Joseph is only a count's son after all. But I'm glad he told me the truth. Then let's make a change to our contract, Joseph said. Blade swore, I offer you a 7-year contract. Blade was surprised. You may not know this, Joseph said, but as a nobleman, I have set aside my pride to make this decision. I offer you clothes, food, and training for 7 years. I will make you a knight who will not fall, no matter where you go. In return, I want you to be loyal only to me. You will do as I say, and for these 7 years, you will do nothing regarding Godin unless I give you permission. However, I can grant you permission to settle matters related to Sword. I may be able to help you with that. I've heard a girl named Jemena is currently in a convent. Blade's eyes widened. What can you achieve alone with a single sword? Joseph pressed. There are many sharper weapons in this world than a sword. I have some of my own. So what have you decided? Later, Joseph remarked, that boy's goal is truly immense. I think you are overthinking this, Jagger said. You could find many useful boys for your work. Why are you showing such favor to this one? You're right, I could find many with potential, Joseph agreed. But whether they can truly blossom is another matter entirely. I have seen with my own 2 eyes what he can do. He is not only difficult to understand but also very hot-tempered. He won't be easy to handle. But have you, Joseph said. 5 years is a long time. Long enough for you to put a leash around his neck and teach him his place. I will do my best. Jagger said, he troubled. Please do, Joseph replied. The more difficult he is to handle, the more brightly he will shine. I thought you were just a useful wolf, but I never imagined you were a wolf who chases the blue moonlight. The next day, Jagger showed Blade to his room. This room will be yours alone. This is amazing, Blade said, looking at the clean floor and bed. It's like a palace. I forgot you come from the slums, Jagger said. Usually, the squires who come here are from prominent families, and have trouble adjusting. That won't be a problem for you. It seems you like it. But this place will remain fine only as long as you don't make any mistakes. I refuse to take peanuts from Sir Rutager. Was that a mistake? Blade asked. You never seem to listen properly. Jagger sighed. After you eat, come to the training ground. We will spar in the mornings and evenings as I said during the expedition. As Jagger was leaving, he stopped. A woman stood before them. It was Lady Oksana. Jagger, I trusted knight, she said. Jagger whispered to Blade. This is Lady Oksana, Sir Joseph's mother. Greet her properly, as I taught you. They both bowed. Good morning, she said, her eyes on Blade. Is this the boy? Yes, this is him, Dediger confirmed. Sir Joseph brought him personally. Blade looked up at her, and blushed. She smiled. Thank you for saving my son's life. I was only doing my duty, Blade mumbled. I will reward you for it, she said, touching his hair. You have no idea how great a deed you have done. Your hair color is lovely, and it matches your blue eyes perfectly. You're a bit thin, but with some muscle, you would look quite handsome. I'll have an outfit made for you soon. Thank you, Blade said, blushing again. Sir Jaeger, you may continue your work, she said, smiling as she left. After she was gone, Blade let out a sigh of relief. I didn't know you had such a shy side, Jaeger commented. I've never been around ladies much, Blade admitted. It wasn't too bad for a first attempt, Jaeger said, thinking that even he found Lady Oksana difficult to deal with. Come, let's go eat. In the dining hall, Blade was eating when a group of boys surrounded him. One of them, aimed Sohanen, spat in his food. Blade's anger flared, but he did nothing. Oops, my apologies. Sohanen sneered. What are you going to do about it? I smelled garbage, so I mistook you for a trash can. The other boys laughed. Blade calmly swooped out the spit-laced portion of his soup and flicked it away, then continued eating. What is wrong with him? Sohanen thought, frustrated by Blade's composure. How can he be so calm? Blade recalled Jaeger's words, your every mistake is tied to Sir Joseph's reputation. Think before you act. He wondered how he could beat them without damaging Joseph's name. Scum. Sohanen muttered as he left. We finally get a chance to have some fun. And you're not even worth it. What is your name? Blade asked. What did you say? Blade looked at him with cold eyes. I asked, what is your name? Sohanen felt a shiver of fear from Blade's overwhelming aura. My name is Sohanen. Blade stood up. Sohanen. I will remember that name. Later, the Patriarch and Rugmus were walking when they noticed the training ground. It seems they are training, the Patriarch said. Let's watch for a while. His eyes fell on Blade. Is that the boy? I heard he had golden hair. He looks quite good. Patriarch, you should look over there, Rugmus said. The Patriarch saw Jaeger hiding, observing Blade's training. This is the first time I've seen him so concerned, he noted. Let's see how skilled the boy is. In the training yard, Blade was dueling with another boy. He attacked relentlessly, and his opponent struggled to block. Remembering Jaeger's lessons, all swordsmanship begins with your feet. You can control your opponent's movements if you can deceive them with your shoulders and your gaze. Blade feinted left but struck from the right. His opponent collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain. Blade grabbed him by the hair. You're one of Sohanen's lackeys, aren't you? You had a lot of fun laughing at me in the cafeteria. He began to punch the boy's face repeatedly. The other trainees watched in horror. They are training, Rugmus said, but is it right to beat him like that? Let it be, the Patriarch said, turning away. A knight needs a bit of that kind of spirit. Besides, it seems he is enjoying the show as well, he added, nodding towards Jaeger. Stop, the referee shouted, but Blade didn't hear him. I said stop, are you deaf? Blade finally stopped, leaving the boy unconscious on the ground. My apologies, he said to the referee. My mind was elsewhere. The referee felt a chill run down his spine just looking into Blade's eyes. Blade walked over to where Sohanen was standing. Apologize to him on my behalf, he said. As you can see, when I start hitting someone, I get a little carried away. Sohanen gritted his teeth in fury. Blade leaned in close. And I'll apologize to you in advance, he whispered, because this is not going to end quickly for you. As he walked away, he called back, if the soup is ever too bland, I'll call you. He can spit in it for me. What is wrong with this bastard? He's completely insane. Sohanen thought, terrified. It's like Sir Joseph brought a rabid dog from the slums. Later, Gatha found Blade. Captain, I heard you beat a boy from a noble family very badly. The servants are all talking about it. So what? Blade replied. How is your work in the stables? It's going great, Gus said proudly. I am a stable hand for the great budget count. But that's not important right now. I heard you beat him in front of everyone. That's a major crime. Why are you acting like this is something new? Blade said. Have you forgotten? I was already a criminal. Just beating them was me showing mercy. But how could you think it was okay to beat them? Gatha asked. It's better for me this way, Blade said. Now, no one will come to me with their useless talk, right? Just then, a fat man appeared. A boy approaches, trembling, and says, Hello, my name is Portly Canor. Blade asks, what do you want from me? Before Portly can answer, Blade cuts him off. Sit down. If you don't have anything important, then get lost. Just don't stand there bothering me. Hearing the invitation to sit, Portly brightens up and sits next to him. Thank you for letting me sit here. Blade thinks to himself, I also told you to get lost. Didn't you hear that part? I've always eaten alone. As if this were a bathroom, Portly says. I'm eating right now, so don't talk about things like that, Blade replies. This is my precious sausage. It's very tasty, isn't it? Portly remarks. Actually, my father is a supplier. The Canor family supplies all this meat, and our family has been in this business for generations. I saw you eating, and thought you might need more sausages. Would you like to have some of mine? What are you trying to pull? Blade asks suspiciously. Do you think I take bribes? But as soon as they enter Portly's room, they are stunned by the sheer amount of meat. Actually, my father sent all this for me to eat, Portly explains. But as you can see, there's so much I can't possibly eat it all alone. Blade thinks, all the people who have come here are young masters from prominent families. I had forgotten that if I were still in the slums of Swor, I wouldn't even be able to speak to them. It would be better for me to make a good connection with at least one of them. Portly, Blade says, if you want, you can eat with us from now on. In the background, Goeth's mouth is watering at the sight of all the meat. Really? Portly asks, his face lighting up. You don't have a problem with me. From now on, we're together, Blade says, patting him on the back. He thinks, I'm not just doing this for the sausages. This is for both of us. Meanwhile, Jagger is seen leaving after the duel, thinking to himself, serving Joseph while also raising a boy is no small feat. It seems I'll only get a chance to rest when Kit and Maxim have recovered. Just then, a voice calls out, Sir Jagger, where are you off to in such a hurry? The man's name is Gregory. Ah, Gregory, it's you, Jagger says, looking slightly annoyed. You seem a bit troubled, Gregory observes. As you can see, there's a lot of work these days, so I am quite busy, Jagger replies. Gregory laughs. I'm not surprised, since you handle all of Sir Joseph's work yourself. Is there something you wanted to say to me? Jagger asks. A person like you should certainly be nurtured as a vassal, Gregory says. To be honest, I don't think it's too late. It would be better if you focused on your own vassal, Jagger retorts. In other words, Gregory is offering Jagger a position as a member of his family, making him a vassal. Gregory laughs again. My dear Portly is already quite grown. He just needs to lose a little weight. What are you trying to say? Jagger asks. I was talking about Blade. That boy is really quite good. His character is very manly, and he has a confident spirit. I've already told you I'm busy, Jagger says impatiently. Whatever you want to say, please say it directly. As you know, the situation between the knight's vassals, the trainees, is not good, Gregory explains. It's shameful to say, but it seems Blade gets along quite well with Portly. That boy has no friends, so does he think Blade is better than the others? Please, tell Blade to spend some time with Portly, Gregory requests. He's my cousin's nephew. I don't want anyone beating him up like that. Besides, it would be pointless to ask anyone else. Do you want this for free? Jagger asks. If everything goes well, you can ask me for any help you need later, Gregory offers. That boy doesn't listen to a word I say, Jagger says, refusing. Just try talking to him once, Gregory insists. I told you, he doesn't listen to me at all. That boy is really going too far by not listening to you, Gregory mutters. The scene shifts to the stables. Goeth says, Look, Captain, I don't think this is your problem. But you haven't been able to approach a single horse yet. All the horses here are well trained and not afraid of humans. But when you try to approach them, they seem to get scared of you. It's just a matter of skill, so you don't need to worry too much. But the other stable hands have also said it's quite strange. Blade thinks it's always been like this. All animals, cats and dogs, they all hate me. Whenever I get near them, they run away. The same thing is happening with the horses. Suddenly, he remembers something. But that day, I rode here on Sir Jagger's horse. I mean, the night we fought the undead, you said you brought me here on Sir Jagger's horse. But Sir Jagger's horse is very expensive, Goethe says. Blade thinks, it seems I can only ride expensive horses. But I can't just go and tell them I can only ride your expensive horse. I guess I'll have to learn to ride these ones somehow. Just then, a maid arrives. Miss Oktana is calling for you. Miss Oktana is calling for me. Blade asks, surprise. A short while later, Lady Oksana says, looking at you, who would ever think you grew up in a small, remote slum? Blade is shown wearing brand new clothes that are a bit tight, but he says nothing. It suits you very well, Akana says. She turns to a person beside her. But don't make it too fitted. He's only 17, after all, and he's still growing. He was growing quite fast at that age too. She turns back to Blade. I'll give you other clothes when summer comes. All clothes should fit the season and help maintain your physical performance. Hearing this, Blade bows and thanks her. You saved my child, Akana says. I should be the one thanking you. But forgive me for calling you here when you were busy with your training. All right, you may go now. Blade thanks her profusely, and leaves. Once outside, he breathes a sigh of relief. She's really difficult to deal with, he thinks. I wonder how much these clothes cost. They're so comfortable. It doesn't feel like they're mine. I'm not used to this at all. I'm trying my best to fit in with the Budget family. But the truth is, I don't belong here. He notices, I think I've gained some weight. It must be because of the food here. Suddenly, he hears a noise from below and looks out the window. Down below, Sovanin is beating up a boy. You pig, did you forget this beating? Sovanin sneers. Just because we didn't beat you for a few days doesn't mean you can enjoy yourself. It seems your new friend has given you too much courage. Sovanin is brutally beating Portly while Blade watches from the window above. No matter where you go, you find people like this. Blade thinks. Some people want to live their lives well, and some don't seem to want to live at all. But in the end, you always find scoundrels who prey on the weak to show how strong they are. He turns away from the window. It seems I'll have to wear these clothes again, right now. A little later, Blade arrives at Portly's room and knocks. Who is it? Portly asks. It's Blade. Portly opens the door. Blade's anger flares when he sees Portly's battered state. He can barely speak. What are you doing here so late at night? Portly mumbles. I need something from you, Blade says, pointing. I'd want that. Are you talking about the ham? Portly asks. You want it for free. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Blade confirms. Portly thinks sadly. I am collecting that meat myself. I thought that even if we weren't friends, we could at least greet each other with a smile when we met. But he's just like the others who think they can use me however they want. Still, it's better than eating alone. He brings out a piece of ham and gives it to Blade. Don't think this is too much, Blade says. This is a fair price for what I'm about to do. Portly doesn't understand. A knight I know once said that a knight only takes what is right for him. The scene shifts to Blade, standing with his wooden sword before Sovanin and his lackeys. 14 versus 1, Blade says. Even the thugs in the slums weren't this shameless. Stop your nonsense, Sovanin shouts. You're trapped in our net. Let's see how long your bravado lasts. Alright, let's get this over with quickly, Blade replies. I came here for a quiet fight. Shouldn't you stop your yapping and fight too? Enraged, Sovanin yells at his men. Crush him. They all charge at Blade. Smiling, Blade says, I'm so glad I got this chance today. He readies his wooden sword. A lot of blood is going to be spilled tonight. The men who came to beat Blade are the ones who get beaten. Blade leaps among them like a hungry wolf, striking them down brutally. This is completely different from how he was sparring before, Sovanin says in shock. It makes no sense that he only started picking up a sword 2 months ago. He yells, no one retreat. If anyone tries to run, I won't spare them. Before he can finish, Blade is suddenly beside him. How dare you say that when you're not fighting yourself? Just standing back and watching. You bastard. What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of me? Sovanin shouts. Attacking. Blade easily dodges. When I was part of the expedition, Blade thinks I could only manage one attack with mod full strength. He launches an attack on Sovanin. You're right, the system says. This is the result of your training with Jaeger, and now it's shining through. Blade relentlessly attacks Sovanin. Keep it up, the system urges, until he gets caught in the gap you're creating. Sovanin struggles to block the attacks. Blade sees an opening at Sovanin's shoulder and strikes. He strikes again. I think I get it, he says. My gap is my space, and this flow is my own. Sovanin leaps at him in a rage, but Blade strikes his leg first, sending him crashing to the ground. He starts to cry, the pain in his leg excruciating. Blade raises his sword to strike. You can't do this, Sovanin wails. But Blade attacks anyway. A loud crack echoes through the area, and Sovanin's men cringe in fear. Sovanin himself trembles, realizing Blade had struck the ground right next to him, deliberately missing. Don't let me see you again, Blade says coldly. And don't bother the fatty either. He's serious, Sovanin thinks, terrified. He's so serious he wouldn't think twice about killing me. Now, this will pay for Portly's ham, Blade says. He turns to the others. Alright, Who's next? Let's finish what we started. Terrified, they slowly back away. It seems you won't come forward, Blade says, so I'll have to come to you. As he takes a slow step towards them, they tremble in fear. The only sounds that follow are the spatters of blood and their screams. Watching from above is the patriarch. That boy is truly outstanding, he remarks. The next day, at the Badit household's regular monthly meeting, all the knights stand before the patriarch. It's explained that on one side are the knights who support Rudiger, and on the other are those who support Joseph. The neutral knights stand apart. The Knight Order captain, Antaeus, announces the duty schedule is being revised as Rudiger and his knights will be leaving on a mission soon. After that, the holy items sent by the church will be distributed. The patriarch observes them, thinking, the atmosphere has completely changed today. Rudiger's knights are seething with anger, as if they tear apart anyone who approaches them. On the other hand, Joseph's knights don't seem to be bothered at all. He smiles. This is indeed a reason to be happy. Before, Joseph's knights were always looked down upon. Jaeger notices the patriarch's smile and wonders, did the count just smile? The patriarch is also the count of Badit. After the duties are assigned, the meeting ends. As they leave, one of Rudiger's knights mutters, I don't know where you found a wild dog who doesn't even know who not to bite. This is why your background matters so much. Jaeger just smiles at them, which infuriates them, but they do nothing. We're not supposed to fight here, so just ignore him, another knight says. Grigory approaches from behind. It looks like they're boiling with rage. What do you mean by that? Jaeger asks. You already know, so why are you pretending you don't? Grigory replies. The news has spread to everyone. I heard that Blade performed a great exorcism. Even the instructor has said that he can't handle him because he's far stronger than the standard. Is that so? Jaeger says. Thank you for your help, Sir Jaeger, Grigory says. As I promised, you can ask me for anything. It doesn't matter how tiring or difficult the task is, I will do it. Alright, I'll let you know when I need something, Jaeger says as he leaves. He smiles to himself. I'm really proud of myself for this. After all, I am the one who taught him, so the least he can do is this much for me. Later, a suit of armor and a uniform are shown. Joseph explains they are a gift from his father to Blade. Did the patriarch give this himself? Jaeger asks. This is truly a fine gift for a vassal, Vane remarks. This is orc leather, Jaeger says, examining it. Grey orc leather. You're right, Joseph says. And grey orcs are only found in the north. Therefore, anyone who wears armor made from grey orc leather is a northern warrior. It seems he really likes Blade. After all, he has proven himself worthy of this investment. He gained father's approval in just 1 month. Yes, I could read. Now it seems there's no vassal who can stand up to him. I've heard about that as well, Joseph says. Rumors spread fast. And we're not just going to sit around either. He shows Jaeger a letter. What is this? Jaeger asks. This will be our next step. Reading the letter, Jaeger says, this doesn't seem like an ordinary invitation. Are you going to respond to it? Joseph asks. Of course, I'll go. I'm a little tired of this kid being here anyway, Jaeger replies. Then that's great, Joseph says. It's decided. We're going to Dermar soon. The next day, Joseph and Blade are sitting in a carriage. Dermar is famous for its lemons, Joseph explains. It's a city for whose tasty fruit the people of the north are very grateful. It also serves as a gateway to the central region, making it very important for northerners. Is that why Sir Jaeger is taking action? Blade asks. You're right, Joseph confirms. Their problem can be an opportunity for us. Especially if the problem isn't mine. The Hinal household is currently caught in a family succession dispute. The invitation from the legitimate heir is simply a request for our help. To be honest, the world of nobles is really complicated, Blade remarks. This entire fight will end on the soil of Dermar, Joseph says. Will it be between family members who share the same blood? That's because the tradition of siblings fighting to prove themselves superior has long been prevalent among the nobles, Joseph explains. Alicia is the most suitable to be the next heir of the Hinal household. But her uncle, Inderhill, claims she is an illegitimate child. If she leaves, Inder will become the next baron. Alicia is the only child of the old Baron Hinal, but being a woman has placed certain limitations on her from the beginning, weakening her foundation. In the end, she has no choice but to fight in the duel organized by the church to prove her innocence. He thinks, a relationship that is both distant and close. But it's still close. If you look at my bloodline, I'd be her 8th cousin at most. But there's no doubt that I can claim our relationship. Besides, Joseph tells Blade, "We have a great opportunity to put the Hanile household in our debt." My father agrees with this idea. Blade looks at Jaeger and thinks, this is really impressive. The head of a family has invited a knight to protect his honor. Why are you looking at me like that? Jaeger asks Blade. I didn't do anything, you're just a mere vassal, yet you have the audacity to sit comfortably in a carriage while I, the knight you serve, am riding a horse. But I don't have a horse of my own, Blade says. When you crushed the other vessels all by yourself, I was walking with my chest puffed out with pride. Here's bolts. The what now? You really can't even ride a horse. I can't believe I was teaching such a foolish child. I think I can only ride expensive horses, Blade says meekly. Jaeger yells even louder. I'm the only one here riding an expensive horse. That makes me more noble than you. Do you want to take this horse from me and become even more noble? Suddenly, Blade feels a strange sensation. He clutches his chest. What's happening to me? My heart is beating so fast. Could it be because he's yelling at me? No, that's not surprising. On one hand, I have Sir Joseph talking non-stop, and on the other, Sir Jaeger, who never misses a chance to yell at me. Suddenly the ground begins to shake violently. Why is the ground shaking? Vaidhin asks. Is it an earthquake? Everyone, get off your horses and gather in one place. Jaeger shouts. Everyone dismounts. Blade quickly gets out of the carriage, pulling Joseph with him. I admire your prudence. But there's no need to panic so much, Joseph says, confused. It's gone, Vaidhin says. This is the first time I've experienced an earthquake. Blade remarks. That wasn't an earthquake, Joseph says. Look over there. Blade looks and is shocked. What happened to the ground over there? That was a giant death worm, Joseph explains, a remnant of a fallen dragon. Blade is astounded. A remnant of a fallen dragon. A smile spreads across his face. That sounds awesome. They arrive at the capital city of the Hanile household in Dermark. You are now completely free here, Joseph tells Blade. You can wander wherever you like. Alone. You can take Goethe with you if you want. See what you want, go where you want. Blade is confused. I can roam freely. Should I? Are you not happy about this? Joseph asks. No, that's not it. I'm very happy. Do you know why I brought you here? Joseph continues. Witnessing an honorable duel is a rare event. I didn't tell you this, but this duel is a team event. Many knights will come from far and wide. Observe them, and figure out what you need to do to move forward. Blade is taken aback, realizing the importance of this trip. Showing something once is better than explaining it 10 times, Joseph thinks. My plan is to make him strong as quickly as possible. I hope that with all these experiences, he will be able to expand his world. Don't get beaten up in some alley, Jaeger says. And we have to spar every evening, so come warmed up. You know I'm not that big of a fool, Blade replies. You've already broken my trust. You can't even ride a horse. Jaeger retorts. As he leaves, he adds, report to me every evening. And if you notice anything amiss, tell me without delay. Okay, I understand, Blade says. After they leave, he thinks, I've got free time after a long while. Let's look around. As he wanders, he thinks, this is much smaller than the budget mansion, and it looks quite old. Don't they maintain it? I heard this place was famous for lemons, but I don't think they have much money. He places a hand on his sword, and the system says, I think. I remember this place. I remember that tree on the hill. Looks like I need to pray after a long time, Blade says. He recalls the system's words. I will give you the sword, and you will give me my memories back. He thinks you're fulfilling your promise, so now it's my turn to fulfill mine. In another scene, Alicia says, Mr. Joseph Budget, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming here to help me. Of course, Joseph replies. I had to come to help the true heir. The blood we share called to me, so how could I not come? Isn't that right, Miss Alicia? Joseph and Lady Alicia are cousins through Lady Alicia's grandmother. The Budget family is fully prepared. Now, the entire decision rests on you. I have already made up my mind, Lady Alicia says. And you say this is all happening according to the Count's will. You're absolutely right, Joseph says. That will only happen if I win the duel. You don't need to worry at all, Joseph assures her. Whenever the sword of Budget is raised, it always promises victory. Later, as Joseph and his knights are leaving, Vane remarks, she was taking us quite lightly. As a matriarch, it's normal for her to speak that way, Jaeger says. It may seem risky, but she was handling herself well. I thought so too, Joseph agrees. She held the upper hand until the very end. Nevertheless, our plan remains the same. The scene shifts to Blade, who has arrived at the tree the system remembered. In front of him are two graves. After a human dies, all that's left are their memories, he thinks. The system says, perhaps that is why humans leave some mark behind before they die. Because if you look at the mark left behind, the memories of that day return. I wish I could have done something like this for my mother, Blade says wistfully. He approaches the graves and begins to clean them. It doesn't look like this has been properly taken care of. Greeting the master is a basic manner. Then the system says, I can't say anything about it. Then Blade says, alright, you can watch it as much as you want because I wanted to see the night before coming here. But I came here for you. The system thanks him for that. Then he kneels and plunges his sword into the ground. After that, for the first time, the system emerges from Blade's body. The system says, looking at this, there are a few things I remember. When I came here, I think this tree was quite small. I don't remember when it was. But when I came here, I came with someone. Then the system looks ahead, a little surprised. Then it says, it seems like the thing in front of me recognizes me. Then Blade says, who are you talking about? I don't see anyone here. Then the system says, can I borrow your body for a while? Then Blade says, alright, if it's for a short time, you can. After that, the system enters Blade's body, and a tremendous aura begins to emanate from his eyes, and his aura intensely surrounds Blade. So guys, let me tell you, what Blade sees the system can also see. So, after the system enters Blade's body, whatever the system sees, Blade can also see. Then Blade looks ahead, surprised, and says, what in the world is that? Then we are shown the tree that was dry a moment ago, now full of green leaves, and on it is a very large white snake spirit. The system says, this is a spirit. Then we are shown the white snake spirit, and it was also looking intently at Blade. Then Blade asks the system, is this really a spirit? It feels like I'm seeing too many strange things lately. It seems to be looking at me. Then the system says, it's looking at me inside you. Then Blade says, it's coming down to me. Then the system says, I don't think it will bite you. Then Blade says, how can you tell? Then the system says, just think about it. It's quite strange and quite large. But even though it's coming closer, I don't feel any danger from it. Instead, I feel a warm feeling, as if spring has suddenly arrived in the winds of this hill. Then suddenly a girl appears, who says, who are you? Due to the sudden appearance of the girl, Blade is surprised, and the system leaves his body. Because of this, the large white snake spirit also disappears. Then the girl comes towards Blade and says, how did you get here? Then she says, only members of the Henel family are allowed here. So how did you get here? Then Blade says, please forgive me. I was looking for a quiet place to pray, and I ended up here. Then Alice says, what did you say? To pray. Then Blade shows his identity token from the church and says, I am not a suspicious person. I am a vassal of Knight Sir Jaeger. Then the girl looks at the token and says, oh, so that's it. So you're not a suspicious person. Then Blade says, thank you for understanding my words. Then the girl stares at Blade, and a silence falls between them. Then Blade looks at her and thinks, I feel like it's rude to stand in front of a nobleman's grave. And the way this girl is looking at me, I feel like she's thinking a lot of wrong things about me. And if this girl tells Sir Joseph, it will be a big problem for me. So I have to do something so that she doesn't tell them anything. Then Blade says, can I help you here? But the girl doesn't understand what he means. Then Blade says, you are a maid here. Didn't I say that correctly, and haven't you come here to clean this grave? But the girl doesn't say anything after hearing his words and is looking at him intently. Then Blade says, actually, I did a little cleaning before you arrived. So why don't you leave this to me? Then the girl says, were you cleaning it? And looks towards the grave. Then Blade says, I felt that greeting the owner of the land is a basic matter, so I cleaned it a bit. Then Blade takes the cleaning bucket from her and says, so, leave this work to me. Then while cleaning, he says, but in return, I want a favor from you. Whatever happened here should remain only between the two of us. If Sir Jaeger finds out about this, he will be very angry with me. Hearing his words, the girl is a little surprised. Then she smiles and turns her head away, saying, all right, I can do that. But only if you clean well. Because of this, Blade gets quite angry and says to himself, girls who are more beautiful are really quite difficult to understand. And he was mumbling to himself in this way, which makes the girl smile. Then we are shown the tree in the sunlight, and beneath it were the two of them, and this scene looked quite beautiful. Then after a while, we are shown a scene where two knights were dueling each other, and Blade was secretly watching them and thinking, this is amazing. Then we are shown the knights, who were fighting fiercely with each other. Seeing this, Blade says to the system, so this is how a duel between knights happens. Then the system says, they really have a lot of strength. Then Blade says, are you talking about Sir Colin? Then the system says, yes, if it were you instead, he would easily cut your bones in half. Then Blade says, he's really strong. So there's no doubt he's called the dirty boy of the Midland. But I think Sir Paolo is even more impressive. Then the system says, yes, you're right, because his shield technique is very good. That's why he easily deflects most attacks. I can't believe this duel is just a warm-up. So how intense will tomorrow's duel be? Then he says to himself, if I want to become a knight, do I also have to be that strong? Then the system says, I mean, Sir Warden is also a knight. Then Blade says, wait, not all knights are the same. Then Blade thinks to himself, I knew nothing about all this when I used to live in the small settlements of Sor. But I'm slowly starting to understand what my place is in this world now. The path ahead of me is very long, and I have to travel it. Then after that, we are shown the scene of the next day, where the duel between the knights was about to take place. Then we are shown Jaeger, who says to Blade, tighten it more. Then Blade says, all right, Sir Jaeger. Then Blade's gaze goes to the side, where Andronil is. Seeing him, Blade thinks, so, this is the man who is trying to usurp his niece's rights. Then Jaeger says, keep your eyes wide open, because it's not every day that you get to see such a magnificent duel between knights. Blade says, all right, Sir Jaeger, to this. Then Jaeger says, besides, I don't know what happened to you yesterday. But you don't need to worry about it. But Blade doesn't understand his words. Then Jaeger says, why are you so surprised? It's clearly written on your face that something happened to you yesterday. Then Blade thinks to himself, to tell you the truth, I was quite surprised to see them. After all, I was secretly observing the skills of those knights, and they were truly fighting each other like monsters. Then Jaeger says, you've just started walking, so you're not ready to run yet. If your goal is big, it means you still have a long way to go. Then Blade closes his eyes and says, all right, you understand. Then suddenly a person shouts, everyone show your respect. Then the door opens, and Lady Alisha and her personal knight enter. Then Blade thinks to himself, so this is the master of the Hennel household. I haven't seen her even once before. And I heard she's quite young. But as she starts to walk forward, Blade breaks out in a sweat looking at her. And Lady Alisha is the same girl Blade met a day earlier, and Blade thought she was a maid. Maid means a servant. Then the system says, add this crime to your list as well, that you insulted a great noble to her face. Then Blade is shocked and thinks, now I'm doomed. It seems no one can save me now. Then she continues to walk forward. And when she comes near Blade, she looks at him sideways, which makes Blade nervous, and he secretly shows his respect. Then Lady Alisha smiles after walking past. Then she goes and sits on her cushion. After she sits down, the priest says, if all the knights fighting in this duel are here, we can proceed. God is watching this place, and whatever happens here, God will witness it. Then Blade thinks, a fight in which everything will be at stake is about to begin. Even if it's honorable, this duel is quite brutal. Then we are told that the blood of nobles is entirely blue. Soldiers' responsibility, duty, and karma are not all red. But Lady Alisha was still not ready to let her blood cool down. This meant that she was not yet ready to take over her position. But due to her father's sudden death, she had to take over. Then Lady Alisha says, wait, that's enough. I surrender. Then we are shown Lady Alisha's personal knight, whose name is Duncan, and he says, gasping, no, it's not over yet. Then the priest says, Sir Duncan, your master has already thrown the handkerchief and conceded defeat. Then the knight who was fighting Duncan says, that was a good fight, Captain. Then Duncan says angrily, do you still think I'm your captain? Then Duncan looks at him, and thinks, I raised him so that he would help the Hennel household in the future. But who knew that in return he would raise his sword against his own master? Then he closes his eyes and says, this is such a shame for me. Then the priest says, this duel has been won by Sir Chad, Mr. Anders' knight. Then the person standing next to Anders says, that was a good start, Mr. Ander. Then Anders says, I already knew it would be like this. Then the priest says, now the next competitors step forward. Then Jaeger and Colin stand opposite each other. Then the priest says, I'll tell you again that using aura is strictly forbidden. And if you or your master surrender, the match will end at that moment. And besides, if anyone gets a serious injury in between, it depends on your ability whether the duel will continue or not. Then Jaeger turns to Blade and gestures to him, look closely, little one, you can't even walk properly, and you're trying to run. But Blade doesn't understand his words, and gets confused. Then Jaeger draws his sword and gestures, "Your class for today will be right here, and your study material for today will be this fat pig from the Central Legion." Then Colin attacks Jaeger with his sword. But Jaeger easily dodges the attack. Then Colin attacks him again. But Jaeger dodges again. Then Jaeger looks at him, as if he's disappointed. Then Colin looks at him angrily, and thinks, "There's only a slight difference between him and me. I'll definitely win against him." Then he launches a powerful attack on him. But Jaeger jumps backward and dodges the attack. Seeing this, Colin thinks, he's a little fast and a little strong too. Then Colin continuously attacks him, and Jaeger keeps dodging the attacks and moving backward. Then Andrew looks at him and says, "As I heard about them, they have amazing strength," and he's slowly tiring him out and pushing him into a corner. Then we are shown Pablo in the background, who is watching the fight intently, and he hears their words and thinks, "What kind of talk is this? Can't these people see the moment that this fight directly wants to say?" I'm sure that whoever has wielded a sword himself would have already felt this. So guys, Pablo has understood that Jaeger is just playing with Colin, and Jaeger is playing with Colin to teach Blade something by showing him this. Then Colin is shown, drenched in sweat, thinking, Why can't I reach him?" Then Jaeger says, "Aren't you giving your full strength?" Then Colin curses him and starts attacking him. But Jaeger comes to him very quickly and brings his sword in front of him. Then the system says, "You should watch this carefully, because this is the time you can learn something by watching." Because of this, Blade also starts watching intently. Then it is shown that Jaeger had made a very quick counter-attack on him. Because of this, his sword flies from one hand. Because of this, he is surprised. But he looks at Jaeger, who was looking at him as before. Because of this, he gets even more angry and starts attacking him with all his might. Then the system says, "This is it. Look how he created a gap." It's very difficult to create a gap while blocking anyone's attack, and you can call it a counter-attack technique. Then we're shown Jaeger taking a stance. And guys, remember this stance. Then Blade says, "Is a counter-attack technique a technique where you follow it by blocking an attack and creating a gap?" Then it is shown that Colin's sword is stuck in the ground, and Colin has also fallen down, in front of whom Jaeger is standing. Then Colin looks at him and thinks, "He's on a completely different level from me. I thought there would only be a slight difference between us, but this is a difference of 1900,000. This is such a high level that I don't think I can ever cross it." Then he also bows his head and concedes defeat. Then seeing him surrender, Lady Alisha also breathes a sigh of relief. Then the priest also says, "Sir Jaeger wins this match on behalf of Miss Alisha." Then we are shown Ender and his cronies, who were talking and laughing cheerfully a little while ago. After this defeat, their faces have fallen. Then Jaeger starts to leave and stops near Blade. Then he says, "Did you see it carefully?" Then Blade also says with full confidence, "Yes, I saw it carefully." Then after that, to start the last duel, both opponents are made to stand in front of each other. Then Pablo says, "I am Pablo of Unstain." But the other opponent says, "Why are you being so formal? We both already know each other, so there's no need for this." Then Pablo says angrily, "I am Pablo of Unstain." Then his opponent also introduces himself and says, "I am Jabet of Saja." Then the system says, Alisha has presented her good hands. We saw Pablo and Colin's strength. But Jabet can easily cut Pablo's attack. Then Jabet suddenly looks at Lady Alisha. Seeing this, Lady Alisha also doesn't understand anything. Then he comes near Lady Alisha and bows. Seeing this, Joseph also doesn't understand anything. Then he thinks, why is he suddenly acting like he's about to leave? Then Jabet says, "I, Jabet of the Saja family, withdraw myself from this duel." Hearing his words, Lady Alisha is very surprised, and along with her, Jaeger, Blade, and Duncan are also surprised. But because of this, Joseph gets angry. Then Andrinal comes and claps, saying, "What? Withdraw all? If that's the case, then the duel is over. Didn't I say that correctly?" And hearing his words, Joseph gets very angry and thinks, this means he had 4 people in his hands from the beginning. Then Andrew says, "This means God has also acknowledged me, so I am the only Henel here." Then Joseph says, "Wait, it's not over yet." Then Andrew says, "Alisha's knight has already withdrawn from the duel. I understand your feelings well, Mr. Joseph, but the duel is over." Then Joseph says, "The duel will not end until I am convinced." Then Joseph says angrily, "Budget has no intention of easily accepting the outcome you have already chosen." Then one of Andrew's cronies says, "Mr. Andrew, you should at least listen to what he wants to say. Mr. Joseph has come as a representative of the North, and our knights are subjects of the center. If there is even a slight mistake because of this, There can be a conflict between the north and the center. Then Andrew says, alright, so tell me what you want to say. Then Joseph thinks to himself, the best case scenario is now over. So we have to avoid the worst case scenario. If that's the case, then I want to lose gracefully, and that will be the best result for now. Then we can proceed with the future plan. Then Joseph says, alright, allow this duel. We cannot let Miss Alicia's reputation be ruined like this. Then Andrew says, so do you have someone who can stand in place of Sir Jubet? If you can do that, I will accept your request. Then Andrew smiles and thinks, Duncan is the only knight Alicia has, and according to the rules, no guest can bring too many knights with them. So there's no question of a duel happening here. Then Joseph says, alright, I'm ready for this. I have someone who can duel. Hearing his words, Andrew is quite surprised. Then Joseph says, I, Joseph of the Baget household, wish to call a mighty warrior for Miss Alicia's honor. Then Joseph points his finger towards Blade and says, I want to call Blade of Sword to fight in this duel. Then Andrew shouts, but he's not even a knight, so he's not even fit to fight. Then Joseph says, this duel is for honor. So anyone who can wield a sword can join it. Then Andrew says, but his opponent is a knight, and sending a vassal to fight against a knight is an insult to that knight. Then Joseph shouts angrily, and what about you people? Did you even think about the honor of the Baget household before doing this? How dare you play such a trick with the Baget household? Hearing his words, Andrew also becomes silent and has nothing to say. Joseph says, I am ready to vouch for my reputation. Vouching means guaranteeing. Then Andrew says, alright, if that's what you want, then fine. Then he thinks to himself, what can a mere vassal do against a knight anyway? Then we are shown Jaeger tightening Blade's armor. Then Blade says, do I really have to fight in this duel against a knight? Then Jaeger says, yes, you have to do it. Then Blade says, I won't die in this. Will I? Then Jaeger says, if something really bad is about to happen, I'll step in and stop it before that. Then Blade says, even if nothing too bad happens, something bad will definitely happen. And Jaeger also has no answer to this. Then Blade looks at him and thinks, why aren't you saying anything? Then Joseph calls out to Blade, and Blade also looks at him. Then Joseph comes to Blade and hugs him, which surprises Blade quite a bit. Then Blade says nervously, Sir Joseph, you don't need to do this at all. Then Joseph says, you have to hold on for 10 minutes. My second plan has already started, and I have already given the order to one, so you have to hold it for some time. Then Blade says, will 10 minutes be enough? Then Joseph says, the longer you can hold on, the better. Then Blade says, alright, you understand. I'll try my best to hold him off. Then Joseph says, alright, be a little careful. Then Blade says, alright, Sir Joseph. Then Blade goes and stands in front of Lady Alicia and greets her, asking for permission. Lady Alicia nods her head and gives permission. But it was clear from her face that she had no expectations from Blade and had already conceded defeat. Then we are shown Blade and in front of him is Knight Pablo, who are ready to duel each other. Then Blade says, I am Blade of Sword. Then Pablo looks at him intently and throws his shield to the ground. Then Pablo says angrily, you are not worthy of hearing my name. The moment an unworthy child like you entered this duel ceased to be about honor. Then Blade thinks, what did he say, unworthy? I hate this word so much. Why do people like you always want to see beautiful and shiny things? I am probably from a place that is probably quite worthless. What is it that is holding me back? But I have no intention of remaining nothing until the very end. Then Blade says to Pablo, what is it that makes you different from me? Then Pablo says, indeed, the standards of Baget have fallen quite a bit. Because of this, Blade gets angry. Then Pablo says, ignore the rules of the duel and throw everything you have into fighting against me. Fight me with all your strength. Then drawing his sword, he says, I want to end this right here at the root. Because of this, Blade gets very angry, and he rushes forward very quickly to attack Pablo. Then we are told that today a boy is capable of shining. Then Blade attacks Pablo, but Pablo sees that his sword was trembling. Then Pablo deflects his sword. Because of this, Blade is pushed backward. Then it is further told that because this is the first time in his life that he has raised his sword not for himself, but for someone else. Then Blade rushes forward to attack Pablo. Then the system says, attack his left side where he holds the shield. Then Blade continuously attacks Pablo. And Pablo was deflecting his attacks. Then the system says, habits are scary. Here the system meant that Pablo is used to using a shield. But he is not using it, so it can become his weakness. Seeing him, one of Anders' cronies says it seems he's quite fast. It doesn't seem like he's just an ordinary child. Then Blade comes near him, and attacks again, and Pablo blocks it and thinks he's completely natural. He's attacking me with such anger, as if he's a hungry wolf. Then Pablo says, "You really have a very good fighting spirit." But then Blade suddenly gets very surprised, because Pablo had made a powerful strike on him. But he looks ahead, surprised, because Blade had blocked his attack, and he was trembling while blocking that attack. Then Pablo further says, "You haven't reached there yet." Then Blade blocks his sword, and thinks, "I feel like I'm being hit with stones." Then Pablo raises his sword and says, "So, do your tricks and here." Then he attacks Blade, which Blade was also having a lot of difficulty blocking. Then the system tells Blade, "Don't try to block it directly. Try to deflect it." Then Pablo makes a powerful attack on him. To avoid this, Blade puts his sword forward, but its force was so great that he is thrown backward, and hits the wall. Then he falls down and kneels. Then Pablo was coming towards him, and Blade tries to stand up with the support of his sword. But Pablo already reaches him and says, "That was impressive. This is quite fast. Even though you are a child, you are still able to stop me." Then Pablo raises his sword and says, "It's a great shame that we are meeting each other in this place. So you must come and meet me later." Then it is shown that Pablo attacks Blade. Then the system says, "You really worked quite hard." But Blade deflects Pablo's attack with his sword. Then Jaeger and Joseph are shown. They are surprised. And Jaeger had even gripped his sword to stop it. And seeing him, Andrew Long, and along with them Lady Alicia, are also surprised. And seeing this, Pablo is also quite surprised. Then it is shown that Blade is standing in the same stance that Jaeger was standing a little while ago. Then Pablo looks at him and thinks, "This is a counter-attack technique, and this is Jaeger's counter-attack technique." Then it is shown that Blade stands up, and Pablo and Blade stand opposite each other. Then one of Andrew's cronies says, "Does it even make any sense that an ordinary vassal blocked a knight's sword attack? It seems like this must be just a coincidence." But it was clear from their faces that they also could not digest this fact. Then Andrew says, "Look at his condition." Looking at him, it doesn't seem like he can even hold a sword properly, and Blade's condition was really bad, and he was panting heavily. Hearing their words, Pablo thinks, "What did he say? Coincidence? That's impossible. He faced my sword directly. Even though I myself can't accept this, but it's true." Then after that, Blade says, "Why?" Hearing this, Pablo doesn't understand anything. Then Blade says, "Why only you people?" Seeing this, Pablo thinks, is he not in his senses? Then Blade further says, "After all, I can also be there." Then Pablo looks at him and thinks, "Wait, no, that can't be. Is he lost in his own memories?" Then we are shown his old memories where he was standing outside the blacksmith shop and looking at that sword. Then we are told about a boy who was not worthy of it at all. He always wanted to shine. He wanted to have many abilities, and he also hoped for an opportunity. He also has a dream that he can deserve everything. Then Blade turns backward. Then it is further told that he also wants to go to those shining places. Then we are shown the present scene where Blade regains consciousness and says, "I also want to go there." Then Pablo looks at him and thinks, a flower is trying to bloom. Then he thinks, surprised, such a wonderful flower that no one could see. Then Blade grabs his sword and starts attacking him. Seeing this, Andrew and his cronies are very surprised. Then they say, "What is going on here?" Then Blade is shown with a lot of blood flowing from his hands. But even then, he doesn't stop. Then Jaeger is shown, who thinks, surprised, "I never thought he would show something like this. I was just demonstrating to him that one should be loyal to the basics." Then it is shown that they are fighting, and Pablo looks at him and thinks, "I really can't believe this." But he has already learned to use it. The sharpness of the sword is now gone, and in its place, his unshakable willpower has taken over. It's truly amazing. I just want to know where his will wants to take him. Then we are shown Blade's blood-stained hands still not stopping. Seeing this, Pablo is surprised and thinks, is his sword crying? No, that's not it. He's trying to play now. If that's the case, then I should also fulfill a knight's duty well. Then he makes a powerful attack on him. So come on, block it and take it out. This is about your world that is ready to play now. Then Andrew and his cronies are shown, who look ahead, very surprised, and say, "What in the world is going on?" Then it is shown that aura has started emanating from Blade's sword, and seeing this, Jubette and Colin are also quite surprised, and they say, "This is an omen." Seeing this, Jaeger is also quite surprised. Guys, you can assume that omen means the appearance of symptoms before someone's aura is released for the first time. Then Pablo shouts, "Quickly give me my shield." A person brings the shield over, and Pavlo grabs it. He strikes his sword against his shield and declares, "I am Pavlo of Anston. You are the boy who is worthy of this. Tell me your name." But Dion begins to lose consciousness again. Seeing this, Pavlo thinks, so that's how it is. This boy was born in a wretched place that was never worthy of him. We are shown his memories again, this time of Dion's footprints outside the blacksmith shop. But the sword is no longer there. The footprints continue, passing the rose moss and moving forward. But he slowly made his way to that shining place. A voice narrates, as we see him pass through the darkness and reach the light, standing in the place he had always wanted to go. Pavlo continues, "You have proven that you are worthy." Dion gazes at the radiant place, and the color of his eyes changes. This signifies that Dion has greeted his own world, and once someone achieves this, they can use aura. Releasing a tremendous aura, Dion declares, "I am Dion of Swor." His sword glows, enveloped in aura, and the light becomes so intense that it blinds everyone present. Pavlo activates his own world and yells, "Then come and face me, Dion of Swor." Dion charges forward to attack. Both are shown releasing immense auras as they clash. Later, Dion lies unconscious on the ground. Pavlo smiles at him. "Child, you have truly done something amazing." But from the side, Anders shouts, "Aura! He used aura. The use of aura is strictly forbidden in a duel. Therefore, this boy is disqualified." Pavlo glares at him, thinking, what a fool. Can he not see the beautiful flower that has bloomed before him? It seems he can only see his own loss. Just then, Joseph and Jaikar approach Pavlo. Joseph says, "Sir Pavlo, thank you for fulfilling the duty of a knight." "I have only done my duty," Pavlo replies. "And this moment was a great honor for me as well." Joseph approaches the priest and asks, "Was that aura?" The priest confirms, "Yes, it was definitely aura." Joseph then poses a question that startles the priest, between the rules of the duel and the Swordmaster's Code, which holds more weight. The narrative explains the Swordmaster's Code. It is a code tied to a prestigious title held by only one person in the history of mankind, the Swordmaster. Joseph elaborates, the Swordmaster's Code is an honor and a duty, linked to royal authority. Here, the duel's rules and the Swordmaster's Code are intertwined. Does honor come first or duty? No one can say for sure. I believe we must report this to the Holy See and the Crown. Andrew becomes enraged and shocked by this. Until they reach a proper decision, the outcome of this duel will be postponed. The narrator explains that all young and fragile things in this world have the right to bloom properly. Potential is beautiful, and the young people who can express it in their world are precious and must be protected. The founding king and first sword master, Frieren, is quoted, "All who embrace the sword of honor take an oath in my name to fulfill your duty. As founding king and a sword master, I, Frieren, declare my first code." The next day, Dion is unconscious in bed. When he wakes up, he murmurs, "Goth, water." A glass of water is poured for him. Dion groans, "Every bone in my body is aching." "Here is your water," a voice says. Dion is startled to see it's not Goth, but Joseph. "Sir Joseph, what are you doing here?" "I'm glad to see you've recovered quickly," Joseph says. "I apologize for the trouble," Dion says. "There's no need for that. You should rest. Is there any place that hurts in particular?" "No, not really." "Thank you," Joseph says. "I never imagined you could do so much. Because of you, the duel has been postponed." "What do you mean, postponed?" Dion asks. "The result has been put on hold. The situation became complicated because the rules of the duel and the Swordmaster's Code clash." Dion thinks to himself, the Swordmaster's Code. The system told me about this once. Joseph explains, to become a knight, you must take an oath on the Swordmaster's Code. If things go well, you too will become a knight one day, and take that oath. Dion is stunned, imagining himself as a knight. Joseph stands to leave. "I expect you to take good care of yourself. Staying here any longer could be problematic for us. You understand, don't you?" "Yes, I understand," Dion replies. "I can still walk." "No, that won't be necessary," Joseph insists. "I am the kind of person who cherishes things that are worthy." Elsewhere, Lady Elisha asks about her guests. Her personal knight, Dukin, informs her, the guests are leaving one by one. "This is so frustrating," Elisha says. "I couldn't even give them a proper warning." Has Andrew left as well? "His departure has been delayed," Dukin replies. "I have asked the church for personal protection for the priest. I can't believe it. The people who tried so hard to push me down are leaving so easily. It feels as if my heart has been twisted." "There is still time," Dukin assures her. "In these turbulent times, you must be tough. The most important thing now is to gain full control over Dermer. Yes, I know that, Alicia says. How is the lemon harvest progressing? Not well at all. If production continues to fall, shouldn't we switch to another crop? Perhaps we should wait and see. Suddenly changing the industrial structure is not a decision we can make lightly. You're right, Alicia concedes. At this point, it's a difficult choice. It feels like we've overcome a mountain of trials, only to face another. She looks out, and is surprised by a sight. Most knights know how to ride a horse, correct? Yes, that's right, Dukan says. If they cannot ride a horse, they cannot call themselves a knight. It is as essential as the sword you carry. Alicia smiles. It seems the god did not give you everything after all. Confused, Dugan follows her gaze out the window. He sees Jaikar trying to teach Dion how to ride a horse, but Dion keeps falling off. Jaikar looks pained. I can feel Sir Jaikar's inner suffering, Dukan remarks. Dion tries to get up, clutching his back in pain. Jaikar scolds him. Didn't you say you could ride an expensive horse? I think this one needs to be more expensive, Dion retorts. Jaikar, angered, punches him on the head. You brat, think before you speak. Holding his head, Dion protests. But I really did manage to get on a horse last time. Gada chimes in. Sir Jaikar, he is telling the truth. I was riding the horse, and he was then because the serious problem. I thought I could teach him myself. But the issue isn't with Dion, it's with the horses. Even my own horse is scared of him, as if there's something inside him that frightens them. That's enough for today, Jaikar announces. So, will we practice again tomorrow? Dion asks. No, we'll skip tomorrow. Then when will I learn to ride? Let's delay it for now, Jaikar says. I've been hearing that a lot since I came here, Dion mutters. Do you have a problem with that? Yes, a small one. This problem cannot be solved so quickly, Jaikar says dismissively. First, we will return to Isterma. We'll think about it again when we get there. I have something I must do today. He then walks away. Gada says to Dion, why do horses seem to hate you? It gets worse every day. Maybe even the most expensive horse won't work, Dion sighs. How about riding a cow? Gada suggests. Many people ride other animals. You're talking nonsense. You should think before you speak. You should look at yourself first, Gada retorts. If you're seen in a carriage again, I'm sure Sir Jaikar will love it. I should go now and return this gentleman to his stable. Dion wonders, what is the problem? The system chimes in. It might be that you move too fast, and animals are very sensitive. So what should I do? Dion asks. First, you need to learn to control your momentum. This is one of the things that your mental world controls. If you can use your aura well, you can also control your momentum. But I can't even bring it out when I want to, and the aura disappears on its own. That's natural, the system replies. You can only train and master it in real battle. Remember Jaikar's words, you can't run before you can walk. Alright, Dion says. He said we will return to Disterma after the farewell ceremony tomorrow. I should visit that place one last time. He looks towards the tree of the snake spirit. Elsewhere, Zubet thinks to himself, I failed my mission. But I'm sure my lord will understand once he hears about the situation. You can't blame the sea for creating a way. Who would have thought such an unfortunate accident would happen? The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. That ordinary vessel. As he walks, a sword suddenly appears at his throat. It is Jaikar's. That's a rather aggressive hello, Jupit says calmly. There's no need to go this far. If it's you, then I can go this far, Jaikar replies. How long have you been waiting for me? Don't you have anything better to do? Today is my day off. Don't you feel like your holiday has been wasted? During this holiday, I should take care of my previous work, Jaikar says, his voice cold. I understand you're angry, but I had no other choice, Jupit says. What a coincidence, Jaikar retorts. I have no other choice either. How sad. Our jobs are the same. I thought you would understand me. So tell me, Jaikar presses, if your master told you to bark, would you bark? The atmosphere grows tense. Zubit stops Jaikar's blade by gathering aura in his finger. Zubit smiles. I think that's enough for a warning. People call us swordsmen, but that's not true. You're a dog just like me, who only bites when his master commands. If you're done barking, you can enjoy your day off. Or are you trying to declare war against the Sasa family with all this bloodlust? Before he can finish, Jaikar lands a powerful punch on his face, sending him crashing into a wall. Weapons hanging on the wall fall on top of him. Jaikar, releasing his aura, says angrily, my lord is very kind. He won't be too angry with me for a little biting. He won't be so lucky this time, 2-bit costs. This is enough. What if someone is around? Jaikar ignores him and punches him hard in the stomach. Subit collapses, coughing violently. Our work is the same, Jaikar says. So I'm sure you understand me. Right? Honestly. This is enough, Dubet gasps. I hope we meet again, Jaikar says menacingly, because I haven't yet collected the full price for the insults you paid my lord. Getting to his feet, Dubet says, whether we meet today or tomorrow, the empire is slowly breaking apart. This is not a time when people can come together by their own will. As he leaves, he adds, well then, see you soon. Jaikar watches him go and thinks, he's right. The time is coming. A time when swords will be needed more than ever before. Later, Dion stands beneath the withered tree and says to the system, it looks like an old friend of yours is trying to talk to you. To be honest, I don't believe that Snake recognized me. I was quite surprised myself, the system replies. Dion plants his sword in the ground. Alright. We need to do this quickly before Miss Elisha arrives. He gives control of his body to the system, which activates its world. As he looks up, the white snake spirit is right in front of him. Dion gets a little scared. This is your friend. Right? I hope so, the system says. The white snake spirit approaches and circles him. It's probably happy to see you, and is greeting you. Am I right? Dion asks. It should be, the system replies. The snake spirit stares at Dion, then wags its tail and smiles. Why is it suddenly doing that? Dion wonders. Don't even try to understand a spirit. The system advises. They are another form of this world. It's clear that the weak soul of a mortal like you cannot comprehend everything that happens in this world. The snake lets out a loud roar, and particles of energy emanate from it. The grass on the ground, and the tree itself begin to glow with the same energy. Dion is astonished. It's so warm, he thinks, as the energy particles swirl around him. What is this? This is truly surprising, the system says. I never thought I would see the forgotten enigma here. This is actually a spirit blessing. The next day, they are all ready to return to Isterma. Lady Elisha says, I am truly ashamed to see you all leave like this. I wanted to hold a grand banquet for you. Dear thought, Hizana, Yusuf says. Now is the time to mend the rift within the Hinnell family, don't you think? Thank you, Mr. Joseph, Elisha says. Well then, we will be on our way, Joseph says with a bow. Please wait a moment, Tukin interrupts. Vassal of Budget and Blade of Swore, please step forward. Dion is confused but steps forward at Joseph's urging. It seems they had the ceremony prepared in advance, Jikar thinks. It appears so, Joseph thinks. But I had already requested that the farewell ceremony be as simple as possible. Dukin asks them to kneel, and Dion complies. Lady Elisha says, I am truly grateful to you, Blade of Swore. If you hadn't been here, I wouldn't be standing here now. You protected our honor, and shone like a light against the deception in this duel. No amount of gratitude we show you would be enough. She holds out her handkerchief. Although you are not a knight, I wish to bestow my name upon you, a person more honorable than any knight. Joseph thinks, just as I thought. That woman is very clever. She wants to build a relationship with the Budget household through a common prospect like Dion. She is looking out for her own interests while showing gratitude. Dion looks at the handkerchief, thinking, this seems very valuable. Should I just take it? He remembers Jaikar's earlier advice, if a noble gives you anything, you should take it. It's basic manners. Don't you even know that? He also recalled being scolded for refusing peanuts from Sir Roti. After a moment of thought, he thanks Lady Elisha, and takes the handkerchief directly from her hand. Everyone present stares, their mouths agape. Jaikar puts his hand on his head in despair. Joseph thinks, it never crossed my mind that he grew up in the small village of Swore. He knows nothing about the world of nobles. Dukin stammers in panic, that's not the right way. You don't do it like that. The narrative explains that a lady gives her handkerchief as a symbol of honor in two ways, either tied to the end of a sword, which signifies honor, or handed from hand to hand, which signifies love. A romantic moment hangs in the air. Lady Elisha blushes, looking at Dion, but he has no idea what is happening. Everyone else looks on, shocked and troubled. I will make sure to use this well, Dion says, thinking to himself, why is everyone looking at me so strangely? A short while later, they depart from Dermar. In the carriage, Joseph says, I haven't been this troubled in a long time. But it's my fault as well. I suppose a talented person in my possession won't have to worry about his future. I'm sorry, Dion says nervously. Jakar shouts at him. The next time you take anything from a noble, look at me before you do. Do you understand? Yes, he understand. I'll be careful next time. Besides that, congratulations, Joseph says. What do you mean? From now on, you are a person who has received the honor of the high-ranking noble, Lady Alicia. You have now reached the rank of an honorary knight. Dion is stunned. I'm an honorary knight. Wherever her name is known, you will be treated as a knight. Joseph explains. Dion thinks, I'll be treated like a knight. But this is limited only to Dermer, as she has only just become a baroness. So I'm an honorary knight for now, Dion muses. That makes sense. There's no way I could become a real knight so easily. Even though you made a mistake in accepting it, never lose it. Joseph warns. That is not an ordinary handkerchief, but Alicia's honor. What if I lose it by mistake? You will have to take responsibility for it yourself, since you accepted it from Alicia with your own 2 hands. Dion thinks nervously. I can tell from his eyes that not even Sir Joseph could handle that situation. No matter what, they absolutely cannot lose this. Joseph takes out a letter. Although it didn't end as I had hoped, thanks to you, I won't be needing this anymore. Is that a promissory note? Dion asks. You are correct. It is a certificate stating that Alicia has borrowed 10,000 gold from us. 10,000 gold. It was the only way we could secure her soldiers if she lost the duel. If she lost her status, Alicia would have had to surrender herself, and this was the only way we could have saved her from Enter. In reality, she didn't borrow anything from us. Is there a reason you took this from Miss Alicia? If they lost the duel, they would have lost their right of succession. A single reason is like a spark in the ashes, Joseph says cryptically. If it collides with the wind, it is enough to ignite a fire again. If Alicia were under the protection of budget, Andrew would not be able to do anything. On the contrary, the pressure would have remained on him. SC, Dion thinks. I think I'm beginning to understand how nobles live their lives in search of justification. Suddenly, Dion hears a strange noise from behind and turns to look. Is something wrong? Joseph asks. I hear a strange sound coming from the western forest, Dion says. From the forest, knights on horseback appear, riding at great speed directly towards the carriage. Dion, thinking they are bandits, starts to draw his sword. Joseph stops him. Put it away. There's no need. I made preparations for this before the duel even started. The knights stop before the carriage and kneel before Joseph. They are knights of the budget household. Their captain places a blood-stained bag on the ground. Sir Joseph, it took me some time to bring the fair price. Is that so? I didn't ask for anything different, Joseph says. You did a good job. You may stand. The captain stands and looks at Dion. So this is him. The vessel who received Lady Alicia's honor with his own hands. The news has spread throughout the region. Indeed, Joseph replies. You can teach him proper manners later. The captain stares at Dion, who starts to sweat nervously. I can feel his aura, Dion thinks. He's no ordinary knight. I can clearly smell the scent of danger from him, just like I used to in the small village of Swar. My instincts are telling me that he is very dangerous. If you are going to Isterma, you can come with us, Joseph offers the captain. No, we cannot. We must return quickly, he declines. That's a pity. But thank you for doing my work. As the hidden sword of budget, I am only loyal to my duty. Did he call himself the hidden sword of budget? Dion wonders. Who are these people, and what is in that black bag? Joseph, sensing Dion's curiosity, asks, Are you curious about what's inside? Yes, a little. The world of nobles is very dangerous, Joseph says. It is cold, brutal, and no one is forgiven. The scene shows that inside the blood-soaked bag is Andrew's severed head. Later, at the budget household, Rodmas reports. A group of pilgrims is passing through Isterma. Should we greet them? The patriarch asks. It doesn't seem like they want that. They will quietly see the dragon's traces and leave. The patriarch thinks. The voice of gods that wants for nothing. It has been a long time since I've seen such a group of honest pilgrims. Wouldn't it be right to look after them without their knowledge? I knew you would say that, Rodmas replies. It is because that group of pilgrims deserves it. If that's the case, I will make the preparations. Furthermore, the patriarch adds, my second son and Dion. Have heard they did remarkable work this time. You heard correctly. There were words in the report that made even an old man's heart like mine beat faster. The patriarch muses. The first code of the swordmaster. It brings back old memories. It's been a long time since I've heard those words. Elite education is selected for them from the very beginning, so a diamond in the rough is managed with great care. For a situation to become so extreme as to require the use of the sword master's first code is very rare. It must have been a rare sight to see a knight raised so well. If you had been there, you would have loved it, Rodma says. Not just me, but others would have liked it too. Thinking about it reminds me of the golden generation of budget. If that's the case, the old generation will bring gifts for the new generation. I am sure Joseph will like that, Rodma says. The patriarch thinks he was gasping for his last breath, so I thought he had given up. But he crawled through the mud and brought back something truly shining. I will have to think carefully about this, because in the end, I am the one who can choose only one of the two. In the cafeteria, people are talking about Dion. He's back from completing his mission. I heard he even dueled with a knight. I heard he even created his own world. The very idea is preposterous, someone comments, that a lowlife from such a remote, small village could ever use aura. This fact, however, made the speaker slightly nervous. Just then, the gate opens, and Blade enters, announcing that he is quite hungry, and hasn't been there for a month. Blade becomes confused as he looks at the others, who are all eating silently and peacefully. We are told that it no longer matters whether they come from a family of high or low status, or if the status gap is small or large. The children's fight is now over, brought to an end by the appearance of a single person who forged his own world. A little later, Blade is shown eating a sausage and complaining that he has trouble eating. Pada says it will probably be like this for a while, because everyone knows what happened in Dermerkeep. Blade comments on how fast news travels. Pada then asks what Blade would like to do during his vacation. Confused, Blade asks, "Vacation?" Pada explains that they get 2 vacations a year, and all the vassals are getting one this week. Blade asks if he gets a vacation, noting he's not from a noble family, and has no place to go. Overjoyed, Pada asks, "Then would you like to come to my house? My father wants to officially invite you anyway. I've never made a friend before, as you can see." Blade responds, "So you don't have a good track record either." Seeing Blade's hesitation, Pada emphasizes his family's excellent hospitality and promises an unlimited supply of roasted meat. Pada mentions he heard Blade was looking for a horse. "We can look for a horse for you there," Pada says. "I remember hearing about some horses whose bloodline is even better than the legendary Serdugar's horse." Blade's eyes shine and he rushes to Pada, asking, "Are you absolutely sure about this? If that's the case, I'll definitely ask for a vacation, no matter what." A little later, Jaeger is training with Blade. Blade is fighting in an unfamiliar way, which confuses Jaeger. Jaeger attacks and asks, "Where is your focus? You need to concentrate." Blade ignores him. Jaeger gets angry and lands a powerful strike with his wooden sword, forcing Blade to fall to his knees. Jaeger scolds him. "I'm sure I told you not to try things that aren't meant to be. Do you think you've become a big shot just because you dueled a knight in Dermer? Am I a joke to you that you don't care about my words?" Blade looks into Jaeger's angry eyes and is startled. He stands up and apologizes. Jaeger says, "Don't ever come here if you feel forced, and don't look for me if you think you can do this without me. Today's training ends here. You may go." Blade replies, "Understood, sire," and starts to leave. Jaeger thinks to himself, what he has achieved so far is brilliant and admirable, but it is nothing more than sand on the seashore, something that can be washed away by a big wave at any time. How precarious. A little later, the system tells Blade, he is absolutely right. You should start with the basics. If I were him, I would do the same. Blade replies, "I was just trying to manifest it one more time." The system explains, not all knights can use aura, but that doesn't mean that the knights who don't know how to use it are of a lower level. Aura is just the manifestation of your own higher potential ability. Don't forget that you haven't been wielding a sword for a long time. Even a magnificent flower needs hard work to bloom. He's not the type of person who would get angry if you weren't worth it. So, think about Sir Jaeger's words again. Blade lets out a light sigh and says, "Alright." He thinks to himself that he's gotten used to being scolded, but recalling the look of disappointment in Jaeger's eyes hurts more than being hit by the wooden sword. The system then asks, "But in the end, you couldn't say anything about the vacation." Blade is surprised. "Oh, right, the vacation. I forgot about it." He muses, "But what's the point of taking a vacation right now? I feel like I should swing my sword tonight until I stop thinking about anything else." The scene cuts to Blade practicing his sword swing outside Vist's house. He delivers a powerful strike, leaving a mark on the ground, and begins to pant. The system says, "That's enough for today." Blade asks, "So soon?" The system warns, "You've reached your limit for today. If you train too much, you'll exhaust yourself, and if you get injured while practicing, all your hard work so far will be wasted." Blade agrees. He looks at the moon and thinks, yes, that's right. I finally managed to hold the shining thing as sword in my hands. Jaeger is watching Blade train from a distance. Jaeger sees him looking at the moon, and looks at it himself, thinking, you're just like a wolf that chases the moon. The scene then shifts to the Count Rabonama's territory in Tranova, where the castle is engulfed in flames and screams echo everywhere. Inside the burning castle, several dead knights are visible, and one injured knight is propped against a pillar. A voice says, I was wondering where you were. The person approaches the knight, saying, you truly did your best on your final mission. The injured knight says, you finally came, Godin. This is Godin, Blade's archenemy. The knight continues, first comes your lord's order, and second, your honor. I'm sure you don't blindly follow just any order. Count Gatter's knights were not like this before. Godin replies, that's why all of them died. The knight says, Godin, your light will also be extinguished one day. Go tell your Count Gatter that I will wait for him in hell. Godin responds, absolutely, and kills the knight with his sword. The next day, Blade asks, vacation. Joseph confirms, you heard right. You have received an invitation from the House of Canaan. Blade asks, but how did you know? Joseph replies, rumors travel fast. Grigory's vassal told everyone in his excitement. Blade understands how Joseph learned about it. Joseph says, I was already considering giving you some time off. Now that you have a place you want to go, I have no reason to stop you. Blade thanks Sir Joseph. He looks toward Jaeger, who completely ignores him. Joseph smiles, thinking that something must have happened between the two, but decides to respect their relationship. Blade is uncomfortable, wondering if he should just greet Jaeger and leave. Jaeger says, even if it is a vacation, a knight should never abandon his sword. Blade replies, understood, Sir Jaeger. Jaeger says, if you miss one day of training, you will know. If you miss a week of training, others will know. Jaeger thinks to himself, I know he's not the type to skip his training, but I'm saying this to keep him under control and ensure he doesn't lose his way. Jaeger then says, all right, we will continue our training when you return. Blade is delighted and says, understood, Sir Jaeger. Joseph adds, don't get your hopes up too much about the horse. Given your problem, I don't think the House of Canaan can help you much. Joseph advises, you just need to find out the extent to which the horses reject you, and the reason why the one that rejects you the least does so. Blade agrees. Joseph tells him not to bring back any gifts. Blade says he'll take good care of the advice but thinks Joseph is hinting that he wants a gift, remembering how much Joseph enjoyed the berries Pai gave him, which were the piece of meat Blade took from Pato on the day he was beaten. Blade leaves. In the silent room, Jaeger says, ask Canaan. Jaeger says, if things go well, the two of them will surely meet. Joseph comments, it's possible they are quite different. Jaeger asks, so, won't they try to claim him? Joseph replies, he's the kind of person who asks directly for what he wants. But I have no intention of giving Blade to them. A little later, Blade is shown looking slightly troubled while some people are preparing him. He thinks to himself, why am I here again? Oksana is there and says, this color suits you quite well and you look good in leather armor. Besides, your body is much better than before. It doesn't matter what I dress you in, you look good in all clothes. Blade says, thank you, Miss Oksana, shyly. Oksana says he's going to the House of Canaan for vacation, right? She explains, when someone invites you to their home, you should go well dressed. It's a courtesy so that your parents aren't criticized. She moves closer to Blade and says, so I don't want anyone to criticize me, understood. Blade is quite surprised, as Oksana is clearly looking at Blade like her own child. Blade says, understood. Miss Oksana, shyly. Oksana says, after this vacation, I will bring you a tutor. Accepting a lady's honor with your own hands, that mistake is enough for one time. Didn't I say that right? Hearing this, Blade apologizes. Oksana says, considering your position as a knight, you are an honorary knight. Therefore, you should behave accordingly. Blade replies, understood. I will keep that in mind. Oksana calls her maid for a basket containing lemons. She says Joseph brought these last time, and it is impolite to go to someone's house empty-handed. Blade thanks her for thinking so much about him. Oksana tells him to enjoy his good break and return safely. Blade leaves. He looks at his reflection in the window and thinks to himself, I feel like I'm out of place. I feel like I'm wearing clothes that don't suit me at all. He remembers Jamuna, who is now in the convent church. He wonders what she is doing, speculating, I'm sure you must be wearing clothes there that don't suit you at all, just like me. The scene cuts to a convent church. Some girls are gossiping. A vassal from Vest House is making quite a name for himself. He even used aura and dermer key. I heard he's quite handsome, with golden hair and blue eyes. Jamina, who is mopping the floor, stops for a moment. The girls continue, using aura at such a young age. He might even be a noble, and could soon become a knight of the North Ignite. Jamina thinks to herself, this absolutely cannot be Blade. It's impossible for him to achieve so much so quickly. I would be happy enough if he was just healthy and well. The girls notice Jamina isn't mopping and scold her. Hey, red-haired girl, what's wrong with you? Why aren't your hands working? How dare you slack off when you don't even deserve to be here? It seems like you can't pay the price even if you work here your whole life. Hurry up and mop, because you have to clean the plates next, or you'll be scolded by the Mother Superior. You have no place and no people to go to, so you should get used to these chores. We are leaving now. Make sure all this work is finished before lunch. They leave. Jamina thinks, it was a good thing I learned a good smile at Rose Smile, her village name. She recalls a past scene where the Mother Superior said the convent is one of the places closest to God and would never accept a girl from a vulgar place like Ao. Marcella shouts, that's not how it is. These girls are all virgins. You can have the wish check if you want. The Mother Superior replies, even so, we can't suddenly accept them. Marcella screams, but why can't you? I've been paying Jacob for a long time. That money is enough to feed these children for over 10 years. The Mother Superior has no answer. Jamina asks Marcella, but what will you do? Marcella tells her to worry about herself and tells the girls to quickly go inside. The Mother Superior says, they can go, but you can't. Marcella replies, I already expected this. Please take good care of these children. They are quite good at working. Just then, the people who were chasing Marcella arrive. Marcella quickly yells, hurry up and go inside, and leads the girls inside. The hand grabs Marcella roughly, and the person starts yelling insults. Jamina cries and screams for them to stop, calling out Marcella's name as she is dragged away by her hair. The convent door closes. Remembering all this, Jamina cries in the present, calling out for Blade. The scene cuts to Blade, who is surprised by what he sees, thinking that even though the family may not be noble, their influence in Terma is quite significant. The family's butler greets young Master Pato. Pato is delighted and hugs the butler, saying he missed him a lot. The butler says his father is busy with some important guests. The butler suggests they first look at the family's main range, if there's no problem. Blade agrees but says he wants to see the horses first, as he has very high hopes for them. The butler says the family head will show him the most expensive horses, so he can show him the others without issue, and leads them away. When they reach the horses see Blade, get terrified, and run away. Along with the horses, all the other animals also run away. The place is completely empty in a short time. Blade is disappointed, thinking, forget horses, I can't even ride a cow. The butler says, it seems like a serious problem. Perhaps you should go to the church. Blade denies being cursed, asking, do you know Priest Indro? He is my guarantor. The butler is surprised and apologizes. Blade thinks to himself, this thing is slowly killing me. What's the point of using aura if it can't ride a horse? Blade says sadly, when everyone attacks on horseback, it will look so awesome. But I'll be left behind alone, chasing in the dust. Pato comforts him, saying, you can see all the horses here on the range, horses for battle, riding, working, and slaughtering. I can show you all of them. There must be one horse here for you. Blade asks, could that really be true? Pato assures him, absolutely. Pato mentions, there is a very good horse here, which comes from an excellent bloodline that my father recently acquired. I will ask him to definitely show it to you. Pato pats Blade's stomach and says, we'll see that tomorrow. Today, we should eat and rest. The evening scene shows meat being roasted by several people. Blade comments, it really smells good. It doesn't seem like your family does anything else. Pato laughs. A voice says, so you are here, and welcomes him. It is Olsen Kanan, the family head. He apologizes for not being there to receive such an important guest. Blade greets him, sir, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Blade, Sir Jader's vassal. Olsen says, you don't need to tell me that. News about you has already spread in Terma. He pats Blade's stomach and welcomes him, thinking, this is the boy who used the sword master coat for the first time in a long time, like a shining new star has been born. He is the pride of Terma. My son Pato, you truly have made a very good friend. Olsen suggests they go inside to eat and talk, saying, I am truly happy as the lord of this house the important guests have arrived today. Blade thinks, he said important guests. Is there someone else joining us? Olsen adds, best of all, everyone from Vest House is gathered here. This is quite amazing. Blade is confused. Did he say this? But who are those people? As Blade enters, he is shocked to see Roger, who greets him. It's been a long time since I saw you. How are you? Blade greets him back. Mr. Roger, I didn't expect to see you here. Roger says he's not sure if it's okay for Blade to eat with him today, as the food prepared is supposedly excellent, and shouldn't be refused. Blade mentally curses himself. Why did I refuse his peanuts that day? He looks up and is shocked to see Roger's men knights glaring at him angrily, looking like they want to chew him raw. Blade thinks he is completely on the wrong side, and that they hate him, because he refused Mr. Roger's kindness and beat up his vassals badly. He thinks he's finished if he accidentally gets caught between them. Blade replies, it's fine for today. I was looking forward to it too. Roger smiles and says he heard Blade is on vacation and asks if he would like to accompany him somewhere tomorrow. The next day, Roger and his knights are prepared to leave. Blade sees a girl with animal, like here's Beastman, and stops to think. The girl, Dorothy, asks, why are you staring at me like that? Haven't you ever seen a person from the Beastman tribe before? Blade replies, everything here is a first for me. Dorothy says, then that's fine, because it would be quite strange if you looked at me like that. I heard you came from the small village of Sohar, so how did you become Vist's vassal? Blade replies, what's the big deal about that? Especially when compared to Mr. Roger's method, who is a beastman himself. Dorothy gets angry. She asks, how can someone who can use aura not ride a horse when even the fatty pile knows how to ride well? Blade replies, life shows you all kinds of big and small things. Dorothy says, no matter how you look at it, it seems quite strange. Blade thinks to himself, does she ever get tired of talking? This is all happening because I came on an uninvited vacation. Dorothy asks, are you even listening to me? Blade gets angry and asks, do all beastmen talk this much? Dorothy replies, did I just hear discrimination against my kind? Blade asks again, so, do they all talk this much? Dorothy replies, did I just hear discrimination against my job? Roger tells Dorothy, stop bothering him. It was hard enough to bring him here anyway. Dorothy says Blade is acting like he's constipated. Roger says anyone would if she bothered them. Dorothy is silent. A knight approaches Roger and says, look ahead, sir. The surrounding area is open here, so we can see all around. Pada says, it looks like we are going hunting here. Blade thinks, I don't think they are going hunting. They haven't even released the eagles from their cages. A knight points ahead. Roger says, we are truly lucky. I didn't expect to see a group of pilgrims here. Roger orders, raise our flag to signal our intention so they don't feel threatened. They raise the Vist household flag. Roger says, let's take our time and look for our prey. A herd of horses is shown, with a one-eyed black horse separate from the others, grazing. Suddenly, the ground shakes and an earthquake occurs. It is revealed that a very large entity beneath the horse is causing the ground to shake. The scene cuts to the group of pilgrims and Roger's people traveling. Blade thinks, this doesn't look like hunting at all. Anyone can tell they are escorting. They weren't planning to hunt eagles. The carriage hits a stone, making Blade jump. He says he feels dizzy, and would rather walk than ride in the carriage. Pada asks, are you okay? Do you feel like throwing up? Blade says he's fine, and his heart is racing. Pada asks if the shaking of the carriage caused it. Blade says no, he will be fine if he walks a little, and comments on the beautiful view. Pada agrees, saying the grassland extends to Varna, and sometimes monsters appear, but thanks to Sir Joseph this year, they don't have to worry. Blade is confused about thanking Sir Joseph. Pada reminds him of the expedition last winter the one Blade joined. Blade understands and claims a share in the beautiful view. He hears a sound and sees a herd of horses running toward them. Blade is shocked. The black horse is shown leading the herd. Blade is suddenly overwhelmed, thinking, why is my heart racing so fast? He sees the black horse, which is looking at him. The ground starts shaking again. Roger's knight says, Sir Roger, it seems like an earthquake. Blade says, no, it's not an earthquake. I remember this vibration well. It's exactly like the vibration from that day. The ground behind the horses breaks open, and a huge, strange creature emerges. Roger and his knights are shocked, as are the pilgrims. Blade is shocked, thinking, this is a death worm, a remnant of the fallen dragon. The creature emerges from the ground and starts wreaking havoc and eating the horses. Dorothy says, there must be something wrong, as death worms are usually not carnivorous. She is shocked to see a strange energy coming from the death worm's head, realizing it is black magic. The death worm is violently eating the horses. A knight says, Sir Roger, look. They appear to be running towards a group of pilgrims, which in turn draws the attention of the death worm. The death worm then also turns toward the plains, and begins to chase the war horses. Upon seeing the death worm approaching them, the group of pilgrims starts to flee. Roger then asks Dorothy what the death worm reacts to. Dorothy, panicked, explains that the death worm has neither eyes nor ears. It only moves forward by chasing vibrations in the earth. Roger shouts, telling her to stop panicking and quickly come up with a plan to drive it away. Dorothy responds, "Understood, Sir Roger." Roger then instructs Vlad, "Take Dorothy to a high place quickly and protect her. Signal us as soon as you find a way to draw the death worm's attention." Vlad replies, "Yeah, I understand, Sir Roger." Roger raises his sword and tells everyone to pay close attention to his words. It doesn't matter whether you understand the situation in front of you or not. The most important thing is that we must be where we are. And we must do what we are meant to do. This is the mission given to us by the Count, that is, by the Patriarch. They all prepare themselves. Roger states, "We must protect the pilgrims." They then advance to attack the death worm. Roger starts to think, "This makes no sense at all. This situation is heading in a strange direction. This implies there is something unnatural behind all this." He wonders, "Aren't you afraid that you dared to do something like this in the Vazid territory?" He then activates his world. Roger's world is entirely fire. Releasing it as an aura on his sword, he moves forward to attack the death worm. The scene shifts to a high place where there are some crystals and potions. Picking up some of the crystals, Dorothy mutters, "Which color among these can create a marking spell to generate more vibrations?" Hearing her, Vlad wonders, "Did she say marking spell?" The system says, "It's a type of divine secret." The divine secret forms a trinity and involves mixing aura and divinity. Vlad says, "Is that so? Maybe that's why it's Sir Roger's maze." Just then a huge tornado of fire suddenly forms behind them, shocking both of them. The death worm is shown to be inside the fire tornado, and Roger is also amidst the flames. Seeing this, Portly exclaims, "Look, that's Sir Roger." Vlad is stunned and thinks, this is on a completely different level. The system says, but this won't be enough, as he wasn't prepared for it. It is then shown that the death worm's skin was so hard that the fire had absolutely no effect on it. Roger also had a lot of difficulty handling it. The death worm lets out a loud roar, and all the fire vanishes in the blink of an eye. Roger begins to flee, and the death worm digs into the ground and disappears again. His knights ask, "Sir Roger, are you all right?" Roger replies, "Don't drop your guard at all. That's not a death worm that would run away so easily." The system says, this is gradually becoming more complicated. It doesn't matter how good a fighter he is, if his opponent is underground, he can't do anything. Roger orders, "Find it quickly, it must be somewhere nearby." Roger wonders, where could it be? Then, a knight shouts, "Sir Roger, look over there. The death worm is moving towards the group of pilgrims." Roger immediately tells his knights to chase the death worm. Seeing this, Vlad says, "Dorothy, it seems we need to hurry." When Vlad looks at Dorothy, she is drawing something on a piece of paper from her pouch. Vlad says, "We don't have a moment for you to play games like this right now." Dorothy replies, "What are you talking about? I'm not playing a game. This is a unique method of the Beastman." The drawing Dorothy made on the paper then begins to glow. She says, "I could have completed this task even without you." She tells Portly, "Go and give this to Sir Roger. To use this paper, you must rub it or cut it in half." Portly asks, "Are you telling me?" Dorothy gets very angry and yells, "I'm completely exhausted after creating this marking spell. I can barely walk, and Vlad can't even ride a horse. So who else here should I tell besides you?" The system comments, "Even if you could ride a horse, you would be too late, because death worms are much faster underground than on the surface. No matter how hard Roger's knights try, they won't even get close to it." Vlad thinks, "It means I'll have to handle everything." Vlad takes the paper from Dorothy and starts to leave. He thinks, this is the last method left. Dorothy screams, "What are you trying to do? Are you completely mad?" Vlad immediately jumps down from the high place. Sliding down the cliff, he thinks, there is a conflict between Sir Roger and Sir Joseph for the family head position. All the knights on Sir Roger's side are Vazid elites. In this situation, a vassal like me shouldn't be taking any action. But thinking about those vicious beasts, he couldn't stop worrying. I can recall that feeling down to my bones. That feeling of how it feels when your home is destroyed right in front of you, and because the world is too big, you can't do anything about it. Thinking this, Vlad gets very angry. The system warns, "Watch out, pay attention to your feet." Just then, he collides with a rock, which startles Vlad and causes him to lose his balance. He begins to fall violently, hitting the stones on his way down. The system commands, "Curl your body into a ball." Vlad curls his body as he falls, screaming in pain from hitting the stones. He lands badly on the ground. He lies on the ground for a moment. Then he begins to stand up. Seeing him, Portly cries out, "Look, he's moving." Dorothy breaks into a cold sweat and says, "How can he be fine after falling from such a height?" Vlad says, "I didn't think I would be safe after falling from this height. I thought I'd break 1 or 2 bones." Then he sees a light emanating from within himself, which surprises him too. Then we see a black horse standing far away, and it is also looking at that light. Vlad is shown shining brightly with light, and the black horse is looking at him intently. The system says, "This is a blessing. Without the white snake spirit's blessing, you would be dead right now." Vlad exclaims, "This is truly awesome." The system says, "Move on now. We can thank it later." Vlad quickly moves forward and says, "I'm sure we'll get another chance to meet it. But before that, we need to move forward now." Vlad's gaze falls on the group of pilgrims, and he stops when he sees one person. He thinks, "That's Father Andrew. What is he doing here? Is he leading the group of pilgrims?" He looks back to see where Sir Roger is. He thinks he is quite far away. The death worm will arrive here before him. If that's the case, Father Andrew is in great danger right now. So, this marking spell. The system says, "Coincidences sometimes come from fate, and they force you to choose a decision." The death worm is shown approaching very quickly. Vlad tosses the marking spell paper into the air, and thinks, "I don't have time to hesitate about this. This is the time when I must take action." He pulls out his sword and cuts the paper in half down the middle. He continues to think, "If I have to take action, I must not hesitate at all." As soon as the spell is cut, a large magic circle forms. The magic circle is on top of Vlad, and some words rise from it and merge onto Vlad's sword. After the words completely merge onto his sword, Vlad raises it and stabs it into the ground. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, a wave of vibration emanates very quickly from the spot. The system says, "This is not enough. Amplify this vibration so much that it can summon your world." Vlad tries to summon his world, and after a short time, he succeeds. He activates his world, releasing a powerful aura, and yells, "Look at me here, remnant of the foreign dragon." Vlad is shown focusing completely and releasing his aura, angrily calling out to the death worm. Just then, the death worm bursts out of the ground, roaring loudly, which shocks Roger, Dorothy, and Portly. Vlad is using all his strength to release his aura. The death worm is shown to be right in front of Vlad, and Vlad, releasing his tremendous aura, is fully prepared to attack the death worm. He says, "Death worm." The death worm lets out a mighty roar and attacks Vlad, but Vlad dodges the attack by stepping back. The system says, "Retreat, and don't even think about fighting face to face. Your world is not yet deep enough for you to resist this monster. Stopping this monster for now is enough." Vlad says, "I know about this well, but I can't hold it back for too long." Just then, Roger and his knights arrive near Vlad. The death worm senses something. The death worm suddenly opens its large mouth and attacks Vlad. Because the attack was sudden, Vlad was not prepared for it. The death worm attacks Vlad, but Vlad somehow manages to avoid the attack. Due to this, he is thrown far away. But the death worm goes underground again. Feeling worried, he thinks, "Where did it go now? Is it on the left or the right? Did it go back towards the group of pilgrims?" Because of this, he turns back to look. But then, the ground beneath him suddenly begins to shake, and all the ground around Vlad starts to crack. The system says, "Dodge it quickly." The death worm was about to tear open the ground beneath Vlad and swallow him. Vlad says, "It's too late now." Seeing this, Roger screams, "No, this cannot happen." The death worm is shown growling slightly and standing still. Just then, a person on horseback comes charging, tearing through the dust. Roger is shocked to look ahead because it is the same black horse, and the person riding the horse is Vlad. Vlad is surprised and says, "Is this truly a horse? Am I riding a horse right now?" The system says, "Look at its head through your world." When Vlad does so, he sees a strange energy being released above its head. The system says, "This is a spirit, and it has unicorn blood mixed in it." The black horse activates its unicorn power, and runs very fast, which it seems to be enjoying and is quite happy about. Vlad says, "So this is the kind of world one sees from on top of a horse." He feels it, and is very happy, saying, "This is quite amazing." Just then, Roger arrives with his knights. Roger says, "Vlad, are you alright? Did you get hurt much?" Vlad replies, "I'm fine, Sir Roger." Looking at his sword, Rutger thinks to himself, so he cast Dorothy's marking spell on his sword, and without hesitation he went to face that dangerous monster himself to save others. This young vessel truly has a lot of courage, and the Swordmaster's oath is fully with him. Rutger says, "You truly have a lot of courage, and your decision was truly remarkable. You have performed your duty better than all the knights here." Vlad, a little confused, thanks Rutger. Rutger asks, "What do you say?" "Can you write it as you wish?" Hearing this, Vlad is a little confused. Rutger says, "We must kill the death worm here to save the pilgrims. So, we must fight it here." Vlad is a little surprised and says, "But it's a remnant of a foreign dragon." Remnant means a leftover part or remains. Rutger says, "You can do this." He stares intently at Vlad, and Vlad is surprised to see Rutger having so much faith in him. Rutger says, "You cast Dorothy's marking spell on your sword, and you are riding an amazing horse. So, you are the only one here who can draw the death worm's attention." Vlad looks at the horse and thinks, "Can I ride it as I wish?" The horse also looks at Vlad. Seeing it, Vlad thinks, "I can clearly see that you also want to save your herd. So, you are just like me. We both want the same thing, so let's do this together." Vlad says, "Understood, Sir Rutger, I can do this." Rutger says, "You must go towards that hill, draw the death worm's attention and bring it back towards me, and I will be ready on the other side." Vlad says, "Understood, Sir Rutger," and moves forward from there. The death worm also leaves Rutger and his knights and goes towards Vlad. The death worm is shown roaring behind him. Seeing this, Vlad says, "It's a good thing that it's right behind me. So, let's do this." He starts moving forward very quickly. One of Rutger's knights is surprised and asks, "What is going on? How did his speed suddenly become so fast?" Rutger looks at him and smiles. He says, he is certainly no ordinary vassal. Vlad is shown being chased by the death worm. The system tells Vlad, "Lower your sword. You can use the marking spell's vibration by touching your sword to the ground. Because of this, the death worm's attention will be drawn to you." Vlad starts dragging his sword along the ground, but he is having difficulty using his aura. But Vlad still does not give up and keeps moving forward. The system then says, "Look, kid, that dragon is coming after you, chasing your light." The scene shifts to Rutger, who stamps his foot on the ground and says, "Quickly take the group of pilgrims to a safe place, and be prepared for an emergency situation as much as possible." The scene then shifts to Vlad, who is coming, with the death worm chasing him. Rutger sees him and thinks, "They are coming here." He is fully prepared to activate his world and taps his finger against his sword. We are shown his world, which is entirely fire. Vlad, who is bringing the death worm with him, is surprised when he looks ahead. Rutger is shown surrounded by fire. The system says, he has expanded his world for some time. Only those who know the depth of their world well can do this. Rutger vey as it is a much more powerful knight than we thought. Vlad says, "This is dangerous. This is very dangerous. If he wants to, he can easily burn my world." Vlad is shown with the death worm behind him. Suddenly, he senses something strange, which makes him tremble right there. Seeing the death worm suddenly stopping, Vlad is also a little surprised. Rutger is shown in front of the death worm, fully prepared to attack it by activating his world. The system says it looks like the death worm has sensed the danger of Rutger's world, which is why it has stopped there. Vlad thinks, "I can't continue this. My world is quite weak. I can't draw its attention to myself again." Just then, the black horse turns around and starts going towards the death worm again. Seeing this, Vlad screams at the horse, "What are you doing?" After reaching a spot, the horse starts going around in circles. Seeing this, Vlad screams at the horse, "What are you doing here? We are very close to that death worm." The black horse then jumps and lets out a loud roar. Vlad is shocked to look ahead because the black horse's unicorn power has been activated. The system says, "Your world and the blessing of the white snake spirit are merging with this." It is truly amazing to see that a long-forgotten divine secret is rising with the memory of your world. Divine secret means, understand it as the unicorn power of that black horse. Because of this, the death worm's attention is also drawn towards them. The black horse uses its unicorn power to call it. Seeing this, the death worm roars and attacks them. Vlad avoids that attack and starts running away very quickly. It is then stated, "The unicorn without a horn, and a knight without a horse. This is a horizon where you and I together become us," where a shining white star appears in a deep black night sky. Vlad is shown reaching Rutger, and Rutger is busy expanding his world. The system tells Vlad, this is not enough. Rutger's world is slowly getting stronger. It's only a matter of time before he stops paying attention to us. Vlad says, I am already at my limit. I can't use any more aura. Vlad is still moving forward. Suddenly the rest of Rutger's knights arrive behind him, saying, "Don't give up at all. We are with you." All the knights activate their worlds and start moving forward with Vlad. The system says, "We got more than we needed." The knight next to Vlad says, "Keep moving forward like this," and pass by Sir Rutger's side. Rutger is shown fully prepared to attack. Vlad shouts, "Sir Rutger." Rutger also looks at Vlad and says, "You did a very good job. Now it's my turn to do my job well." Vlad and the rest of the knights are shown passing him. Rutger says, "This place is Vezid territory, and it is not a place where just anyone like you can come and do as you please." After this, he creates a very large fire tornado and attacks the death worm with the fire tornado. Because of the fire tornado attack, the death worm is cut into 2 pieces down the middle. The entire death worm begins to burn with his fire. Father Andrew, Dorothy, and Portly are shocked to see this. But his knights are watching him with a smile. Vlad is also very surprised by this and thinks, so this is the world of a knight who has the ability to contemplate on himself. Contemplate means deep thought, reflection, thinking, or consideration. Vlad says, so this is a knight's real world. This thing is far beyond common sense. Seeing a knight's world is like seeing a mountain that has no end. He wonders, can Gordon do this too? Can Sir Jagar and Sir Paolo do this? And can I do this too? The system says, absolutely, you can do this too. If your world is ready to face all things, there is nothing in the world that you cannot do. The death worm is shown completely burned to ashes, and Rutger is sitting in front of it. Then Vlad comes to him and asks, "Are you alright?" Rutger says, "Welcome back. You did a great job too." Vlad says, "If things continue like this, won't this grassland turn into ashes?" Rutger says, "The grass is quite damp, so it will stop burning after a while." Rutger stands up and says, "Right now, this is the most important thing. I need a glass full of fresh beer right now." But Rutger is unable to stand up because he used too much of his strength. Seeing this, the system says, it looks like he expanded his world more than necessary, the price of which he is paying now. Rutger extends his hand and says, "Shouldn't you help me?" But instead of helping him, Vlad sits down there with him. He says, "I would rather prefer to fall instead." Because of this, Rutger's face scrunches up. Then he smiles and says to Vlad, "As I heard that you can't ride a horse, you were doing the opposite, riding a horse very well." Vlad says, "You saw it well, the problem is not with me." Both of them look at the black horse. Seeing it, Rutger says, "This horse is truly amazing." Vlad says, "Yes, I know that." Before Rutger can say anything more, his knights arrive and start praising Vlad a lot. After hearing so much praise from them, Vlad, a little awkward, thanks them. Just then, Father Andrew arrives there and calls out to Vlad, beckoning him towards him. Vlad goes to Father Andrew, greets him, and says, "I am very happy to see you safe." Father Andrew says, "Ah, is that so? I can see you clearly now. I was completely sure that I had seen that shining light before. And this is the shining light that has torn through the darkness here." Father Andrew holds his hand and sits down on the ground, bowing his head. He says, "Thank you, Vlad of the Sword." Vlad says, "You don't need to do this at all." Father Andrew says, "Oh, my lord, this boy has received your will, and he has acted according to your will. So please protect this boy who has protected your world and bless this shining boy with your kindness and compassion." It is then stated that on that day, the hearts of countless people turned into a light, and that boy's world expanded. The scene then shifts to the patriarch of the Vezid family, who has a letter in his hands. After reading it, the patriarch asks, "Are you 100 sure that this is true?" Ragma says, "Yes, patriarch. Dorothy herself sent this message via a crystal ball." The patriarch angrily crushes the letter and says, "I only sent them so that they might be needed. Was that a black magic again?" Ragma says, "It looks like some black mages are camping in the north. The Empire is not paying any attention to these matters, so the old cursed people are slowly making their moves." Ragmus then says, "But we also have some relieving news." The patriarch says, "You are absolutely right. These days, that boy's name is coming to me repeatedly." The patriarch thinks to himself, last year in the winter monster hunt, in the duel for the honor of the Henel house, and now, he's even involved in the pilgrim's matter. If he hadn't been here, the Vezid household would have faced a great dishonor. That boy is truly amazing. Thinking all this, the patriarch smiles. He tells Ragmus, "Go and call Josephir." Ragmus asks, "Are you thinking of granting him permission?" The patriarch says, "Those who are capable should enjoy their rights." The scene then shifts back to the grassland where Rutger, Vlad, and his knights, along with the group of pilgrims, are sitting in a camp. Vlad is shown sitting a little distance away by a fire, sharpening his sword. He is talking to his sword in his mind. You have also endured a lot until now, haven't you? Just then, Roger comes over, drinking alcohol, and says, "Why are you sitting here alone, separated from everyone?" Seeing him, Vlad says, "Sir Roger, you are here." Roger comes and sits near him and asks, "Where did that fatty go?" Meaning, where did Portly go? Vlad says, "Dorothy took him because she had some work for him." Roger asks, "And where is Priest Andrew?" Roger asks Vlad if he is having trouble with the name Priest Andrew or Father Andrew. Vlad says, he is praying with the pilgrims right now. Roger says, it looks like everyone is busy with their work. He offers alcohol to Vlad and says, "Do you want to take a sip?" Vlad says, "I am polishing my sword right now." Oh. But before he can finish speaking, Roger cuts him off and says, "Don't say no to me again. You refused to take peanuts from me. When I asked for your help to stand up, you didn't even hold my hand. Whenever I extend my hand towards you for anything, you refuse. Did Joseph tell you to do this to me?" Vlad takes the bottle of whiskey from Roger and says, "No, Sir Roger, you are misunderstanding." Vlad looks at it and says, "So, this is whiskey." Roger says, "This alcohol is for noble people." Vlad thinks to himself, after all, they are brothers. Even if their personalities might be completely different from each other, their tastes are the same. After that, Vlad drinks it. Roger says, "When you go back, you will have to repair that sword." Vlad says, "I met the family blacksmith a few days ago. He said that the handle of this sword needs to be removed." Roger says, "Then why don't you remove this handle and put a good one?" Vlad says, "He also told me the same thing. But the handle that will be used for it will be useless for me. That's why I won't be able to repair it until I find the person who made this sword." And he removes its handle and puts on a very good other handle. Roger says, "Just like its owner, this sword is also reckless." Vlad says, "That's why I refused. As you can see, I absolutely do not want to lose the memories that this sword holds within it. That's why I don't want to lose every single thing connected to this sword." Hearing his words, Roger doesn't say anything for a moment. Then he says, "Even despite all this, you will have to get it fixed, because its condition is truly bad." Vlad says, "That's why I am looking for the person who made it." Roger asks, "Do you know where he is?" Hearing his words, Vlad falls silent for a moment. Then he says that he is currently in Skora. Roger says, "Exactly, you are always sorting out that you are Vlad of Skora." Roger looks at him and thinks, "The shining sword. Vlad of the sword." This nickname suits him very well, because he is the boy whose brilliance was the greatest today. Roger looks into Vlad's eyes and thinks, so that was the reason. That's why my younger brother is a little too busy running around these days. Roger stands up and says, "You will fix it soon. I said it right, didn't I?" But Vlad doesn't understand anything. Roger says, "If you expect a lot from it, someone will acknowledge it sooner or later." But Vlad still doesn't understand anything after hearing his words. Roger puts his hand on Vlad's shoulder and says, "I meant that you have done a very good job until now." He leaves from there, saying, "Now go to sleep quickly. We will leave for the Surma back tomorrow morning." He leaves from there, and Vlad watches him go. He looks at his sword. Then he thinks, he is absolutely right. I will definitely be worthy of fixing my sword one day, because this sword, and I have a place to return to. After that, a scene of a distant cliff is shown where the same black horse is, and it is looking at Vlad intently. It is looking at him so intently because it is sensing the blessing of the white snake spirit, and the black horse is also shown to have a blessing. The scene then shifts to the Vayazid mansion. Oksana is shown drawing the Damar crest on a cloth. Oksana asks if the embroidery is good, turning to her maid, "Does it look like the Hanar household crest?" The maid confirms, "Yes, Countess, it looks exactly like the crest printed in the book." Since the patriarch is a count, Oksana is the countess. Oksana then says, "Good, now for the next crest." The maid shows her the Vist family crest. Oksana replies, "You don't need to show me that. It's ingrained in my mind. I can create it without looking." She continues, "Anyway, it's my first time. When we were young, we only watched our mothers make them." The maid suggests that a crest made by her hands is even more precious. Oksana agrees, "Yes, it is. After all, it is a tradition that people are forgetting now. But the knights of today, who have been raised so well, are not capable of raising that flag. You know they can only raise their own banner, not anyone else's." The next morning, they depart with the group of pilgrims. Roger's knight comments, "I have never seen anything like this before. I can't believe the herd of horses and people are running in harmony together." Roger says it truly is a rare sight, and might be the first and last time. Roger looks at Blade, thinking that in this brief encounter, they must have become special to each other. Blade looks at the black horse, thinking that the time has come for them to part ways, as he has a purpose to fulfill, just like the horse has a herd to lead. The horse suddenly stops at the edge of the grassland, and lets out a loud roar. Blade thinks, the time has come. Our journey together ends here. We could only stay together up to this point. He waves his hand from the carriage, saying goodbye. Father Indra tells him, don't be sad about saying goodbye to him. Blade replies, I was just saying goodbye. Father Indra says, it is very difficult for a person to speak the truth. Our life is a cycle of hellos and goodbyes, where saying goodbye brings tears to the eyes and saying hello brings smiles to the face. Indeed, this encounter was quite amazing in my view. I wonder when you two will meet again. After all, the depth of any relationship is not determined solely by the time spent together. Blade thinks Father Indra is right, and that they will meet again someday. The black horse watches them leave. The scene shifts to Vest House, where the patriarch Peter Vest is sitting with his hand on his head. He said Count Rabanama has fallen. He asks. Bragmos confirms, yes, Count, we just received this urgent news. The patriarch ponders the strange activity in the west, wondering who would have thought it would end this way. Did Count Gadar's house really have that much power? This refers to Godin's rampage in the west, which caused Rabanama's defeat due to a lack of numbers. The patriarch asks how the royal family allowed this to happen. Bragmos replies, well, we can't figure out anything about the center's affairs. The patriarch stands up, thinking, the North has its own strong and unique identity. That is why the North is stronger than other regions, thanks to the royal family and central authority, because of whom we have forged an unshakable wool and gained freedom from their authority. So, according to this, they can do nothing but be ignorant of the incidents in other regions. The patriarch continues, I can't believe our regional count family was eliminated so easily. This was no ordinary family. This was the guardian of the pack. All the rules and traditions created in the past have become useless because the power has shifted into new hands. The patriarch means that the old Count Gadar's nephew killed him with Godin's help and is now misusing the position's power. The patriarch concludes, this is absolutely not a time of peace. Bragmos agrees. The patriarch thinks, even if the empire gives them a lot of leeway, they must draw a line somewhere to stop them in the end. The end of Count Rabanama's family might be the beginning of a new era. The patriarch is then surprised, seeing pilgrims and Rabanama refugees who have come with the proof of the pact, a box covered in cloth, guarded by the Rabanama family. The scene cuts to Blade, who is worried, thinking, what should I do now? I saved the group of pilgrims, which is a good thing, but I helped Sir Roger. Sir Joseph will not be happy about this. He imagines Jaeger angrily asking if he's lost his mind, possibly beating him to death. But I can't do anything now. What's the use of regretting what has already happened? He knocks on the door and says, Sir Joseph, I'm back. A voice tells him to come in. Blade enters and greets Joseph. Joseph says, you came back a day early. Blade confirms and tells Joseph everything he did on his vacation. Joseph asks, I heard you didn't get hurt. Blade replies, I am perfectly fine, Sir Joseph. Joseph says, that's very good. Still, you should take good care of yourself. Blade agrees. Blade thinks, is everything alright? He still looks the same as he always does. He looks ahead, thinking, what nonsense. I'm trapped. After all, the father main Joseph asks, Rosmel, I don't know much about that small village. I heard that when there is a fight between the groups there, the fight only ends when all members of the group are killed or surrender. Is that true? Blade is confused about why Joseph is suddenly asking this. Blade replies, yes, Sir Joseph, it's probably like that. Joseph asks, so you can't even send a letter? Blade asks what letter? Joseph says, I meant your lover, who is currently in the convent. Blade says, she's just my friend. Joseph says, well, whoever she is, it's not like I didn't know about this situation until now. I'm talking about not being able to send news to Rose Smile because I'm afraid people there might get hurt because of this. I also want to concentrate, but solving that problem requires both time and effort. Joseph adds that a man named One-Armed Jack is valuable in his own way. Blade thinks, perhaps so, after all, his name is a money bag. He has used a lot of money to connect with powerful people in Rose Smile. Joseph stands up and says, but you have proved yourself to me by showing remarkable talent. Since you struggled so much for me, I must also keep my promise. Blade is confused. Joseph explains, this is a banner that represents the skill of anyone. Obviously, During my grandfather's time, knights used to carry this kind of banner. I never achieved this throughout my life, so I decided to keep a knight who will raise it, and that is you, who will happily raise it. You are worthy of raising this banner, and Vist household will guarantee your value. As I promise you, Vist household will fully support you. The person who received Lady Elish's name and became a vassal of Vist household, Blade of Rose smile, raise your banner proudly and go to your hometown. Go and cut down those worthless people who tried to kill you before. Obtain your true freedom. Then we turned to the movie. Beatrice agrees with Joseph's words and Blade becomes emotional. We are told that the ordinary sword received from a girl and an old man, the verified identity token from a priest, the handkerchief with a noble lady's name, and even the house crest banner. These are all the things that are pushing the boy forward. These were all the boy's accomplishments. Blade cries, I will definitely do it upon your order, my lord. The scene cuts to the main hall, where the patriarch sits on his throne before the pilgrims and the proof of the pact. The patriarch says, so this is the proof of the pact. Father Andros says, inside it is a dragon fragment, the fragment of the prime dragon of perfection that our founding king slayed. The patriarch listens attentively. Father Andro adds, forgive me for saying this, but Count Rabino's family was the only family in the West that protected this pact. The patriarch says, I understand your words. I will give you my knights. I will help you deliver the proof of the pact as safely as possible. Please rest here. Stay here as guests until the preparations are complete. Father Andro thanks the count. The refugees cover the proof of the pact and start to leave with Father Andro. The patriarch watches them leave and thinks. Ragmos says, don't worry about it, Count. They had no other choice but to do this. The patriarch steps down and says, I know from the West's perspective, the only guardian house of the proof of the pact that would be equal to them is the ruler of the North, the Iron Duke, Tamar Baraman. The patriarch thinks, I know I can't do anything about this, but this won't remove this burden from my shoulders. He is then surprised, looking out the window. I haven't seen that banner in a long time, he says. Ragmos asks what he means and looks out the window, confirming, that's right. The patriarch says it's been a long time since he last saw that banner Blade's banner, as the carriage is heading to Rose Smile. The patriarch thinks he could have rested a bit before leaving. Ragmos suggests he might be too excited. The patriarch agrees, thinking he would have done the same. He recalls a knight, Knight Benedict, a knight who was his own master. The patriarch thinks, go to your hometown and fulfill your true duty. Blade enters the carriage with a covered chest. The scene shows Blade, covered in cloth, traveling from the shining place of Terma to the dark, small village of Rose Smile. The scene shifts to a place where people are gathered, and shouting, a brothel. Marcella is getting ready. An old woman madam holding a whip yells from behind, Marcella, the pigs are making a ruckus. If you are ready, get out of here quickly. You have to serve as many people as possible to pay your debt, don't you think? Marcella looks at the old woman, who stares back. The old woman grabs Marcella's face and says, let's see how long this confidence lasts. We have a lot of time. You will be stuck here until your body rots. Marcella smiles and replies, may you live long, ma'am. The old woman is surprised, thinking, that little fool, even after stepping on her so much, she is still the same. The old woman tells her to hurry up and go. Marcella thinks, I have reached a very good position for someone who is only selling her body. But still, this was remarkable. At least I am choosing my own fate. Even though this path is tough for me, this is the path to my ruin. When Marcella arrives, the eyes of the people there are full of lust, and everyone starts shouting. The old woman asks if they have been waiting so long. The man who wants the black rose honey of Rose Smile for the night, show your gold coins. The people shout bids of 1, 2, and 3 gold. The old woman looks at Marcella, thinking, how admirable. This withered flower is excellent at making golden honey. I will slowly suck her dry. Suddenly, a person bids, I will give 4 gold for this. The old woman is happy to finally get a good price. Just then, a voice from behind shouts, I will give 100 gold. The old woman coughs, her eyes wide with shock. Everyone looks back, and the old woman looks toward the stairs. A person climbing the stairs says, I will give 100 gold for this. Marcella is very surprised, scratching her hand, and the sound of footsteps reminds her of Godin the day her home was destroyed. She thinks, this sound is exactly like that day. She is terrified. The person Blade, still covered in cloth, reaches the top. The old woman asks, Mister, were you the one who bid 100 gold? He walks straight toward Marcella without saying anything. The people there wonder who this person is, and why his aura is so strong that he shouldn't be messed with. He approaches Marcella and asks the old woman, "Can I order her?" The old woman looks at the person, thinking his clothes are very expensive. Even if he's bluffing about the 100 gold, he can easily give 10 gold. The old woman says, "Here's the menu." Blade says, "There's no need." It is indeed Blade. Blade says, "After leaving this place, I always remember these things: grilled sausage and black pudding, hash browns, and wheat bread." Marcella is astonished. Blade removes the cloth covering his face. Tears well up in Marcella's eyes. We are told that the gold did not come from a dirty place. It is the collar that George brought home. It is the collar Marcella washed with. And it is the collar that boy had that day. Blade says, "Marcella, I'm back." The narrative continues. And that collar is a shining gold. Marcella cries intensely, while the people there don't understand what's happening. Blade smiles at Marcella after so many days. Marcella is startled, and quietly tells Blade to leave quickly, warning that one-armed Jack's men are nearby. The old woman thinks they know each other, and that this is a serious matter that must be ended before anything unexpected happens. She gestures towards some men Jack's men sitting nearby. They draw their swords and approach Blade. Marcella trembles. Blade sees her fear. He says, "Before I pay, I must settle a score on the exchange." The old woman asks what exchange. Blade says, "One-armed Jack." The old woman is shocked. Blade says angrily, "They have something important to take from him." Jack's men get angry. One man draws his sword, saying, "What kind of ridiculous joke is this? How dare you take our boss's name in vain?" Before he can say more, Blade moves extremely fast, slitting his throat and moving forward. Blade looks back at the man, who is bleeding profusely and collapses, dead on the spot. The old woman and the people with her are shocked, and Marcella is also surprised. The old woman is terrified, looking at the knife in Blade's hand, and starts screaming. Blade says angrily, "Shut up and wait for me there, because these people won't be enough for me. I have something to take from you too." The old woman trembles with fear. Jack's men confront him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you? Who sent you?" Blade draws his dagger and says, "George. I am George's last tiger." The dagger is the one George gave Blade before he died. They are surprised. George is Tiger. One person shouts, "I know him. Golden hair and blue eyes. That bastard, Blade." Another says, "Is this that kid? Hasn't he given up yet?" The person next to him says, "What does it matter? We hit the jackpot. If we take his head to the boss, he will shower us with gold coins. If he lived this long, he should have just kept quiet. He dug his own grave by coming here." Blade advances, "Stop your nonsense and come at me. I will do to you today what you tried to do to kill me." They are scared, thinking that the boy who ran away now looks like a bloodthirsty wolf. Blade says, "If you are just going to stand there, then I will have to move forward." Blade attacks them very quickly. A man attacks Blade from behind, but Blade notices him, draws his dagger, and thrusts it through the man's neck. Blade pulls out the dagger, and attacks them ruthlessly like a ferocious wolf. Marcella is terrified. Blade thinks, "I will not leave a single one of them alive until they pay the price for the tears Marcella cried with their blood." The scene cuts to Rose Smile, where Jack is drinking. He puts the wine on the table, thinking that after George's departure, the small villages of Rose Smile are his, and he is slowly climbing up. He thinks he will not stop here, which is why he never hesitated to steal other people's things, standing on the corpses of his enemies and moving out. He realizes that in the end, the life of the small village is only in the hands of the higher-ups nobles. Jack says, "This life is truly miserable. I believe that you could only achieve everything when you win. Yet, despite my loss, I am sitting in this condition. Although George won but was still killed. The same thing will happen to me someday. The words spoken by a person higher than me will decide my fate." The boy whom Blade had beaten earlier bursts in and says, "Boss, we are in trouble." Jack asks why they are making such a ruckus. The boy says they are surrounded. Jack asks who and where they are. The boy says the whole small village is surrounded by soldiers. He shouts, "Boss, I am serious. Soldiers are packed at the back door too. They are the Rose Smile garrison." They argue, wondering why the garrison acted since they paid the bribe. Jack, however, smiles, thinking he expected this day would come soon but never thought it would be today. He laughs, thinking, "Well, this is best. After all, the destruction that happens right before your eyes gives you relief from the anxiety of when it will come." The scene shows Blade pulling his dagger out of a person's back. Many corpses are lying there. Blade looks like a demon. Outside the gate, soldiers are stationed, led by Warden. A person behind him reports that the garrison arrangement is complete. Warden asks if the other villages are also completely blocked. The person confirms they are doing their best. Warden says, you say you did your best. How did you allow this matter to become so big? He means, what if the count finds out? The person the mayor says, I have no excuse. One-armed Jack is a very talented person, that's why. Warden glares at him, making the person nervous. The person wonders who this man is and how a knight knows so much about the small village's situation. The mayor says, still, I am happy that the cancer group of Rose Smile will be eliminated now that you are here. Warden thinks, you are the cancer. How can a boss of a small village control such a large system? You are responsible for this and promoting it by taking advantage of the mayor's position. This is clear. There will be a huge price to pay for this apology. A man who takes bribes knows the same as a non-vegetarian man knows. The mayor asks when the knight going inside will arrive. Warden says, Bist household has specially sent him here, and that man has already arrived. The mayor is troubled. Only one person. Sir Warden, will he be alright? I have gathered all the knights stationed in Rose Smile. It would be better to leave it to them. Warden refuses. The mayor asks why. Warden thinks, because Sir Joseph put his heart and soul into making him worthy, and Sir Joseph has very high hopes for Blade. After all, this is going to be Blade's first official fight. Warden whispers to Blade, are you completely sure that this will be alright for you? You shouldn't go alone. How about taking the soldiers with you? I heard there are more than 50 people there. If you get hurt, I won't be able to face Sir Joseph. Blade also whispers, even if I get hurt, I will ensure that it causes no harm to you. They are whispering so the mayor doesn't overhear them. Warden gives in. He gives Blade the banner Joseph told him to give in front of everyone. Then start now, Warden says. Blade takes the banner, understood, Sir Warden, and plants it in the ground. The soldiers look at the planted banner, saying, I thought this tradition was forgotten. Who is he? How can he get that banner at such a young age? They said Vist household personally sent that knight. These soldiers are lower in rank than knights and look at Blade as a talented person. Blade is focused on the front, thinking, this place is now my domain. Under the honorable names that attest to me, I will use my authority, even over your lives. Warden opens a letter and loudly shouts, One-armed Jack, scoundrel of the small village, listen, you have broken the rules and laws of Vist household and taken people's lives. I, Peter Vest, the rightful owner of Rose Smile, am sending you a proxy Blade. All the rights you had until now are terminated. The authority is guaranteed by both myself and the Church of Faith. One-armed Jack and your henchmen, open your doors quickly and let my proxy enter. As the letter ends, the Vist household soldiers begin chanting the Vist household slogan. Jack's men inside are terrified. The soldiers continue to cheer. Warden closes the letter and says, now you have justification, and you have people with you. You can do whatever you want without hesitation. Blade draws his sword and thanks him. Warden says, please be careful. Blade replies, understood. The system tells Blade, he must already be preparing. Therefore, you must expand your vision. He can attack you from all directions to kill you. This fight is completely different from all your fights so far. One of the basic rules of fighting is taking the initiative. This beginning is splendid. Blade activates his world and aura, thinking, if they hadn't brought Godwin there, would George still be alive? Or perhaps even before that, if Jack hadn't threatened George earlier, maybe I wouldn't have needed to call Godwin. The words if and maybe have haunted him for a long time. The only solution to end this is to kill Jack. Blade activates his world, and fuses aura into his sword, unleashing a powerful strike towards the front. And whoever was behind the door was badly injured, and some were killed right there. After breaking down the door, Vlad appears before them, fully ready to fight. Vlad thinks, his world is consuming my world. So I must end it right here. I must cut this dirty connection, and move forward. Vlad furiously declares, I am Vlad of Skora. Besides being a good proxy, I am also a good avenger. Vlad steps forward and says, I have come here to settle my feud. After stopping at one spot, Vlad takes a deep breath, raises his sword, and shouts loudly, One-armed Jack, I have returned. Jack, who is sitting on the top floor, is startled by this voice and thinks, is that voice? He stands up from his seat and laughs, thinking, so it's you, a rightful proxy who has come here to cough my head. Vlad, the rising star of Skora. Jack's men get angry hearing his words. Then, one of Jack's men says, kill him. Then all of Jack's men rush forward to attack Vlad, and Vlad also moves to attack them. Vlad attacks with his sword, and they cannot handle the attack at all. Then Vlad quickly starts killing Jack's men one by one. Just then, a man attacks Vlad from behind. But Vlad notices him, turns around, and severs his head with his sword. The severed head flies straight towards Jack's men. Seeing this, Jack's men are very scared and say, "Is this the same Vlad?" Then, a bald man motivates them from behind, saying, "Don't back down, surround him." Hearing his words, everyone standing there surrounds Vlad. Then the same bald man says, "What are you doing? Now that you've surrounded him, attack him." But they are thinking, he is too skilled with his sword. If we are even a little careless, we will be killed right here. No one here has the courage to go first. Vlad says, "You don't need to think too much because, anyway, I am going to cut all of you into pieces." After this, the same line, just like the one that appeared during Gordon's Rose's Smile massacre, appears on all of Jack's men. Then Vlad takes a stance, and delivers a powerful horizontal slash with his sword. Because of this, whoever is caught in the attack is either killed or badly injured. Seeing this, the rest of Jack's men say, "How will we stop someone like this?" Then men from the upper floor say, "We will throw this fishnet, it's made of iron." They throw the fishnet at Vlad. But Vlad notices it at the last moment and avoids it, and he starts running forward very quickly. Then one person says, "Block him." Another person says, "He's too fast." After this, Vlad stops at one place. Then the man with the fishnet says, "He's hiding behind the pillar. Force him out from there. Our fishnet won't reach there." Another person shouts, "No, don't do that. You guys block the stairs so he can't come up. Everyone on the upper floor, be ready. As soon as he comes out, throw all your blades at him." Vlad thinks it would be reckless to go straight through them. Then the people on the upper floor shout, "Kid, if you have the guts, come out and face us." Vlad thinks, "What should I do? I can't just use my aura." Just then, Vlad sees a rope tied nearby. Seeing it, he smiles and says, "Jimena always complained that the curtains were too heavy, making it difficult to open them." Seeing him, the people on the upper floor think, "What is he thinking of doing?" Then Vlad cuts the rope and jumps to grab it, using the rope to go straight up. After this, he looks at the men with the fishnet. Because of this, he lets go of the rope and jumps directly onto that floor, and those men are still standing there holding the fishnet. Then the man next to the fishnet says, "He reached here from the first floor so quickly, now we are done for." Vlad angrily says, "I'm surprised that weaklings like you are coming to fight me." He rushes forward very quickly from his spot to attack them, and they also move to attack Vlad. Vlad attacks with his sword and severs the head of the man with the fishnet. He continues to cut their throats like this. A man attacks Vlad, but Vlad notices him. Vlad attacks him and moves forward. He cuts off the hand with which the man was holding the sword. Then Vlad is quite surprised because he is attacked by arrows. But Vlad dodges it by moving sideways. Then some people holding bows and arrows start attacking Vlad. Then some people say, "Keep shooting. We won't let him come up the stairs." The people holding the bows and arrows also start attacking Vlad with arrows. But Vlad is running so fast that the arrows can't even touch him. After this, Vlad stops at one place and jumps straight towards the people with bows and arrows. Then Vlad grabs the hanging chandelier and deflects their arrows with his sword. After this, he jumps onto their floor and kills all three of them in the blink of an eye with his sword. Seeing this, the people standing there start getting scared. Vlad moves forward and says, "What a hassle." Then his gaze goes towards a kettle placed in front. Seeing this, they start thinking, "What is he doing?" Vlad is shown drinking the water kept in the kettle. Then he throws it on the ground. Vlad says, "What are you guys doing? Are you going to come to me, or do I have to come to you?" Vlad smiles and says, "Whether you come or not, I will come. After all, I have to collect the rent from you guys, as you have been living in my house for so long." Hearing his words, they are quite surprised. It is then stated that Jack's henchmen thought this was their territory. But this was a huge misunderstanding on their part because this place is Rose's Smile, and Rose's Smile is Vlad's home. After this, we are shown the seashore scene of Skora. There Harvin says, "Has Jack gone mad? Even thugs don't act like this in the market like he is doing. What should I do if he keeps openly showing his loot like this?" He starts thinking, after George's death, Jack has completely become a different person. He used to loot debtors a lot before, but he never went beyond that. But the situation has changed now. If things continue like this, I don't see any hope of it getting better. The economy of the shanty town is going to collapse in a few months. Harvin says, "My head is bursting thinking about all this. How can I report that someone has taken so many of our illegal goods?" Just then, a person opens the door and says, "Harvin, have you heard that the shanty town has been blocked off?" Harvin says, "What are you talking about now? Who is it that would block the shanty town?" That person says, "Apparently, they are the Skoran soldiers, and they have come here to catch Jack." Hearing his words, Harvin is quite surprised. That person says, all the guards and soldiers of Skora have surrounded us. Harvin starts thinking Jack finally crossed his line. But I can't be happy about this. If Jack also leaves us, there will be a rain of blood in the shanty town. That person says, but weren't you close to that boy? Harvin says, who are you talking about? That person says, I'm talking about Vlad. Harvin says, why are you suddenly talking about him? That person says, I haven't seen him myself, but I heard that a golden-haired boy from Isturma has come to their party. Harvin says, is Vlad the only golden-haired boy in this world? That person says, that's not all, he also calls himself Vlad of Skora. Hearing his words, Harvin is surprised and says, is that true? That person says, I'm telling you, I heard that he raised his flag in front of Rose's smile a while ago. Hearing his words, Harvin starts trembling. That person asks, are you alright? Harvin starts thinking, I have heard countless rumors about him all this time, but he manifested aura in the duel for the Hanal House's honor in Damar. The young Vazid vassal who achieved amazing accomplishments in the death worm hunt, that is Vlad of Skora. But perhaps that could be true now. After this, Harvin picks up his cane and starts to leave. Since he is lame, he needs a cane. As he leaves, he thinks, I need to check myself whether this is the same Vlad. After this, Vlad is shown cutting off a person's leg. Just then, another man attacks Vlad from the side. But Vlad notices it, and attacks his head with his knife. Because of this, his end comes right there. More people holding their weapons come behind him to attack Vlad. But Vlad quickly cuts them down like carrots and radishes and moves forward. Seeing Vlad killing so brutally, the system thinks the way his moves are, people are left speechless. The talent and efforts he has, and even the strong will deeply rooted within him. This boy is a natural born slaughter. After this, Vlad smiles and says, you had a lot of time. It would have been better if you had put your tooth back. After this, the man is shown, and he is the one whose tooth Vlad broke in the beginning. Whether it was about catching Vlad or dragging Marcellus by her hair, he was everywhere, and now he is begging for his life. Vlad says, but you don't have time now, and saying this, Vlad stabs his sword through his chest. The system tells Vlad, this should be enough. And then, behind him, a pile of dead bodies is shown. Vlad looks towards the side where there are stairs leading to the upper floor. Vlad says, now the time has come to end this. After this, Jack is shown suddenly hearing a sound. And this sound is Vlad's footsteps coming up the stairs. After this, the door behind Jack opens. And Vlad comes out of that door and says, I have arrived. Boss money back one arm Jack. Jack says, alright, rising star, welcome. Would you like a drink? And he moves a glass of wine aside and turns to look at Vlad, who is standing near the door, holding a blood-stained sword. Jack smiles and says, it seems you are not in the mood for jokes right now. Ah. So you are Vlad of Skora. I heard rumors about you, but I didn't believe them. After this, he drinks the wine and keeps his glass down. Then Jack says, I should have brought you earlier, and told the manager to beat you badly. Or maybe not. Because it looks like if he were here, he would have been killed by you already. Jack stands up from his place and says, I'm happy that no one did this before me. He pulls out his sword and says, I ignored you because I didn't want to make a deal with you. But I am a man who likes to confirm things. Then he starts to smile, and Vlad looks at him and thinks, a messy connection. This is the world that is slowly destroying my world. But now I don't feel that feeling of endless reverence that I used to feel before. Now I am completely sure that his world is not capable enough to stop me. Then Vlad takes a stance and prepares for the fight. And on the other side, Jack also prepares to fight. Vlad says, now I am coming to attack. Jack also smiles and says, alright. After this, Vlad comes to Jack very quickly and attacks him with his sword. Because of that attack, a lot of pressure is created, which causes the surrounding items to break. Vlad thinks, even though his existence is like my enemy, I will give my best in this fight to give him respect for the last time. Vlad puts more strength, which causes Jack's sword to deflect, and due to his force, Vlad also slides back. After this, they start making many consecutive attacks on each other. Then Vlad delivers a powerful attack on Jack. Due to the force of that attack, Jack kneels on the ground and he is blocking Vlad's sword with his sword and also with the hook on his other hand. Vlad thinks, the way of showing respect in the shanty town is much more than brutal. After this, Jack is shown still having a lot of difficulty stopping Vlad's sword. Then he uses all his strength to shove Vlad's sword away, and attacks Vlad with his sword. Then he swings his sword and attacks Vlad one more time, and says, that rising star of Skora, who couldn't even wield a wooden sword properly, has gone much further than that today. You should have at least this much skill to come here again. And because of Jack's continuous attacks, Vlad was also having difficulty managing. Then Jack looks at Vlad and thinks, your progress is truly commendable. Jack is shown being small, and he thinks, remembering it. I also used to dream. I used to dream of getting those shining stars in my hands at any cost, and I needed strength to catch those shining stars, even more strength, and even more blood. And I did everything with my power because there is no boundary between good and evil in this place. By doing this, I reached the peak of this shiny town. But why did I still not get even a little closer to reaching those shining stars? Even if they had lost their shine because they were now wrapped in blood and greed, they were still my stars. After this, a shining light is shown. After seeing it, Jack covers his eyes with his hands. A person is shown in the middle of that shining light. Then Jack looks at him and thinks, was this it? To catch what shines. After this, Jack is shown being surprised looking ahead because Vlad had cut off the hand with which Jack was holding his sword. Then he looks at Vlad and thinks, I had to become worthy of shining myself. And Vlad had activated his world tier and fused aura into his sword, which resulted in Jack's other arm being cut off. Then Jack was trying to stop the blood of his severed arm with his other hand, and on the other side, Vlad was also quite tired and panting. For a moment, he grinds his teeth in anger. Then in the next moment, he starts to smile. Then he laughs and says, very good, if George were here, George would be very happy to see this. But this makes Vlad very angry, and he attacks him, saying, stop your nonsense. Jack starts blocking his attack with the hook on his other hand. But he was also having a lot of difficulty blocking it. Vlad thinks, you don't deserve any forgiveness at all. You also had a hand in George's death. You were devouring the broken Rose's smile, and you are the scumbag who sold Marcellus. Then Vlad swings his sword and makes many attacks on him. He cannot stop the attack at all, and he gets many cuts on his body. But even then, he doesn't give up and starts fighting Vlad with the hook on his other hand and says, today is quite a good day. We should party. You have climbed even higher than me. Vlad says, didn't I tell you to stop your nonsense? Then Vlad attacks Jack. But Jack deflects his sword with his hook. Because of this, Vlad was getting very angry. And on the other side, Jack was laughing. Then he grabs his sword tightly and delivers a powerful attack straight ahead. And Jack also attacks him with the hook of his hand. After this, blood is shown dripping. And Vlad had pierced his sword through Jack's stomach here. Jack smiles and thinks, this is right. It is better to be crushed and killed by a young world trying to fly high than to be crushed and killed by a person with a great world like George. Vlad asks, do you have any last wish? Jack puts his hook on Vlad's head and says, you did a very good job. Rest a little before leaving. After hearing this, Vlad doesn't say anything. Then he takes his sword out of Jack's stomach. Because of this, blood starts spurting out of Jack's body like a fountain. Jack says, this is enough. He thinks, I lived my life badly. But even then, I didn't care about anyone. Even though I have been badly defeated and crushed by the shining world of a boy like this, it is enough for me. Then he laughs and says, even though it was only for a short time, I had a very good time, George. And saying all this, he was going backward and comes to the edge of the floor, and from there, he falls down. And slowly, his eyes start closing. But Jack was still laughing even while falling from the top floor, as if the dream he had before dying had been fulfilled. And he falls to the ground below. Vlad thinks, revenge is sweet. So it is natural for this to happen. Yet, why does this revenge taste bitter to me? What is its taste? Vlad turns back to look. The same wine that Jack had poured for Vlad was there. He moves towards that wine and picks it up and drinks it. After drinking that wine, he remembers Jack's words from a little while ago. You will climb higher than me. After remembering his words, Vlad starts thinking. Then he puts his hand next to the glass and says, take this back. Because a knight only takes as much as he has paid the price for. And then he starts to leave from there, and this is the same gold coin that Jack had given Vlad on their first meeting. After this, Vlad was going down the stairs, and there was a pile of dead bodies in that building, which Vlad had killed alone. It is then stated that this place is Rose's Smile, where people passing by stop like water for a while. But today, the stopped drop of water went out of this world, leaving a ripple in the small world of a young boy before leaving. After this, the scene outside that building is shown. Wooden thinks, why did it suddenly become so quiet? What is going on inside? After this, Vlad comes out of that building. Seeing him, Wooden says, look, he's coming. After this, Vlad is shown, and everyone is quite surprised to see him. And the soldiers are thinking, I can't believe he killed 50 people alone. Even though I'm seeing this with my own eyes, I still can't believe it at all. We are not even close to his strength. This is beyond respect. It's like fear, and whoever goes against him will have to kneel. After this, Vlad starts panting. Seeing him, Wooden gets a little worried. After this, he turns to the other side and starts to leave from there. Just then, someone shouts Vlad from behind, which Vlad also hears. Then he turns back to look. After this, Harvin holds his cane and says, "Vlad, I am Harvin here." Hearing this, Vlad thinks, did someone say Harvin? After this, when he looks back, Harvin is shouting Vlad. Seeing him, Vlad is quite surprised and thinks, that's Harvin. Wooden says, it looks like you know him. Let him go. After this, Harvin slowly starts walking towards Vlad with the help of his cane. But Vlad was still looking at Harvin intently. Harvin says, "Are you alright?" But Vlad was still surprised. After this, Vlad smiles and says, "So it's you." After this, he drops his sword on the ground and hugs Harvin. Vlad says, "Everything hurts." Harvin says, "What is this and what happened?" But Vlad was silent and was smiling while hugging him. Then he says, "Finally, I feel like I have returned home again." After this, the scene of the next day is shown. Vlad is standing near the window and says, "I can't get used to this. Is it perhaps because this view is not of the shanty town?" Gathi opens the door behind him and says, "Is it alright now? You should sleep a little more." Vlad says, "My whole body hurts. I am having trouble even lying down." Then he asks, "What is in your hand?" Gathi says, "This is water for your bath." Vlad makes a strange face and says, "What happened to you?" Gathi says, "I have always been like this." But he was worried and thinking in his mind, Captain's acquaintances are starting to appear in Skora. If things continue like this, it will be very difficult for me to maintain my place. I didn't follow him just so I could become the stable keeper of the Vazid stable. Vlad also understands his words and says, "You don't need to worry. As long as you do your job well, I will take care of you." Gathi is happy and says, "Is that true? So you promise it?" Vlad says, "Don't you trust me? Then I can't do anything." Gathi says, "No, I fully trust you." Gathi says, "Sir Wooden said that he wants to meet you after you wake up." Vlad says, "Alright, anyway, I also had to talk to him about something important." After this, the scene of another place is shown where there is a lot of food. Seeing it, Vlad says, "If you eat this much, you will die." Wooden says, "I think I will die if I don't eat this. Look at those documents. I have to do all those tasks. I don't even know when this will end." The shadow of one-armed Jack had also covered the deep part of Skora's shanty town. Vlad says, "Yes, that makes sense because he was born here and grew up here, and he slowly established his dominance over everything." Wooden says, "It will take a long time to uproot all his roots. By the way, what are you planning to do now? I have to take good care of the situation after this. But your work here is finished." Vlad says, "I don't know." Wooden says, "Until Sir Joseph arrives, you are officially on standby. That means, understand it as backup support. You will sometimes help me with my work." Vlad says, "Is there something I can help you with? But I don't know much about documents." Wooden says, "Do you think I don't know that?" After this, Vlad starts reading a document. Representative authority. Wooden says, "This is an authority to arrest. In other words, this is a warrant that gives you permission to beat them. Sir Joseph wants to take advantage of this and clean up Skora's shanty towns. Cleaning up the bad people and putting good people in their place. This is a plan for his next step. And you are the best person for this job, because no one knows the shanty town better than you compared to others." Vlad says, "Yes, that makes sense." Wooden says, "You don't need to start immediately. Go and meet your old friend well. And you also have to meet your girlfriend." Vlad says, "I have already said that she is just my friend." Wooden says, "I had already applied to come to the convent. I thought they would immediately give permission. But they asked to wait a few days. As soon as I get the news, I will let you know." Vlad says, "Alright, thank you for this." He thinks, he has thought about things even beyond my expectations. I didn't even need to tell him. Vlad says, "That's good. But I have one more thing to say." He says, "Sir Wooden, are the remaining henchmen of Jack in jail?" Wooden says, "Yes, they are all in jail. They were all scattered in different places, but we have arrested all of them." Vlad says, "Can I go there?" Wooden says, "To jail." "But why?" Vlad says, "There is someone there whom I need to find. If I don't find him there, I will search the entire shanty town for him if I have to." After this, the jail is shown where Vlad has arrived. The soldier there says to Vlad, Jack's henchmen are in the inner prison. After this, Vlad thanks them and starts going inside. Seeing him go, a person behind says, is that him? The other person says, yes, that's him, George is tired. After this, the scene of that prison is shown where people are talking. Why is that Vayazid proxy come in here? Does he want revenge on all those who attacked Rose's smile? But just then, Vlad arrives there. Seeing him, everyone there gets scared and starts running away from there. Seeing this, Vlad doesn't care. Then he starts looking around. Just then, he sees a person sitting in the corner. Seeing him, Vlad says, so there you are. You are already quite dark, and you are sitting in the dark. It's getting even more difficult to recognize you. Hearing his words, that person is also surprised. Vlad says, you just give me 40 silver. In return, I will get you out of here. And this is the same person who let Vlad go when Vlad was hiding in a pile of garbage and running away from the shanty town, and also helped him by telling him about a ship aboard. Vlad smiles and says, Otar, I accept your credit. It is then stated that that person with the black skin who faced disrespect even in the shanty town, and the first person who tried to reach him, person who did not lose his light even in a pile of garbage. This boy was from the same day. After this, the scene of the convent is shown, and these are the same 3 girls who were bothering Jimena. And all 3 of them look towards the window and say, look, he has come. And Vlad has arrived there, and is outside that convent. Seeing him, the girl Alon says, he is quite handsome. He must be that vassal of the Vayazid household. Then one of those 3 girls says, didn't they say that a knight is coming today? The second girl says, has that vassal not become a knight yet? The third girl says, after all, there are many rumors about him. Otherwise, why would the headmistress go to meet him herself? And look at the people walking behind him. Those local merchants wouldn't just walk behind a vassal like that. I'm sure they must have donated a lot of money to get close to Vayazid. It's no wonder why the headmistress bought so much wine. And behind them, Jimena is shown washing dishes. Just then their teacher comes in, opening the door, and says, what nonsense have you people been talking about for so long? Didn't you hear that an important guest is coming today? The 3 girls bow their heads and say, all right, ma'am. We will finish this work quickly. Their teacher leaves, saying, all right, do it quickly. The service is about to begin. Then those 3 girls angrily say to Jimena, hey, red-haired girl, we got scolded because of you, because you are taking too much time to do your work. Jimena says, please forgive me. Then they say, you heard it, right? You have to do this quickly. We are leaving, so you finish your work quickly and come. Jimena says, all right. After this, they leave from there. After this, the scene of another place is shown where the headmistress says, today, we haven't special guests. They are from the Vist family, and Father Andro is their guarantor. The 3 girls blush and start praising Blade. Blade, however, was there for Jimena and starts looking around for her, which the girls misunderstand. Blade thinks, I haven't seen her yet. I'd already asked them to gather all the nuns. The headmistress announces, now we will pray. Blade turns his head away and kneels on the ground to pray, which makes the 3 girls blush even more. Just then, Jimena is shown running, and Blade senses her arrival. He smiles. Jimena stops at the door, panting, and thinks it's a good thing the prayer hasn't finished yet. She starts to go inside. Blade turns and looks at Jimena. When he sees her closely, he becomes very angry. The headmistress notices him and asks, is something wrong? Blade says with some anger, she is quite thin. Don't you feed her properly? The headmistress asks, what do you mean? Blade says, what nonsense. I can't even do what I want to do right now. He starts to leave, which surprises the 3 girls. Blade looks at Jimena, who is thinking, is this Blade? I don't think it can be him. It absolutely cannot be Blade. Then she hears Blade's voice, which surprises her, and he is standing right in front of her. Jimena asks, what is it? Blade stares at her intently, looking at her poor condition and dirty clothes. He says angrily, what nonsense is this? He bends down, cleans her dirty clothes, and asks, what is this? Are you a fool? Everyone, including the 3 girls, is stunned. Blade says, they don't feed you properly, and on top of that your clothes are so dirty. Jimena is shocked and stares at Blade. She starts trembling, and touches Blade's hair with her shaking hand. Blade asks, what are you doing? Answer my question. When he looks up, Jimena is crying. Blade gets emotional seeing her cry. He stands up and says, I don't need to do any unnecessary procedure. Let's go home, Jimena. Jimena starts crying profusely. The narrative states, let's go home. The girl who had no home. She had never heard this word before in her entire life. Those stray people from the small village who had neither a home nor parents nor food. Blade hugs her. The narrative continues. They were home to each other and each other's family. A little later, Jamana is shown in the carriage with Blade, still wearing her torn old clothes. Blade asks, "What's wrong with you? Why are you behaving like this?" Jamana asks, "What do you mean?" Blade asks, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Jamana tries to speak but can't. Jamana was repeatedly looking at Blade because he looked very handsome, and she was shyly thinking, "Blade, you have changed so much." Blade is confused by her behavior. Blade asks, "Do you really feel strange? We were only separated for 6 months." Jamana doesn't say anything, and silence falls over the carriage. Jamana raises her head and looks at Blade, thinking he looks exactly like a noble. She looks at herself and clutches her belongings more tightly, feeling very small in front of Blade. Suddenly, Blade puts a caramel in her mouth. Blade says, "You've been looking very worried for a long time. Eat this and calm yourself down a bit." Jamana eats it and asks, "What is this?" Blade replies, "It's caramel. And I gave it to me." Jamana asks, "How did you get such an expensive thing? Did you steal it?" Blade says, "You can think whatever you want." Jamana smiles. Then she suddenly starts trembling. Blade asks, "Are you going to cry again?" Jamana covers her eyes and says, "You came too late," and turns her head away crying. Blade is also troubled, but can't do anything. He looks out the window and says, "The weather looks very nice today." And so, their journey continues. The scene shifts to another location. The narrative states, no matter where you are born in this world, everyone deserves to have a star in their heart. Although letting that star go to the sky is a different matter altogether. The old blacksmith who gave Blade his sword thinks, "He looks just like me, withering away uselessly without achieving anything." He notes that even the wanderers don't stop here these days. He stands up and goes outside, looking at the place where Blade's sword used to be hung. He wonders what Blade is doing, thinking the boy was truly admirable but was in a bad situation at the time. I can only hope he didn't die from the cold. A person arrives and says, "You are closing up a bit too early." The old blacksmith replies, "Yes, I am closing. You can come tomorrow." The person says, "I can't come tomorrow. I am quite busy tomorrow, so today is the only time I have left." The blacksmith says, "People in small villages are always busy." The person says, "This sword needs repairing. It's been a long time since this sword was last repaired." The blacksmith is surprised. The person who has been speaking all this time is Blade. Blade says, "The other blacksmith said they couldn't repair it, and you are the only one who can fix it." The blacksmith looks at Blade and is very surprised. Blade asks, "Can't you repair the sword?" The old blacksmith is delighted and says, "I absolutely can." He takes Blade inside. Blade hands him his sword. The blacksmith examines it and says, "This is quite good. I can see you have used it a lot." The blacksmith asks, "Where did all these scratches come from?" Blade replies, "From the goblin hunting last winter." The blacksmith asks about the big one. Blade replies, "From the duel for honor in Dermer. And this other one, from dragging it on the ground while facing the death worm a few days ago." The blacksmith is surprised, thinking, monster hunting, a duel for honor, and even hunting the fallen dragon. He looks at Blade, thinking, "I am very proud of you. You are exactly the opposite of me. While I am wasting away in a small village, you are fulfilling your duty with all your hard work." The blacksmith laughs. "Hearing this makes me more excited than my greatest work." His greatest work refers to making Blade's sword. He tells Blade to wait a little, saying he will repair it quickly. The narrative describes the small breaths running through the furnace, as if it could go out at any moment. But with these small breaths, the old man's passion has awakened again after a long time, and the star that was losing its light has shone brightly once more. The next day, Parvin is drinking, and says, "The loan certificate of Rose smiled at one-armed Jackhead. You are saying it's with you?" Blade confirms, "Yes, because it was a fair exchange." Parvin asks, "So, are you going to run this place according to your own will?" Blade replies, "I gave it back to Marcella. She can't start now, but she'll figure out a solution later." Parvin says, "Yes, you are right. After all, that place is soaked in blood. So, what are you going to do now? Are you going back to Terma again?" Blade says, "I will stay here for some time. As you can see, I am on standby here." Parvin says, "I am very happy to see you like this. After all, you are a man who follows the order of a noble family." Blade says, "They also told me to look for some things in my free time." Parvin asks, "To look for what?" Blade replies, "Jack's hidden assets and the things we couldn't bring back. After all, He is a money bag whose hands were spread everywhere. Harvin says, I can help you with this. Blade says, absolutely, you should help me. Because this wine didn't come for free. Besides, Marcella is looking for other girls. Harvin says, but they must all have been sold. Blade says, they must be somewhere around here. Harvin says, gold coins and girls. Maybe there's some connection between the two. Blade says, it seems like a problem. I searched for them, but I didn't find any trace of them. Harvin asks, who are you talking about? Blade replies, she is one of them. Her name is Anna. There are a few others too. Harvin says, you are right. This is very strange. There should have been some trace of them left behind. Harvin says Jack did many businesses in the small village, but this is definitely different from those. I will also keep an eye on this. Although the organization is weak now, so I won't be able to help you much. Suddenly, Odar calls out to Blade. Odar says, I checked that place, as you said. That place is suspicious. Blade says, you did a very good job. Let's go to that place now. Blade leaves, saying, I am leaving. Harvin says, if I find out anything, I will let you know immediately. He laughs, saying Blade just returned and is not even resting. The scene cuts to another location a little later, where Blade has arrived with Udder. Blade gives a list to a person there. It is a list of the girls who were still missing. The butcher asks, what about these people? Blade says, I thought you might have seen these people before. The butcher asks, why are you looking for people in a butcher shop? We don't sell people here. Blade asks, is that so? The butcher says, I'm very busy. I have to deal with a fool like you first thing in the morning. If your work is done here, then get lost. The butcher ignores Blade and starts working. Blade asks, but was this place a butcher shop before? I don't think it's been even 6 months. The butcher says, ask Black Bear that question. I have the permission to be here. Blade thinks one of the 5 bosses of the small village, the swine butcher, whose name is also Black Bear. It seems like he's trying to scare me by taking his name. What a fool. Blade says, alright, I'll go and ask him myself later. But this is truly quite interesting. How did you know? The list I gave you has names written on it. The butcher starts trembling. Blade continues, if you give a list to someone in a small village, they get angry first because reading and writing is not easy here. It seems you don't know how things work here, because you are from outside. Not from here. Right. Blade says angrily, you are selling humans instead of human meat. Right. The butcher stops. He attacks Blade with his knife. Blade leans back, dodges the attack, and steps back a little. The butcher asks angrily, who are you, and where did you come from? Blade replies, I want to ask you the same question. So, you have to cooperate so that there is no bloodshed here. The butcher tells him to go to hell. Blade smiles and says, alright, this is exactly like the small village. Blade tells Odar to close the door. Blade holds his dagger, gets into a fighting stance, and says, this butcher shop will end today, right here and now. A little later, Blade is cleaning his dagger. Blade asks, when did someone like him come here? Udder, who is eating, replies, it's no wonder that so many outsiders have come here nowadays. Jack didn't pay any attention to this place. Blade asks, did he really cause so much trouble? Udder says, he completely changed after George died. Blade remembers the past, where he had buried his dagger in the butcher's hands, and the butcher was saying, I am just a middleman collector. The real merchants know the rest of the information. Blade thinks, I feel like they are shamelessly trafficking humans in some corner of the small village. When I started this, I had no specific intention behind it. Who would have thought the roots of this matter would be so deep? Blade says, well, we found out the truth, so I think we should do this. Udder says, maybe the higher-ups will find out everything on their own. Suddenly the child, Ned Udder's brother, runs up, shouting, Brother Blade. Ned says, I found out what you said. Some children saw it. Blade says, you did a very good job. This is for you. Blade asks Ned what the children saw, and says, that woman named Anna. The child saw her getting onto a carriage, and he had never seen that carriage here before. Blade thinks, just as I thought. It seems she was sold to someone else, and says, but one thing was very strange there. Blade asks what, and says the child who saw it said that all the women getting onto that carriage were pregnant. Blade asks, were they all pregnant? And confirms that all of them had bulging bellies. Udder says, yes, that is very strange. Why would anyone buy a pregnant woman, when she can't even do any kind of work? Blade is silent. Udder asks, what is it? Is something wrong? Blade thinks, It is already quite surprising that Anna is pregnant. But are there people who buy and sell pregnant women? Even though this is a small village, this still doesn't make sense. Could it be? He remembers the past where the ghost woman kept saying, my child, and he had briefly seen her memories of what happened to her before he killed her. Blade is very surprised by these memories. The system says, if you feel something bad, you should pay attention to those things, because this bad thing is about to come true. Blade grits his teeth and thinks angrily, I hope that's not the case, but there's no harm in being prepared. A little later, the scene shows various foods on a table, which Warden is eating. Warden asks, did you find any unusual activity? Blade says, yes, Sir Warden. Shouldn't you take some rest? Blade reminds him that he asked him to find out about Jack's businesses. Warden says, I didn't expect you to find anything about it so quickly. He adds, sounding troubled, if you don't rest, how will I rest? I just finished the document work. Is this problem so serious that you can't postpone it even for a day or two? Blade replies, no, I can't postpone it. This problem is quite serious. Warden says, looking worried, think carefully. It seems like a crisis is about to come. Blade asks, if this is beyond your authority, should I go to the mayor? Warden says, no. That's not the case. Warden looks out the window, thinking, I got this vacation with difficulty. But I don't want to waste this vacation working. Outside the window, several carriages are arriving, all bearing the Vest household flag, and Jaeger is leading them. Warden says, they already told me they would be here in 2 days. Joseph steps out of the carriage. The mayor, the former mayor, says, Mr. Joseph, it is a great honor for us that you have come to meet us. Joseph completely ignores him and goes to Warden, asking, are you alright? Warden replies, absolutely, I am fine. But it must have been very difficult for you to come here. Joseph asks, did something happen in the meantime? Warden says, absolutely not. Joseph looks closely at Blade and says, something did happen. He walks forward, saying, let's go inside and talk about it. The mayor says, this is the mayor's office. Please come inside. Jaeger steps forward and says, I will go first. The mayor scolds Jaeger, don't you have manners? How dare you insult Mr. Joseph? Do you mean to say that I have placed something harmful in this office to harm Mr. Joseph? Jaeger says angrily, I will decide whether there is anything harmful inside the office or not. The mayor nervously says, no, there is nothing strange inside. If you don't trust me, I can check it myself for you. Joseph looks at Blade and smiles, saying, you did a very good job. Blade thanks him. Joseph says, all right, tell me what you wanted to tell me. Blade says, I felt like I was causing a commotion for no reason. Joseph says, you don't need to worry at all. Tell me without hesitation. Blade says, I needed some help, but it seems better to ask the mayor. Joseph thinks teaching him was a trick. He is quite capable of figuring out the right time and situation. After all, despite being connected to our family, he is not guaranteed authority. Joseph tells Blade, you made a very good decision. Jaeger says, Sir Joseph, everything is fine. You can come inside. They go inside. Joseph says, Mayor, you have a very good office. Joseph goes to the window and says, the view of Rose Smile from here is quite good. The mayor says, yes, absolutely. You can see the whole of Rose Smile from here. Joseph says, but there is one thing. This chair needs to be changed because it looks too high and flashy. The mayor asks what's wrong with his chair. When he realizes what Joseph means, he shouts, what do you mean by that? Joseph sits on the chair silently and says, speak whatever you want without any worries. Blade is surprised. The mayor is completely shocked. Joseph says, go ahead and say whatever you want to the new mayor of Rose Smile without any care. A little later, in another location, Blade says, I am dizzy from this smell. It is never easy to come to this place. Blade thinks, the oldest and most complicated alley of the small village. This is the worst part of the small village, where the smell of blood and all kinds of bad smells come from. He notices the people there. He thinks the looks in their eyes suggest they are living shoulder to shoulder with death. As expected, it's no surprise that Jack couldn't even think about causing trouble in this place. Blade reaches the swine butcher's area and knocks on the door. A person opens the door window and asks, who are you? Blade replies, you must have already heard, because your people were staring at me as soon as I entered the small village. The person closes the window and says, wait. The system says, it seems he is trying to bother you. Blade says, if that's the case, I will absolutely not tolerate my humiliation. Although this kind of behavior seemed normal to me before, the honor of many people is now connected to my name. Blade looks up at the clear blue sky, closes his eyes, and thinks, I can't just let things go. The scene shows morning turning to evening, and Blade is still standing there, with Udbar holding the banner. Suddenly, the door opens, and the person comes out and says, come inside. Blade is still standing with his eyes closed. The person asks, what is it? Why aren't you coming inside? Seriously, if you don't come inside, then get lost from here. Blade says, if you close the door, you won't be able to face the consequences. The person asks, what do you mean? Blade takes the banner from Modar and says, this was brought for you. He strikes the banner's pole on the ground and waves the banner, saying, I am Blade of Rose Smile. Under my honorable name, I will use my granted rights. Go and tell Black Bear to come out of his rat hole and face the rightful representative of this. Black Bear is another name for the swine butcher. You have heard the rumors, haven't you? So you must know very well what it means when I plant this flag somewhere. Blade adds, don't take my words lightly at all. This is my courtesy. The scene shifts to the mayor's office. The former mayor is leaving, crying. Joseph became the new mayor of Rose Smile in the last episode. Joseph says, I had absolutely no intention of feeling sympathy, but now I am feeling sympathy. Jader says, he is just suffering the consequences of his crime. Now that corruption in the administration has been exposed, he will not escape punishment in Terma. Joseph says, I guess I just regret that his punishment was advanced because of my actions. He asks, by the way, what did Black Bear say? Blade replies, he said he would help us with all his might. It seems everything went very easily. I mean, he was supposed to be very stubborn. But in the end, both of us are from the small village of Rose Smile, so the matter reached him very easily because of our prior knowledge of the ways here. Joseph thinks, still, I doubt it. After all, he is a boss who rules the small village of Rose Smile. It must have been very difficult for him to deal with this situation. Still, he completed his mission. My intention to make him a good knight instead of a normal Rose Smile native. It seems I made the right decision about him. Joseph turns and says, I can see you did a very good job. Joseph turns around and everyone standing there lined up. Joseph thinks, 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrative staff, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire. All of them are Blade's guarantors here. My vassals who will share my fate. If they become the next head of the family, their rank will also go up. But if I fail to become the family head, their rank will go down with me. So, for everyone, Rose Smile is a last resort. Joseph says, from now on, I will work to ensure the smooth governing of Rose Smile. Joseph continues, I will try my best, but right now I am so busy that I will not be able to pay attention to other work. Joseph thinks, I am not yet ready to face the darkness scattered in every corner of Rose Smile. But it is always impossible to be prepared for everything beforehand. If everything I have done so far was a struggle, then from now on, every work will be a step forward for me, because this is my last chance. Joseph says, therefore, I entrust this work to Sir Grigory. Select the members of the investigation team right here and now. Grigory greets him. Thank you very much for giving me this important work. Joseph looks at Grigory, thinking, a knight who remains neutral within the family so that he doesn't get caught between our conflicts and mess things up. Although he is not completely one of my people, he is the right person for this job. Grigory says, considering the nature of this mission, we will often have to interrogate someone. So, I would like to work with Sir Kit, who is an expert in tracking. He looks at Blade and says, besides, I trust you, our rising star. The scene cuts to the barony Uthman of Mosium, showing a castle. A father, mother, and their son are there, and the son is very sick. The parents are very worried. The father asks, will doing this really save my son's life? A woman standing behind him says, absolutely, my lord. The father looks at his son, and, worried and nervous, says, then I leave this to you. I am willing to pay any price to save my son. He is crying while saying this. The woman approaches from behind and says, you absolutely don't need to worry, because God cannot keep an eye on everything. She releases her powerful dark energy and smiles evilly. That's why people like me exist in this world. The scene shifts to another location. Grigory says, the weather is very bad today. Blade says, yes, the weather is very bad. We almost made it. Grigory says, our life never goes according to the plans we make. Blade doesn't say anything. Grigory opens a wine bottle cap and says, it's not a bad idea to have a little drink. The weather is also cold. Right. Would you like a sip? Blade walks away, saying, I am going to gather wood. Grigory says, that wood must be wet. It will be quite difficult to burn. Blade says, still, we should try. Grigory says, you are exactly like him. You are exactly like Sir Jager. Like master, like student. Blade goes to pick up wood. He picks up a piece of wood and says, all of this is useless. It seems we will end up freezing to death in this rain. Suddenly, Kate arrives and says, this wood will work. It is hollow inside. Blade says, thank you for this, Sir Cade. Please give it to me, I will take it. Cade thinks for a moment, and says, I didn't really get a chance to say this when I came here. Blade doesn't understand for a moment. Cade remembers the past and says, thank you for that time. Blade says, I was just doing my job. You absolutely don't need to worry about it. Blade asks, how are you now? Cade replies, I am fine. Thank you very much for that time. At that time, I felt like the only way out for me was to lose a part of my body. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. Then Gregory approaches from behind and says, looking at you two, it feels like I've chosen exactly the right people. Gregory laughs and continues, there are many who would refuse this job simply because they are knights. Hearing Gregory's words, the two start thinking about their objective. Gregory then says, this is how we'll proceed. We are no longer Queen's Knights, we are now mercenaries. From this moment on, we are in Baron Utman's territory. Thanks to Black Bear's help, we were able to locate him. However, we don't have any concrete evidence. We are still in the north, but this place does not fall under Bagit's territory. Sir Joseph's support extended only up to this point. Our mission is to avoid capture and investigate the village. So, do you understand? The two reply, yes, Sir Gregory. Alright, let's head back. We need to save our energy for tomorrow. Blade then looks behind and thinks about those winter days when they heard the sound of crying. I hope I don't hear it again. Blade is referring to the ghostly woman from the previous winter, who was crying for her child. A short time later, the scene shifts. Gregory says, I have a feeling we might be ambushed soon. Then Goth says, I have a bad feeling again. I mean, there's no one around us. Blade replies, perhaps it's too early for that. Then Ked points with his finger and says, look, there's an inn up ahead. Gregory says, that sounds good. Let's go. Inside the inn a person says, customers at this hour. Gregory replies, it rained heavily yesterday, so we couldn't reach the village in time. Could you give all of us a bowl of soup? The person asks, are you mercenaries? A lot of troubling incidents have happened here recently, so we can't let anyone in. Gregory insists, due to the weather, we just want to stay a few days. Are you really kicking us out? We'll eat here too. In a corner, Blade sees a little girl and waves, thinking, she looks exactly like Jemina when she was a child, which makes the girl shy. Suddenly, the system speaks, addressing Blade, which only happens when there's an urgent matter. Blade separates himself and asks, what's wrong? This isn't your usual place. The system says, I think this is finally the place. Surprised, Blade looks at the girl using the system's world. He sees dark energy releasing from the girl's necklace, which has an inverted church crest. The dark energy forms a hand that is squeezing the girl's throat. The system states, this is a curse. Blade remembers his childhood, thinking, children are pure and innocent. Yet they are always the first to be sacrificed. I've seen it countless times. Adults who steal possessions from children. For those children who had nothing left, death was the only way. They either died of hunger, cold, or crying while searching for the parents who abandoned them. In the midst of that hell, I made up my mind. I would never grow up to be like them. I would never live my life like them. These were the vows I made. I must uphold this oath, and a knight never goes back on their oath. Right now, I need to protect the children here. He arrives in front of a church. The system says, it seems to be here. The necklace's energy led to this place. Blade decides to go inside. Inside, he finds everything too normal. To avoid looking suspicious, he kneels down to pretend to pray. A person, who appears to be a priest but wears black robes, approaches and asks, are you new here? Blade says, I arrived this morning. The priest replies, yes, I heard. You must be one of those mercenaries. Blade apologizes for his sudden presence, but his eyes fix on the bubble the priest is holding, where the church crest is inverted. Blade is stunned, thinking, that's why I felt something was wrong here. Since I entered this village, I haven't seen a single correctly made cross. The priest dismisses his apology, saying, God's embrace is open to everyone, everywhere, at all times. Blade then leaves, pretending his prayer is done. The priest says, this place is a home for all who seek God. You may do as you wish. Blade thinks the girl's necklace was pointing towards this place. There's no doubt something strange is happening in this village. Even though he's smiling, I can't trust him at all. I must be very cautious and careful here. Blade replies, thank you, father. The priest then mentions, I must also go pray. The illness spreading in this place not affect your group. Blade is surprised, an illness is spreading here. The priest adjusts his glasses and adds, and I also pray for the children here. Later, a villager asks, an illness. Where did you hear about that? Blade replies, the priest told me when I went to pray at the church. The villager shrugs, given his personality, he might have said it. Blade expresses concern, we plan to stay here for a while, and the news of an illness has made us uneasy. The villager reassures him, you don't need to worry at all, as this disease only kills children here. Blade is shocked, only children. How can that be? The villager claims ignorance, but mentions, I heard this disease is prevalent in villages under Baron Utman's territory. It seems God is angry with us. Blade thanks him and leaves, thinking, in Saub only women were disappearing, and here only children are dying. They keep hearing stranger and stranger things. What do these strange things mean? This is definitely not a disease, but I have no evidence to prove it. The system warns him against returning to So for a holy ayam, saying, the dark magician who created this curse seems quite skilled. Only very well-trained priests would be able to detect it. Blade is then distracted by a voice asking, did the church give you this? He hides and watches a cloaked person-shrouded figure looking at an inverted cross. A little girl says, the priest also gave it to all my friends. The cloaked figure then hands the inverted cross necklace to the child, and starts to leave. Blade decides to follow him for evidence, despite the system warning him that the person is not an ordinary person, and seems very powerful. Blade boasts about his past as a pickpocket in the slums of So, which the system mocks. That's nothing to be proud of. Blade follows the cloaked person, thinking, it looks like he's deliberately leading me to the outskirts of the village. The system mocks him. You used to be a pickpocket, right? How did you get caught so easily? Blade realizes the system is right. He decides to stop following and report to Sir Grigory. However, the system warns him, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think he'll let you go easily. He's coming towards you. The cloaked person approaches, draws a sword, and attacks Blade. Blade draws his own sword and deflects the attack, but the force throws him backward. The system warns him, don't stop, he's on your left. The cloaked person attacks again. Blade blocks it, but the sheer force pushes him back. Blade notes, when I blocked his sword, I could tell he's definitely a knight. The cloaked figure pauses, seemingly surprised that Blade is ready to fight back. Blade wonders if the opponent is a retired or active knight. The cloaked figure charges again. Blade activates his world, and releases an aura into his sword. The figure attacks, but Blade sidesteps and avoids it. Blade thinks, I have only one chance, and it's now. Blade attacks, managing to cut the covering of the figure's head, revealing the armor of an active knight. The cloaked figure activates their world aura, and charges with an even more intense aura, shocking Blade. Their swords clash violently, releasing a powerful burst of aura. The system yells, Blade, stop. Blade replies, it's too late. After the attack, Blade is kneeling, utterly stunned as he looks up. The figure, releasing a powerful aura, is walking towards him. The system comments, what a strange situation for you to meet her at this time. Blade is completely astonished to see that the figure is a woman. The system identifies her. This person is a holy knight. Blade, seeing her immense aura, tells the system, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. I have to explain this to her. The system warns, I don't think she's willing to listen. A sword is fast, and talking takes time. She's already made up her mind. You have to defeat her before you can talk. The system shouts, deflect it. Blade barely manages to deflect the next attack and tells the system, this is incredibly difficult. It's completely different from Sir Pavlo's attack. She's using too much aura. The system explains, this is a blessing. She doesn't need to create her own world because she already possesses the word of God. The Holy Knight delivers another devastating attack, which Blade struggles to handle. Blade thinks, this is so unfair. She gets so much power just by following the will of God. He deflects the attack again, noting that despite her overwhelming power from the blessing, the Holy Knight is leaving many openings for an attack. Blade attempts a counterattack, but she deflects it with her armor. The system commands, focus, regain your balance quickly. Before Blade can react, the Holy Knight places a hand on his face, slamming him into the ground with such force that a crater forms behind him, causing Blade to cry out in pain. As Blade tries to stand, the Holy Knight places her sword at his throat. Blade thinks, what just happened? How did she do that? The system explains, that's armor magic. It can deflect any kind of sword attack. Blade thinks, a blessing and armor magic. That's outright cheating. And she hasn't even broken a sweat. She deliberately showed me openings, so she could attack. She was playing with me the whole time. The Holy Knight asks, "Who are you?" Blade, raising both hands, says, "I am from Sao, and I came here for investigation." The Holy Knight repeats, "From Sao." Later, at the inn, the Holy Knight greets Grigori, "I am Justina from the Northern Archduchy of St. Rosino. It is the will of heaven that I meet a knight from So here." Grigori returns the greeting, and invites her to sit. Justina explains, "I came here to investigate the strange incidents. Initially, I thought it was some kind of disease, but it later proved to be a curse. I found traces of something very ancient." Grigori is concerned, "A curse? But there is a church here, so such things shouldn't happen." Justina believes, "I believe the church itself is involved in this curse." The system comments to Blade that she is very sharp. Grigori thinks, "The situation here is more serious than I imagine. It's troubling that a holy knight, who follows the will of God, is calling the church corrupt. However, this place is not under Bajit's jurisdiction. This is beyond my authority and capability." Justina then says, "Please extend my congratulations to the new mayor of So. His method of managing the situation using information we couldn't obtain is truly commendable." Justina understands Sir Joseph is trying to solve the So case to become the next family head. Grigori thinks, "It seems she's asking us not to pursue the investigation further. She's made a well-considered decision. All matters related to black magic fall under the church's domain, so we have no reason to continue this investigation." Grigori agrees, "All right, I understand your position." The narrative interjects, "A line has been drawn. A line has been drawn in the face of the burden of authority and responsibility. It is night." Blade is thinking, "It seems I won't be able to find Anna." The little girl from the inn, Marine, approaches and asks, "Are you leaving?" Blade says, "Yes, we'll leave soon." She asks why, and he says their work is done. Marine says, "Work is never truly finished." Blade thinks, this little girl hit the nail on the head. Marine's father, the inn owner, mentions, he said the church would give gifts. Blade asks, "A gift?" The owner explains, he will soon gather the children for a ritual blessing. Given the troubles we are facing, we should be thankful they made this decision. Blade asks when. The owner says, "I heard it will be in 3 or 4 days. The priest said he would gather the children himself." Marine begs Blade to stay until then. Blade thinks Justina sent a pigeon. It will take the Holy Knight at least 4 days to get here. Blade decides, "I think we can stay until then." Marine is delighted and offers him something. "Then I'll give you this." She hands him a small ring, which Blade realizes is made of ivy, the vine growing on the inn wall, not flowers, as she claimed. He thinks, a village where not even a small flower easily blooms. Marine's father tells her it's time for bed. Marine sadly says goodbye, promising to see him tomorrow. As she walks away, she suddenly stops, trembles, stumbles, and falls. Her father screams her name. Blade rushes over. The system shows him the girl's condition. The dark energy hand from the necklace is now violently constricting Marine's throat. The system declares, her curse has started. The scene cuts to Grigori's location, where he is fighting many undead. An undead tries to attack from behind, but Grigori strikes hard, decapitating it, sending the other undead flying. Ked fires a holy light arrow at another undead, but his hands are bleeding from the effort. Grigori comments, "I wish I were this popular in my daily life." He then sees the priest nearby and says, "I've seen many pathetic things today, including your pathetic, smiling face right until the end." The priest replies, "Say whatever you want, because I am not a person who can die here." Grigori, furious, says, "Let's see if your pathetic mouth still works after I cut off your head." The priest laughs. Grigori attacks violently, striking the priest. The priest's severed head rolls on the ground. The undead freeze. Justina comments, "If you want to defeat an army, you must first kill its commander." Sir Grigori made the right decision. Grigori takes out a bottle of alcohol, saying, "Today was too full of hardships. I need to drink until my mood improves." As he drinks, a voice says, "Think about it. There was no wine in tonight's meal." Grigori, Justina, and Ked are stunned. The voice came from the priest's severed head. It asks, "If you don't mind, could you pour me a sip of that wine?" Grigori is shocked. What is going on? The priest's headless body begins to stand up behind him. Ked shouts, "Sir Grigori, look behind you." Blue fire erupts from the severed head. Justina exclaims, "That's a headless knight." An eye appears in the blue fire, and the priest's head is replaced by a new one made of fire. Justina corrects herself. "No, that's a Dullahan. The scene shifts back to Blade, who has climbed to the top of the tower. He sees the bell where several spells were cast, draining the children's life force. Blade exclaims, "Is this the source of the curse?" The system confirms, "This is a curse cast by a noble black mage. You must destroy it with your full strength in a single attack." Blade prepares his world. Suddenly, he senses the Death Knight Dullahan, the same one Grigori is fighting below. The system warns, "Dodge it quickly." The ground beneath Blade begins to shatter. Blade barely jumps to a side roof. But that roof also collapses, and he falls to the ground. He is stunned to see the entire bell tower has been destroyed. The Death Knight Dullahan appears behind him and says, "Truly, your reaction speed is commendable." Dullahan holds the spell focus, which contains something, the life force of the village children. Blade draws his sword. "You bastard. I know you're not human. Where are the others?" Dullahan says their lives mean nothing to him. Blade demands the life force. Dullahan tells him to take it if he can. Blade attacks fiercely, but Dullahan blocks and parries effortlessly, saying, "Don't bother me too much. No one can say how long my goodwill toward my comrade will last." Blade, confused, yells, "Why would I be a comrade to someone like you?" Dullahan says, "I wasn't talking about you." Dullahan launches a counterattack that Blade struggles to block. Noting the speed, he's too fast. Even his counterattacks are fast. The system warns, "Don't assume this is a human's movement." Dullahan's sword is inches from Blade's eyes. The system shouts, "Blade, use it." Blade slams his foot, bringing his shoulder protected by his armor in front of the blade. The sword strikes, causing energy bubbles to erupt from the armor. Dullahan is surprised, armor magic. But that's just leather armor. How can he do that? He sees the bubbling energy, and realizes, "This is amazing. You even have the blessing of a spirit." Referring to the white snake spirit's blessing. Blade attacks, slicing Dullahan in two. But the Dullahan regenerates immediately and counters. Blade thinks, "If this continues, I can't win. To win, I must expand my world even further, like Sir Rutigar." The system's world merges with Blade's, a horizon where both worlds meet. The system says, "I permit you." Blade's aura turns into lightning. The system allows him to use its world. Blade screams in rage. They clash, releasing a tremendous burst of energy and lightning. When the light fades, the area is ravaged by lightning. Dullahan is still standing, but there is a scratch on his hand. Blade thinks, "It's incredible that I could only manage a small scratch. My world is too small to fully contain the system's world. I can only manage 2 or 3 attacks with this power." The cut on Dullahan's hand starts to heal. Dullahan says, "I was going easy on you because I thought your style was similar." Armor starts appearing on Dullahan's body. Blade is surprised. "What is this?" Dullahan is shown fully armored and ready to fight. Dullahan vanishes and reappears behind Blade. The system says, "Dodge it quickly." Blade blocks the attack, but the force throws him backward, and he tumbles across the ground, kicking up dust. Dullahan thinks, "Even for a moment, he drew out his aura to deflect my attack. He has a lot of potential. What I saw with my eyes proved my earlier thought about him wrong." Blade's lightning is also aura. Blade quickly heals due to the snake spirit's blessing. Dullahan advances, thinking, "His potential is quite unpredictable. Therefore, I must kill him right here, right now. If you hadn't gotten involved in this matter, you could have gone very far. But this talent will end here today." Blade is unconscious. Dullahan stabs his sword toward Blade. Suddenly, lightning erupts the system's aura, and Blade grabs Dullahan's sword with his bare hands. The system says, "Didn't you hear what this child said? Leave those children alone." The system is possessing Blade's body. A powerful lightning bolt strikes from the sky, causing Dullahan to scream. The system says, "I don't know who I am. I only know that I have a connection with this child. I have forgotten the memories of my existence for a very long time, and the only duty I have to follow is deeply etched into my soul. The only reason for my existence was that duty." The system, possessing Blade's body, unleashes a tremendous lightning aura. The system says, "Now that it has come to this, why don't we adults step forward?" Dullahan also grabs his sword, and is ready to fight. Blade vanishes in a flash of lightning speed and appears behind Dullahan. Dullahan senses him, turns around, and thinks, "What is this?" Dullahan blocks the attack, but the force drags him backward. The system rapidly approaches Dullahan, grabs his head, and slams him forcefully into the ground. The system says, "How dare you mess with me with such pathetic skills?" Dullahan asks, "Who are you?" The system says, "I have no words for the trash that uses children's blood to stay alive. Therefore, you should die right here." A powerful lightning bolt strikes again. The system looks ahead, and Dullahan is gone. Dullahan appears behind the system. Dullahan thinks, this makes no sense at all. How can this be? How can I, a Death Knight, be afraid of him? Dullahan looks at Blade the possessed body and thinks his very existence is such that anyone would be afraid to look at him. So my fear is justified. A ferocious beast is coming towards me with its sharp teeth. He is coming to devour me. The system's face, made of lightning aura, is visible behind Blade. The system releases its tremendous lightning aura and approaches Dullahan. It vanishes again with lightning speed. Dullahan is surprised, thinking he suddenly disappeared as a lot of lightning is released around him. Dullahan looks around, thinking, where is he? Is he on the left or the right? The system appears behind Dullahan and says, were you talking so much all this time because you were actually so slow? Hearing the voice, Dullahan turns around and delivers a powerful strike with his sword, destroying the area. The system appears behind him again. Dullahan senses him and launches several attacks backward with his sword. Dullahan looks ahead, and there is no one there. The system, right next to him, says, how dare someone like you mock the potential that I preciously hold. The Death Knight Dullahan thinks, this is a body that death cannot harm, nor can any injury or pain affect it. So, what is happening to me now? What kind of pain is this that is tearing my soul apart? The system continuously attacks the Death Knight Dullahan. He delivers a powerful strike that knocks the Death Knight onto the ground. Dullahan cannot get up and thinks, how can this kind of existence be possible in this world? The system embeds its sword into Dullahan's shoulder, making him scream. The system says, give it back. The system has completely overpowered Dullahan. The system raises its hand from which a lot of lightning is emerging, and says, I said, give it back now. It punches Dullahan hard in the face and then unleashes a barrage of punches, causing lightning to erupt all around, and the ground near Dullahan starts to shatter. The system grabs Dullahan's armor with both hands and rips it off. The system looks ahead and says, so you kept it here. The system places its hand on it and says, now go back, and lightning starts to release, gradually increasing in intensity. The seal made of the spell on the souls of the village children slowly starts to break, and it finally shatters. The souls of all the children in the village start returning to their bodies. Their life force starts returning. The children's life force is still returning. The system is still holding Dullahan. The system says, I definitely know, but I can't remember now. The system says in a very serious tone, I can't remember the method of killing trash like you. Dullahan is trembling, thinking, we are not the same. I thought he also escaped death like me. The system pulls out its sword and says, even if I don't remember, that doesn't mean I don't have other ways. The system cuts off one of the Death Knight Dullahan's arms with the sword, making him scream in pain. The system says, I have just started. I will cut off every part of your body. Perhaps this will be like dying for you. So let's start now. The system delivers another strike, cutting off both of Dullahan's legs. Dullahan screams loudly. The system says, you still have one more arm left. Just then, Dullahan screams loudly, Lamastu, Lamastu. Suddenly the system is surprised to see a lot of dark energy surrounding Dullahan. The Death Knight Dullahan screams, I am here, Master Lamastu. Several dark energy hands are shown going toward the Death Knight Dullahan. The system thinks, is this? The Death Knight Dullahan screams, Master Lamastu. The dark energy hands grab Dullahan, completely enveloping his body. The system thinks he is taking back his immortality. The Death Knight screams, no, Master Lamastu. The dark energy hands completely engulf Dullahan's body and vanish. The system remembers Dullahan's words and thinks about Lamastu. I don't remember any person by that name in my memories, but I definitely have a slight feeling about that name. What kind of existence is he? Suddenly, Blade's body starts trembling. The system thinks it seems they used his body too much. His growth is quite fast. I am proud that his body has been able to withstand my power so far. I should apologize to him when he wakes up. Blade passes out there. The scene shows morning has broken, and the sunlight is spreading everywhere. The scene shifts back to the barony of Museum. The same dark figure woman is sitting on the throne and thinking. His soul was shining quite brightly. The marks on his body were quite merciless. He was using some kind of magic that is being used after a very long time. The things of the past have changed. It seems an ancient beast has awakened from its sleep. So, now is the time to take the next step. A time where cracks appear. I have been waiting for this chaotic age for a long time. Several severed heads are shown in front of her. A knight is kneeling before her. The dark figure says, my knight, take whatever is in front of you and whatever you like. They are the knights of Baron Uthman. So, I am sure they will be satisfied. They have already paid their price. This means all the severed heads belong to Baron Uthman's knights. Well, your only son has returned from death. Mosiem is our darkness. So, we will stay on this land for some time. A death knight in golden armor and several headless death knights in silver armor like Dilahan are shown behind him. All the death knights say, "We will follow your will, Master Lamastu." The scene cuts to the village, where everyone is doing their work. Blade is in shock and asks, "Was I sleeping for 3 days?" Guth, who is nearby, says, "Be happy that the fight stopped. When I first saw you there, you looked like a piece of torn cloth. Do you know what I had to endure to bring you here?" Blade imagines Guth dragging him. Blade asks, "The knights, are they all right?" Guth says, "Only the captain's condition is the worst. You should focus on resting yourself instead of worrying about others." Guth says he needs to report that Blade is away. "Call me if you need anything." Blade says, "All right, thank you." Guth leaves. Blade says, "I am very happy that everyone is safe and sound." The system also says, "Yes, that is the most important thing." The system continues, "It seems the barrier put up by Justina was strong enough to last till the end. She is truly quite strong." Blade agrees. Blade adds, "It's a little strange that I am talking to you without holding the sword." The system explains, "That is because the horizons of our worlds are connected. Even if it was just for a moment, we shared our world. Now you can talk to me in your mind." The system begins talking to his internal mind. Blade asks the system, "Is this how it is?" Blade says, "Now I don't need to go to a corner and whisper so that no one sees me." Before, Blade used to talk to the system out loud, and now he can talk mentally. Blade says to the system, "Just think. I never told you this before. This is a secret that only you and I know. You were the one who saved everyone. Not only me and the knight, but you also saved the village children." Blade greets him, "Thank you very much for this." They continue talking like this. Blade asks, "Is that true?" The system says, "Yes, you truly worked very hard." Blade smiles. A little later, at Holy Knight Justina's camp, a Holy Knight says, "Stop right there. You cannot go inside." Blade says, "I am from Rose Smile. Miss Justina knows me." The Holy Knight glares at Blade. Blade stands still. The Holy Knight walks away and says, "You wait right here." Blade looks to the side, thinking, even though the Holy Knights arrived late, I am happy that they are here. Now the people of the village don't need to worry. The Holy Knight returns and says, "You may come inside." Blade thanks him and goes inside. He is shocked by what he sees, several women's corpses. Blade thinks, "I didn't realize this because the situation was very bad at that time, but it's something to think about that there are so many victims here." The scene shows the inverted crossbow bolt Justina has. Justina asks Blade, "What are you doing here?" Blade asks, "Miss Justina, can I search this area?" Justina says, "Sir Gregory has already confirmed the missing women." Blade says, "But there is someone I am personally looking for." Justina gives him permission and says, "The remnants of the curse might still remain, so come to take my blessing after your work is done." Blade says, "I understand, and thank you, Miss Justina." Blade starts checking the corpses by lifting their shrouds. His eyes fall on a corpse on the side, whose hair is scattered outside the shroud. Blade goes there and lifts the shroud. He thinks, "I was hoping I wouldn't find her here." He remembers the past, where he was telling Anna, "It seems your eyes are quite injured. It would be better if you rest for a few days." Anna says, "It's not a broken bone. These are just minor injuries. They will heal quickly. And thank you for giving this." Blade says, "I am just doing what I should. Use this to rub on your injured eyes." Anna says affectionately, "Is this a bribe? Anyway, thank you for giving it. But I will trust you next time." Blade says, "Life is a very miserable thing. Don't you agree? In your next life, please don't do any dangerous work. Be born as the son of a good family and grow up with a lot of love. Forgive me that I was not with you." Blade crosses Anna's hands and puts a flower ring on her finger. A little later, at Holy Knight Justina's camp, Justina is saying, "So you were saying that a black hole suddenly appeared there, and that black hole engulfed the Death Knight?" Blade replies, "Yes, that's what happened." Justina asks for more details. Blade says, "I only knew that much. I was busy fighting at the time. It was quite difficult for me just to dodge his attacks." The system says, "You framed the words well. Your words sound true because you are mixing truth and lie very well." Blade tells the system, "I have worked with prostitutes in the small village and used words to survive there. I can mostly assure you that the small marks left behind were completely disastrous, because these marks clearly show how weak the resistance was against a much more powerful force. But I don't understand what mattered in the end. Blade adds, in the end, he called out a name. Justina asks, what was that name? Blade says, I can't remember properly right now. I was about to faint at that time, so I don't remember properly. Justina peels an apple and says, if you eat something, you might remember. Blade says, his name started with a llama. Maybe his name was Lamastu. Justina stops peeling the apple and starts trembling. Justina asks, did he really say this name? Blade replies, yes, I think he said that name. Justina says, thank you very much for helping us. Blade is surprised because Justina stands up and says, Saint Rosio will never forget how you fought that day. Go back and rest. Blade agrees. Justina starts to leave. The system says, it's a great relief that she doesn't suspect you. Blade asks the system, did you see the expression on her face before she left? She looked like a completely different person. Justina is very angry here. The scene cuts to Rose Smile Mayor's office. Joseph is pouring tea into a cup and says, when did you come here to Rose Smile, Lovato? An old man is sitting in front of him. Lovato replies, actually, it's been a while since I came here. Joseph says, if you had told me before coming, I would have come to pick you up myself. Lovato drinks the tea and says, I am only a person of the lowest rank now. So, young master, how can I make you go through so much trouble for a person like me? And most importantly, I also have some work of my own here. So, can you tell me where your young boy is? Joseph says, he is on a mission right now. He is on a mission in Baron Uthman's territory. News about him will arrive soon. Lovato says, he's a servant, yet he is already on a mission. Lovato says, actually, I met the Patriarch before coming here. I only have one docket token left. So, I wanted to wrap everything up. Joseph thinks, so, he didn't just come here to meet Blade. Several servants are shown, and Lovato says, all the servants of Terma are so dull. I can't believe the people who should take Vest's name are not all like them. I wonder if the servant you prepared is also like these people. Jaeger says, no, he is far better than these people. But he likes to do whatever he wants. Lovato says, if a person like you speaks so highly of him, he must be useful. There is no need to be surprised. When you were young, you showed all your shameful aspects and kept babbling the whole time. I hope I like that child. But if he is like that suffering child, or whatever his name is, who bothers people just because he has his family's support, I will beat him very badly, even if he is your personal servant. Joseph says, he has no parents, nor does he have any family. Joseph thinks, now I understand Lovato's intentions, so I have to redirect his interest toward Blay as much as possible. Joseph says, he grew up in the small village of Rose Smile without any parents, and he reached here on his own merit. Joseph thinks, I have a reason why I am showing him the poor environment where he grew up. I should remind him of his past where he faced many difficulties, because he also achieved this success on his own. Lovato says, is that so? Joseph says you don't need to give him the docket token. But I hope you will teach him one or two things. Lovato says, I haven't liked any of the young men I have seen so far. But since you have personally requested me, I will personally look after him very well. The scene cuts to the village, where Justina is greeting people. We, Saint Rosino, will never forget the work done by all you brave people. Grigori laughs, I hope you say something good about us, because our people rarely praise anyone. Justina says, Mr. Grigori, I cannot lie in my report, but I will try my best to consider your position. Grigori says, then it would be better if you don't say anything about us. Justina's eyes fall on Blade, who is folding his flag. Justina asks Grigori, Blade has the flag, right? Grigori says, it's been a long time, but Vest has found someone on whom their eyes are fixed. They treat him very well. Justina thinks, the signs of a dangerous fight and a servant who has the courage to fight the Death Knight Delayan. Both these things clearly show that his potential is quite extraordinary. Grigori says, now we are leaving from here. Justina says, I pray that the blessing of Saint Rosino remains upon all of you. They start to leave. Blade turns back, waving his hand and saying goodbye. All the villagers are also saying goodbye. Grigori says, this is truly a place filled with sunlight. Whatever happened here was because of him. Blade thinks, this is a relief. Anna would also prefer to be buried in a village filled with sunlight instead of being buried in the dark and gloomy village of Rose Smile. I hope she likes the warmth of that light. The scene shows nighttime. Everyone is sleeping in the camp, but Blade is awake and sitting, thinking, I was completely defeated there. If I didn't have the system, I would also have been killed like George and Anna. Suddenly, Grigori wakes up and asks Blade, what are you thinking about so intently? Blade says, I was just thinking about all kinds of things. Grigori says, but you look quite serious. Blade says, there are many incredible people in this world. I don't know if I will be able to survive in this world or not. Grigori says, everyone has this question at least once in their life, but no one has the right answer. Grigori stands up and says, but I have found my conclusion. Blade asks, what is that conclusion? Grigori says, I must keep burning. There is no way to stop the fire from flickering when the wind blows. But as long as the flames of the fire remain, it can burn again. Keep persevering and keep burning endlessly. Blade thinks, absolutely right. There is no shortcut to becoming powerful quickly and leaving everyone behind in a single moment. I just have to keep persevering and keep burning like a flame without giving up. I only have to focus on the present right now. If I have to face the big world that suddenly appeared, I also have to become a big flame like it. He is thinking these things to himself. Something is shown behind him, the same black horse, which is staring intently at Blade. The scene cuts to the Rose Smile Mayor's office. Joseph says, you all did a very good job. I want to compliment you for your dedication in completing this mission and for your ability to reach the root of the problem. He continues, but the fact that Vest's sword was used on another lord's land cannot be easily ignored. Grigori says, forgive me. As the leader of this investigation squad, I am ready to accept any kind of punishment. Suddenly, a voice from behind says, the times have already changed. How can you be so careless on other people's land? It is Lovato, who continues. And even worse, you already knew what was going to happen. I think their actions were quite useless. Blade looks at him, thinking, who is he? The air around him feels quite extraordinary. Joseph says, he is right. In this chaotic time, you have gotten involved in a sensitive problem. The empire has started to slowly crumble because the imperial family is not capable of controlling the empire properly. Small and large territorial wars are happening in all areas of the empire. So, there is no guarantee that this will not happen in the north. Grigori bows his head and says, forgive me. Joseph says, at a time like this, when we are looking at the difficult things of the past, the Iron Duke is also paying attention to these things. What happened in that village? Why is the Duke doing this? He continues, I believe that your intention was absolutely not wrong. But the fire you all have started is quite big. Suddenly, a voice from behind says, you all should have left from there earlier. It is Lovato, who continues, I heard there was a holy night of Saint Roso there. That means that place should have been left to that holy night. This is a common thing that you all should have done. Blade is internally angry, thinking, when you don't know anything, you have no right to say anything about it. How can you say such things when you weren't even there? Lovato says, children nowadays don't think at all about the consequences before taking any step. Blade says angrily, if we hadn't gotten involved. Joseph and Jaeger get angry, and Grigori and Kate are surprised and look at Blade. Lovato is also staring at Blade. Blade says with angry eyes, all those children would have been killed. Lovato thinks, look at that. Where did young Master Joseph find someone exactly like himself? I thought he would be a childish boy. But when I look at that child in front of my eyes, he is a ferocious beast. Blade continues, and Sir Grigori tried his best to save the children. Saint Rosino saw what we did, and they said we should be praised for our actions, not scolded. And besides, before he can say anything more, Joseph slams his hand on the table and says angrily, enough is enough. Stop right there. Don't test my patience. Blade falls silent and looks at Joseph. Jaeger is also angry, and Grigori and Kate are troubled. Joseph looks at Blade angrily. Blade turns and bows his head, saying, forgive me, Sir Joseph. Joseph then looks at Lovato, who is standing with his eyes closed and his head bowed, thinking. Joseph says, Sir Grigori, I trust that you also understand very well that the second Swordmaster Code is extremely sensitive. Grigori says, absolutely right, Sir Joseph. This was an oversight on our part. Sensitive matters are interconnected. Joseph says, before Baron Uthman personally complains about this, we should take action first and show our sincerity. Knight Grigori, you are being suspended for some time. Blade is very surprised. Joseph continues, during that time, you will not be given a salary, and you will not be able to use any of the rights given by Vest household. And the same punishment will be given to a Knight Kate. Grigori says, understood, Sir Joseph. Joseph turns and says, and besides, servant Blade. Blade is also looking at Joseph. Joseph thinks, I gave you food, clothes, and shelter to live, but it seems I haven't made you my pet yet. Joseph says, I am truly very disappointed in you that you made me sad by saying this without my permission. Joseph thinks, is this anger I'm feeling because I'm embarrassed? No, I'm truly disappointed. Joseph turns to Blade and says, you are also suspended for some time. Joseph thinks to himself, because that was so pathetic, I should be even stricter with you. Joseph continues, don't let me see you around until you are summoned. Blade is stunned by his words. A little later, Blade is walking away, thinking, my feelings are mixed, and the thought that I have to see those eyes again. Lovato appears in front of him, and says, despite being a servant, you truly vexed Sir Joseph. So, your name is Blade. Blade is deep in thought. Lovato scolds him, look at you, not answering when an elder questions you. I suppose no one taught you proper manners. This angers Blade, who thinks, I was taught so much by the madams who looked after me with a mother's eyes. Blade greets him, that is correct. My name is Blade. I know your name. Lovato was surprised, thinking, those eyes. It looks like he is asking for my name before challenging me to a duel. Lovato smiles, thinking, the blood of an old man like me is boiling again. I have never felt this kind of energy within me before. Lovato says, you want to know my name. Unfortunately, I don't have a name I can tell you right now. He then slams the pole of his banner on the ground. Blade is stunned to see that Lovato's banner bears the insignia of several households recognized for a knight's honor. Lovato says, I am merely a person walking the lowest path, one who has yet to fulfill his duty. Lovato continues, there are knights who grow old without dying because they cannot retire honorably on the battlefield. They walk the lowest path and regain their lost honor along the way, just as the Fane King, the Swordmaster, did in his last moments. The scene shifts to Dharma. The butler says, Count Gather has finally prepared a bridge to the north. To be more precise, he has chosen the region where a bridgehead can be established. Lady Elisha says, he will finally have to get ahead of us to move north. She asks, will he come to us? The butler considers it and replies, we should be prepared for it. Lady Elisha says, to think that the central area is blocked right now. Before we realize it later, the west is getting closer to us. I need to write a letter to Count Bajet. I'm sure he will help us, as he has both the reason and the duty to do so. The butler agrees. You are right. Once they get past Dharma, their next target will obviously be the Bajet County. Lady Elisha says, I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. The butler replied, yes, we hear many rumors about him these days. He is growing up to be a good man. Lady Elisha says, it seems he made good connections in St. Rosina this time. Getting closer to the church is not a bad thing. The butler teases Lady Elisha, you must be very proud of him. Lady Elisha coughs coyly, after all, I invested in him. The butler says, you were absolutely right. Lady Elisha says, thank you for keeping an eye on him. Our spy network has also become quite strong. The butler teases her again, if that's the case, people might say our best product is not lemons but our spies. Lady Elisha turned away and says, if our spy network is that strong, we should expand our surveillance so that we are prepared if anything happens, as our troops are very few. She looks ahead. The tree that was once dry is now green. Lady Elisha says, I hope he passes by us without doing anything. The butler thinks, this world is changing too fast. So fast that I cannot predict what will happen next. But this change is not entirely bad, just like the flowers that bloomed when that young boy left. This can give us hope and comfort. The white snake spirit is shown on top of the tree. The scene shifts to the blacksmith shop and Rose's smile. Blade says to the blacksmith, that crazy old man, if I could, I would have killed him right there. The blacksmith asks, really? But who did you use this sword on? It hasn't been long since I repaired it. How did it get so damaged? Blade replies, a headless man. It was really hard to fight that opponent. The blacksmith asks, what do you mean? Blade says, how do I explain this? The more I see of the world, the more I fight beings I've never seen or heard of before. I think this is my fate. The blacksmith suggests, isn't it time for you to change this sword? Blade asks, what do you mean? The blacksmith explains, this sword is only slightly better than the swords used by mercenaries. Only if you are lucky will you be able to cut a monster with it. This sword is made of common iron by a common blacksmith. Blade asks, what are you talking about? The blacksmith says, if you use something that isn't worthy of you, it will eventually break. The blacksmith recounts an incident. A mercenary once asked him, please make me a sword that can cut a ghost. The blacksmith was confused. The mercenary had randomly arrived last winter. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense. But then he mentioned your name. He was talking about Blade of Su who had cut a ghost. Blade remembers. Ah, I know who that is. I met that mercenary during the goblin subjugation. That mercenary kept asking me, where did you get that sword? The blacksmith continues. Ah, is that so? You were so young you couldn't use aura. So he asked me, is there anything special about this sword? I was relieved to hear you were still alive. It's truly astonishing that you've done such amazing feats with the sword. The blacksmith looks at Blade and thinks, as you face the countless difficulties that come your way, you will continue to grow. But this sword will always remain the same. If this sword breaks, it won't just be the sword that breaks, but something else too. I hope my sword doesn't make you cry, and the sword wants the same. He tells Blade, I'm not asking you to replace it now, but I want you to think about it. Blade jokes, would you take an order from a customer like me? The blacksmith says, this is my greatest and last work. Go find another blacksmith. The blacksmith thinks, sometimes it seems he has grown up too fast, but at times like this, he acts like a child. Saying goodbye to anything scares young people, but for an old man like me, it has become normal. The blacksmith asks, will you take this sword back today? Blade replies, I don't have any urgent work right now. Maybe I'll have to use it soon. The blacksmith says, all right, I will sharpen this sword. Blade watches him. A little later, Blade holds his sword and says, it looks brand new. It's even sharper than before. Blade thanks him. Thank you, I can trust you now. The blacksmith says, now, don't come back so soon with this. Give this old man a rest. Blade promises, next time, I'll bring good quality meat. The blacksmith replies, the kids will say it won't taste good if you only bring meat. Blade laughs. If that's the case, then I'll bring very good quality wine next time. The blacksmith says, that's right. I'll be waiting. Take good care of yourself. Blade says goodbye and leaves. As Blade walks away, the blacksmith starts coughing hard, thinking, I need to rest today. I put too much strength into repairing that sword. He sees Blade's confident stride and thinks, the way he walks is full of certainty and confidence. He can easily get out of this quagmire now. Blade is walking when he suddenly stops. Someone is following him. Blade ducks into a nearby alley. The person, who is Lovato, follows him and looks intently. Seeing no one, Lovato laughs, thinking, kid, you have quite good instincts. That's a good reason why the Bajet householder gave you his family armor. Suddenly Blade appears behind him, glaring angrily. Blade asks, why are you following me? Lovato feigns innocence. What are you talking about? I was just wandering around. It was just a coincidence that our directions were the same. Blade says, I know you've been following me since I left the city house. Lovato asks, is that so? Blade says angrily, it seems like you've been trying to pick a fight with me since the first time we met. Lovato thinks, I like his sharp energy, and he can control his anger without much trouble. Lovato is then confused, thinking, if he knew all along, why did he do this? Lovato thinks, that rascal. Did he deliberately reveal this? Lovato means, if Blade knew he was being followed, why didn't he confront him earlier? Why bring him to this secluded place? Lovato says, you should have avoided doing anything foolish from the start. Didn't I tell you this before? Blade says, if there is something you are angry about, tell me directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Lovato thinks, it's been a long time since I saw someone with this kind of courage. I miss this so much. It feels good to see it again. Lovato places his hand on his sword hilt and says, swords are better than words. Blade thinks, a former knight of the Bajet household, who has several badges. I don't know his name or why he is doing this, but he is the old man Sir Joseph vouched for. I am sure he has a reason for doing this. Blade decides, then I will start first. Blade looks at Lovato and says, if he has a good reason, fine. Blade then draws his sword and charges at Lovato, who easily blocks the attack. Blade thinks, but if his reasons are pathetic, I will crush him. Lovato says, you have some skills. Blade gets angry, steps back, and attacks again, launching a continuous barrage. Blade struggles, thinking he is nullifying all my attacks with the tip of his sword. This cannot be a coincidence. He figured out all my movements in just a short time. I can feel that his sword has clashed with the swords of countless people. Lovato asks, are you done now? Are you tired so soon? Blade replies, it's not over yet. Lovato is stunned to see Blade activate his world and release aura into his sword, ready to fight. Blade says, I'm just getting started now. Lovato is delighted, thinking, even in the past, very few people could use so much aura at this age. This is truly crazy. Blade charges and attacks with his aura-covered sword, but Lovato blocks it easily. Blade launches several more attacks, but Lovato deflects them all. Blade leaps and attacks with massive force, but Lovato dodges it. Lovato says, "I commend your courage." He jumps backward. Blade chases him, thinking, "I can't let him escape. Although my technique and experience are not as good as his, he is old, and I am young, so I can defeat him with my strength." They clash swords again, both using full power. Lovato is pushed back, saying, "Time is truly a cruel thing." Blade retorts, "Let's see how long you can keep that smile on your face." Lovato says, "Your strategy was quite good, but you chose the wrong opponent to try it on today." Lovato then activates his world and releases aura into his sword, pushing Blade back. Lovato says, "This is not bad, is it? This is physical strengthening." Blade struggles, thinking his current strength is completely different from before. Lovato brings aura to his hand and says, "You have yet to be more surprised." Lovato catches Blade's aura-clad sword with his bare hand, saying, "If you adapt to it, you can use it this way too." Blade is astonished. Amazing. He caught my aura sword with his bare hand. It feels like he has bound my sword in one place. Blade suddenly lets go of his sword, surprising Lovato. Blade draws his dagger and attacks Lovato, who leans back to avoid it, thinking, "That kid is smart. He made the right decision to let go of his sword." This is not something a knight who has received proper training would do. This boldness can only be done by someone with a beast's heart. Blade attacks again, but Lovato catches the dagger with his hand. Lovato uses his physical strengthening to punch Blade in the face. The punch sends Blade skating far away, tumbling and destroying everything in his path. Lovato is horrified, thinking, "It seems I was too serious." He rushes to Blade. "Hey kid, are you alright?" Blade is motionless. Lovato thinks, "It seems he passed out. His defense was too weak." Lovato remembers Joseph's words, "He is a possibility I cherish deeply, so please do not harm him." Lovato worries, "What am I going to tell him?" Blade is then shown standing up, not unconscious, and he charges towards Lovato, who is surprised. Blade grabs Lovato's clothes and slams his head violently against Lovato's head. Blade then stumbles and falls, saying, "That's cheating." He said this because Lovato had used physical strengthening on his head. Lovato says with a smile, "If I hadn't paid attention to it at the right time, something very bad could have happened to me." He smiles again and says, "But you are definitely very talented." He passed. The next day at the Bajit household, Ragmus says, "Sir Lovato isn't so. It seems he is interested in Blade." The Patriarch says, "Ah, is that so?" Ragmus says, "That's a relief." The Patriarch replies, "Yes, Sir Lovato was a knight of the previous Patriarch. It's difficult even for me to deal with him, as he sighed while looking at our servants and then left. I didn't feel good seeing all this. I wondered if I should say that we regained some pride there, or if we should sigh again, because we only have Blade to pique his interest." Ragmus says, "Times have changed. Sir Lovato is living proof of the turbulent times when the First Empire was created and the Swordmaster Court was established. He has no interest in the servants of this era, who have been raised in shelters." The Patriarch says, "No matter how much time has changed, some things do not change." When he sighed, it was not an ordinary grumble or complaint. It seems he left a good impression on him, that Saint Rosa personally sent the armor. Ragmus says, and their acknowledgement makes him even more special. The Patriarch says, "I should talk to So." He thinks, fortunately, it's not over yet. Bajit's old tradition still continues, and all of this is thanks to just one servant. Blade is in his room, holding his head, saying, "That grumpy old man. My head is itching so much because of him. But I have never seen anything like that before. I can't believe he used aura on his body instead of his sword." The system says, "He is someone you can learn a lot from. Talent comes in different forms." Blade says, "Maybe everyone respects him because he is that strong and capable." Suddenly the door is kicked open. It's Jamana, who says, "Oh, you are awake. I thought you were muttering in your sleep." Blade asks, "Shouldn't you knock before coming in?" Jamana says, "Can't you see I am holding clothes in my hands? How can I knock?" Blade asks, "Why are you doing my laundry? If you had left them, I would have washed them myself." Jamana replies, "Sir, this is our inn service. You can expect this much from us. After all, you are a guest staying on the 4th floor, which is the most expensive one." Blade is stunned. "A guest? Is she serious?" Blade says, "I don't have that much money to pay for it." Gemina says, "It's completely free for you because you are already helping us by staying here." Rose's smile has now become a tavern. There are many random fools who come here without even knowing this. Blade asks, is my staying here enough? Jimena replies, Marcilla was saying that your name's quite valuable. After all, you have the mayor of So, and the second son of the Bajet household supporting you, and you are also a full-fledged knight. Blade says, I am not. Don't tell people that. Jimena, holding Lady Elisha's handkerchief, says, from what I saw, you are a knight, Lady Elisha's knight. Blade is embarrassed and speechless. Jimena continues, I feel satisfied helping you cut your hair and swing your sword. It looks like you've achieved a lot in your life. Blade says, embarrassed. I am truly thankful to you for this. Jimena slams the door shut as she leaves. Another scene. Valuable individuals shine no matter where they are. Olin, the black horse, is running, pursued by many people. The narration says, Olin will always seek out those brilliant individuals. Olin dodges ropes thrown to catch him. A pursuer shouts, what trouble? We cannot lose him at all. We must catch him. The brilliant boy who rode him that day was not in this place. This is something he will have to deal with himself. A person in the distance watches the black horse intently, holding a weapon. He and his mounted men prepare to give chase. In Sao, Lovato says, I already told you, forgive me, I will give you something good, so don't be angry anymore. Blade says, some things cannot be bought with money. Blade then points to his worn leather armor and says, I like this. Lovato replies, I know this armor is only given to servants who keep their promises. Blade says, you already knew that. And yet you ruined this armor. Lovato says, I want you to come with me. Blade asks, where? Lovato says, we have to show the young master how useful you are. If you keep doing foolish things during your suspension, people will consider you a troublemaker. Blade thinks, that is quite true. The system agrees, yes. After all, Joseph treats that old man quite well. Blade asks, how can I show them that I am useful to them? Lovato says, I want you to come with me to do something. We will report it later. Blade asks, do what? Lovato smiles and says, do you like horses? A little later, Lovato and Blade are in a carriage, driven by Goth. Goth says, a rumor is spreading that a black horse has been seen roaming So. Lovato says, but one day, it suddenly disappeared as if possessed by a ghost. Goth shudders, yes, I heard that too. The guards called it a spirit horse. The narration notes that wherever Goth is, something crazy always happens. Blade asks, a spirit horse? I have a bad feeling about this. What if it's related to the headless Death Knight? I heard that man used to control ghosts, like women undead. The system says, if it is indeed a spirit horse, as the rumors say, it could be related. Blade asks, is it okay to just sit here? Lovato replies, we have nothing to do while we are following the merchants. Blade suggests, shouldn't we at least be careful of the people around us? Lovato says, just relax. The horse will find us. Blade asks, it will find us. And how do you know that? Lovato explains, the horse people are calling a spirit horse is not only very fast but also has very strange behavior. Lovato says, if it sees people in a carriage or cart, it watches them from a distance. It knows what it's doing. It is not an ordinary horse. Blade thinks, I don't feel good about this. If it truly is a horse controlled by evil people, the investigation squad should have come to So and checked the traces left behind. Lovato says, I don't know what you are thinking, but no matter how much you think, you can't do anything. You will find out when the right time comes. We will see what happens later. Lovato thinks to himself, the horse wasn't important at first. I just wanted to observe you up close. If I like him while we search for the horse for a few days, maybe I will teach him something. Lovato asks Blade, how long has it been since you started using aura? Blade replies, 3 months. Maybe 4 months. Lovato says, then you are quite fast. Blade asks, what are you talking about? Lovato says, the progress of your growing aura is quite fast. But it's interesting that despite all this, you haven't received your color. Blade asks, my color? Lovato explains, aura manifests from your heart. The fact that you haven't received your color yet means that your world hasn't decided. Blade moves his face close to Lovato and asks, what do I have to do to get my color? Lovato is startled for a moment. He asks, were you not taught about aura? Blade says, yes, I was told that basics are important. Lovato thinks, I am sure Jagar knows what he wants to teach. He decides, I shouldn't teach him too much. Lovato says, show your world to yourself as much as possible. Don't hide it. Blade asks, what do you mean? Lovato says, create something that can bring your inner world out. Knights call this the key. Blade asks, what is a key? Lovato asks, you've seen knights using aura, haven't you? Did they only use aura? Blade is confused. Did they use it in a different way? Lovato says, think carefully. Didn't you see any knight performing a specific action while using aura? Blade says, I can't remember properly because I was always caught in some urgent situation. Then he suddenly remembers the duels, Knight Pavlov striking his sword against his shield during the duel for honor and armor, Sir Grigory driving his feet with his sword, Sir Ritigar flicking his sword with his finger, and also Gaiden who probably closed his eyes while using aura with his sword. Blade gets angry thinking about them. Lovato says, it seems he remembered something. That is the key. It is a good ritual and tool to make the world of your heart bigger and wider. Blade says, I just use it. I just act according to my feelings in that situation. Lovato says, that's why I'm saying you haven't received your collar yet. When the time comes, Jagar will tell you about it, but for now. But Joseph thinks, it's not a bad thing to be concerned. Suddenly, Lovato is very surprised. The system says, duck down quickly. Lovato says the same thing and grabs Blade's head, forcing him to duck down. An arrow hits the carriage. Guthie asks, what happened? It felt like something flew past me. Lovato says, it seems this won't go so easily. Lovato shouts, it's an ambush. A man on horseback asks, ambush? What is he talking about? Just then, an arrow pierces the man's head, killing him instantly. Everyone is frightened. A person next to a merchant says, look, there are bandits there. Lovato shouts, hurry up and ride the horse, and hold on tight so it doesn't run away. Guthie asks, what do you mean? Blade asks, what is a group of bandits doing in a place like this? Blade says, this is no ordinary group of bandits. Dealing with them is more difficult than dealing with bandits because they are not bandits, but barbarians. The barbarians attack the merchants with arrows. The mercenaries use their shields to protect themselves. The mercenaries shout, stop them and maintain the formation. The barbarians continue to attack and have completely surrounded them. Lovato, Blade, and Guthie are at a distance with their carriage, watching them. Lovato says, as expected, they started attacking the mercenaries first. The merchants are behind, so we spent some time here. Blade asks, what are the barbarians of the North Border Park doing here? Lovato says, this is truly strange. I have never seen them do this before. I thought our journey would be easy. Coachman, saddle the horse. Lovato is calling Guth the coachman. Guth says, but these horses are for carrying goods. Lovato says, it's better than running away. We will need a horse to deal with them. It is said that barbarians get on a horse's back as soon as they are born. They are exceptional horse riders, regardless of their gender or age. But except for some warriors, they won't be able to handle any knight. Keep this in your mind. When you are dealing with a barbarian, you must first destroy their mobility. Suddenly, a person shouts, listen carefully, we have no intention of killing you all. If you pay the toll, we will let you go from here. A merchant says, all right, I am ready to pay the toll. Tell me how much toll you want. The barbarian leader says, everything you can give in exchange for your life. You all leave everything here and go. The merchant is shocked. The barbarian leader says angrily, if any of you dare to keep anything with you, the price will be your death. The merchant thinks, we have no hope of winning here. I brought the mercenaries at a very high price. I never thought I would have to run away from mountain bandits in Vist's territory. And the most important thing is that those mountain bandits are barbarians. Our lives are the most important thing here. But I wonder if I should really trust his words. Will he let us go even after looting everything? The barbarian leader looks at the person in front of him, and nods his head as a signal. The person orders the other barbarians, all right, move forward. Blade watches them and says, they are moving forward. It seems they are trying to steal from them. I don't like that at all. Lovato says, I tried to like them, but they didn't like me. They are coming. Get ready, because you can't ride a horse, so you only have one chance. The barbarians approach. Suddenly, their horses stop because Blade is releasing his pressure, making the horses try to run away. The people on the horses ask, what happened to them suddenly? Why are they scared? Blade thinks, something is wrong. This energy inside me is coming between my path again. Lovato says, hurry up and move towards them. Blade jumps out of the carriage and starts running alongside Lovato's horse. Lovato thinks, this is not the distance I was expecting, and they are not going to get off the horse. But this is the only very good opportunity we have. Suddenly, a person on a horse in front of them says, who are those two? An old man and a child. Finish both of them. Lovato activates his world and says, fools, what do you all take me for? Lovato very quickly cuts off the heads of the two barbarians. A barbarian says, "It's Aura." Another barbarian says, "What is a knight doing here?" Quickly cut off the horse's head, create distance between him and us. But the barbarian is surprised when he senses something. Blade is right above him with his sword. Blade says, "A scoundrel like you will not be able to go anywhere from here." The barbarian is shocked to see Blade above him. Blade beheads the barbarian. The accompanying barbarian is also shocked. Blade glares at the barbarian, who is terrified, and starts running away very quickly. Lovato is watching him. Lovato says, "Blade, follow me. The ambush has not been successful yet." Before he goes and calls for reinforcement, "We must kill many of his people." Blade shouts, "Look up." A barbarian is above Lovato, holding his sword and about to attack. Lovato looks back, and sees the barbarian. The barbarian delivers a powerful strike on Lovato. Lovato blocks the attack with his sword, and thinks, where did someone as strong as him come from? Both are using all their strength, causing their swords to tremble. Lovato starts using his physical strengthening, bringing aura to his hand. The barbarian leader says, "So you are a knight." Lovato thinks, he didn't get worried at all even after seeing my aura. He is not an opponent that I can finish in one strike. Lovato shouts, "Blade, get out of here quickly. The mercenaries will run away as soon as they get a chance. You have to go and save those people." Blade says, looking worried, but yes. Lovato interrupts him, "You cannot help me without a horse, so go quickly." Blade says, "Understood, sir," and leaves very quickly. He runs toward the cliff. As soon as he reaches the cliff, a barbarian attacks Blade with his sword. Blade deflects the attack at the right time, but the force pushes him backward. Blade thinks, it was quite heavy. If the horse's speed is added to the attack, its impact increases even more. The system says, "Calm down. You just have to hold your ground." Blade thinks, I wish I could ride a horse too. Suddenly, Blade is very surprised when he senses something. The barbarians standing there ask, "What is that? Are the warriors of the other group returning?" Another barbarian says, "It doesn't seem like there is more than one person there." But he looks ahead and says, "What? It's just a horse." Blade is surprised and thinks, it's his voice. The barbarians say, "This is the same horse we have been looking for all this time. We must catch this black horse. This is the horse called the Son of the Grassland." The barbarian leader shouts, "Everyone, catch him. This is the Son of the Grassland. We will catch him this time." The barbarians are on one side, and the Son of the Grassland, the black horse, is on the other. The barbarians throw ropes to trap the horse, but the black horse easily dodges them and starts running away. The barbarian says, "He escaped very easily. Chase him quickly." The black horse increases its speed very much. Blade stands on the cliff, raises his sword, and releases his world, saying, "I am here." The black horse senses his world. It turns around and looks at Blade's blessing. Then it starts running toward Blade, and Blade is also running toward the black horse. The barbarian who is behind Blade says, "You cannot go anywhere." As the barbarian reaches Blade, he attacks him. But Blade jumps forward from the edge of the cliff. Blade looks down. The black horse is below. Blade lands directly on the black horse's back, and they start moving forward very quickly. The barbarian on the cliff says, "This is impossible. The Son of the Grassland possesses divine blood, so how can he allow a man who is not from the grassland to ride on his back?" Blade laughs and raises his hand, thinking, "Yes, this is it. This is the feeling I was missing. And this feeling was missing me. Now I don't need to stop myself. I can run with the desire of my heart." A barbarian shouts, "We cannot hand over the Son of the Grassland to some ordinary child of the Empire." Blade moves forward, with several barbarians in front of him. Blade activates his world, and the black horse also activates its unicorn power. They are all shocked to see them. Blade passes all of them at lightning speed, and they all have a cut on their necks. A little later, all of them are beheaded, and Blade is advancing while attacking very easily. A barbarian says, "This child is also a knight. He killed so many people alone. Don't fight him, Hetman. Get away from him and attack from a distance. The curse is behind us." Blade turns and starts chasing the people. The same barbarian says, "Split into two separate groups and surround him in a circle." Suddenly, the black horse uses its unicorn power and lets out a roar, causing the barbarians' horses to stop and behave strangely. The barbarian asks, "Why are the horses suddenly so scared?" The barbarian looks back and is shocked because Blade is approaching, releasing his tremendous aura. They try to run away. Seeing them run, Blade says, "Now the hunters will be hunted." The scene cuts to the barbarian leader fighting with Lovato. The fight continues between them. Lovato's horse is in very bad condition. Lovato thinks, "It can't go any further now. I think it is very difficult for a pack horse to go beyond this. The barbarian leader says, now this ends here, and delivers a powerful sword strike, causing the horse's balance to break, and it crashes to the side. When the dust settles, Lovato's horse is lying on the ground, trembling. Lovato smiles through the dust and says, seriously, thinking that a person has come in front of me again, because of whom my blood is boiling again. The barbarian leader says, you are very stubborn, but your game ends here now. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind. Lovato thinks, is this the horn of the barbarian people? Blade is shown brutally killing the barbarians. Lovato is also very surprised. But the barbarian leader is very angry when he sees Blade sitting on the son of the grassland, saying, little child, how dare you do this? The barbarian leader starts running toward Blade. Lovato shouts, where are you going? Leaving the fight. The barbarian leader thinks, how can this be? Even the son of the grassland rejected me. The barbarian leader shouts, get off that horse right now. The barbarian leader is chasing Blade. Blade thinks, what is he doing here? What happened to the old man? Lovato is shown running behind him. Blade thinks it's a relief that he's not dead yet. The barbarian leader shouts, get off that horse right now, this is not a horse that someone like you can ride. Blade says angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Who are you that I would listen to you? The barbarian leader says, stop your nonsense, and starts releasing his tremendous aura. His tattoos are also glowing. Blade is very surprised. The system says this is magic. Some barbarians can create their own world using magic. Blade thinks, at least he is at the level of a knight who can control aura well. The barbarian leader shouts, I will take your life in exchange for defiling the divine horse. Blade says, I would like it if you can do that. They are both ready to attack each other. They attack each other, and a tremendous aura is released from their swords. Their horses are running together, and their swords keep clashing. In a short time, they have attacked each other quite a lot. Suddenly, the barbarian leader thinks of something. He pulls the rope of his horse, causing it to stop, and Blade's horse moves forward. The system tells Blade, he is going to attack you from behind. Blade thinks, it's too late now. It cannot be dodged. The barbarian leader attacks Blade from behind. Suddenly, the black horse moves to the side and goes backward. Blade is also surprised. Due to this, the barbarian leader's attack hits only the air. The barbarian leader is very angry and starts releasing his tremendous aura with his sword or whatever he has. Blade says to the horse, that was quite dangerous. Thank you for saving me. The horse is also smiling here. Blade thinks, a horse born with divine blood. I already knew this horse was extraordinary, but I never thought it was this extraordinary. Our movements have already become one. I have faced many people who were quite strong, but this barbarian is different from them. Even though I can withstand his short attacks, the problem here is the system says, his horse riding technique. Besides, you don't have a saddle or a stirrup. Stirrup means the thing you put your feet in. Blade thinks, my thighs are trembling so much that I can't even use my feet properly. The system says, the longer this fight lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Blade says, but I have to find a way to turn this situation around. Blade remembers the past, where Lovato was saying, keep this in your mind. If you are fighting against a barbarian, first destroy his mobility. Mobility means their speed. Blade thinks, that's right. He kicks the horses back to signal it to move forward. As he moves forward, he thinks, now is the time to get dirty on the ground. Blade advances to attack the barbarian leader. The barbarian leader thinks, I cannot let those two move forward. He releases his tremendous aura and thinks, I must finish him here. The barbarian leader says, use all the strength you have against me. As Blade approaches the barbarian leader, he turns and throws dust onto the barbarian leader. The dust gets in his eyes, causing him to be unable to see ahead for a moment. The accompanying barbarians say, he's running away. The barbarian leader is very angry, seeing him run, and says, you scoundrel, is this all the courage you had? He shouts loudly, then how dare you ride the divine horse? He also starts advancing very quickly toward Blade. Blade looks back and smiles at him. Blade says to the barbarian leader, I heard you all sit on a horse's back as soon as you are born. And I have always lived in the mud that is beneath the horse. The barbarian leader says angrily, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Blade says, if I have done so much for you, now is the time for you to do what I want. He takes off the rope he is wearing, and throws it backward. The rope lands right in front of the barbarian leader. The barbarian leader moves the rope aside and says, your useless tricks won't work on me. But he is surprised to see Blade jump off his horse, and attack the barbarian leader. Blade grabs his neck and says, "Let's finish this fight on the ground." The barbarian leader is also surprised. Blade throws the barbarian leader onto the ground, and they roll forward. They both fall off the cliff. They are both very surprised, and I think even Blade didn't know they would fall off the cliff. They both fall down from the cliff, kicking up a lot of dust. The barbarians and Lovato are both worried. Lovato goes to the cliff and thinks, it doesn't matter how strong a knight is. Even he will be quite injured after falling from such a height. But when he looks down, Blade's aura is being released from there. Lovato looks ahead and thinks, that child is truly amazing. I can't believe he learned on his own before I could teach him. Blade is using aura in his body, meaning physical strengthening. The barbarian leader says, I am Mage of the Butter tribe. Blade makes a serious face and says, so what? The scene cuts to Rose's smile, where the head madam is saying, I understand that you want to prepare that servant. But you should be careful. Joseph asks, careful? But for what? The head madam remembers the past, where she was telling Blade, what are you doing? You cannot take any nun from here without any procedure. Even if you are from Vist household. You cannot act according to your own will. Blade says, is that so? It is only Vist's name that is stopping me right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been alive by now. In the present time, the head madam says, his way of speaking is against God's will. The boy who was born in a remote, small village is impatient and vicious. I am sure he will become a big problem in the future. Joseph thinks about her words. The head madam says, Mayor, I am worried that that boy might tarnish your honor. Joseph asks, is that so? He thinks, I know Blade behaved disrespectfully in the convent, but she had a lot of time to complain about him. But why is she complaining about him, and warning me about him after so much time? Right at the moment when Saint Rosinio recognized a servant of Vist who was born in a remote small village, and respected priest Androde is supporting him. This is definitely done intentionally. There is only one person who can make the head of the convent do such a thing, and that is Bishop Pierre. Rose's smile is controlled by two people. First, the one recognized by his bloodline, Joseph Est, and second, Bishop Pierre, who follows God's will and takes care of the people. But this balance is slowly deteriorating because my influence is slowly increasing due to my vassals' achievements. Their intention is clearly visible that their target was me from the beginning. Joseph continues to think, it is true that Blade gave them a reason to do this, but still, some boundaries should be set. They should know that I am not just responsible for my servants' bad behavior. Could it be that their intention is something else? Just then, Jedger says, Sir Joseph, I apologize for interrupting the meeting, but the stableman who went with Sir Lovato has returned and wants to tell you something important. Joseph asks, is the report not good? Gada says, Sir Joseph, barbarians suddenly appeared. The head madam is shocked. Joseph asks, where are they now? Gada says, they are on the way between Rose Smile and Varna. They attacked the people. Joseph asks, did you run away from there on your own? Gada says, no, sir, that's not the case. Sir Lovato ordered me to call for help. Blade has taken the barbarian leader hostage, and is holding him. Joseph asks, what happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchants? Gada says, they ran away as soon as they got a chance. If Sir Lovato and Blade hadn't been there, everyone would have been killed. Suddenly, someone looks to the side and says, so, only those two people saved the people there. Gada says, yes, Sir Joseph. Joseph smiles. Joseph says, Jaeger, I want you to personally lead the mountain troop, and Goth, you will show them the way. So leave here quickly. They both agree, and leave. Joseph says, isn't this great? The head madam asks, what do you mean? Joseph says, a boy from a remote small village, whose personality is impatient and vicious, saved the lives of many people by following God's will. The head madam says, looking worried, yes, you are absolutely right. Joseph thinks, Bishop Pierre, perhaps we will have to meet in the end. Joseph says, please deliver this message to him. He is truly worried about me. I am grateful for that. Suddenly, the head madam is quite startled. Joseph becomes very serious and says, I will personally go and meet him soon. He thinks, I will face you. The scene shifts to Blade's side. Blade looks to the side and says, I think most of them are gathering. Lovato says, it seems a lot of them are going south. Lovato thinks, if they were normal mountain bandits, they would have run away, leaving their leader behind. He looks at the leader, thinking, it seems he is a highly ranked warrior. He thinks, things are getting worse. If it continues like this, we will be in trouble before we reach Rose Smile. The stableman hasn't returned yet, and the barbarians have scattered everywhere. There is no certainty. Anything bad can happen at any moment. Suddenly Blade and the black horse look in the other direction. Blade says, Coffee is back. Lovato says, you are right. It seems I don't need to worry anymore. Seeing them, the merchant says, these are the Rose Smile Mountain troops. Our lives are saved now. The barbarian leader thinks, they came quite quickly. He says to Lovato, old man, you truly made a very good decision. If you had tried to stay there without leaving the goods, the situation would have been completely different now. Lovato says, that's the advantage of being old. Now that our reinforcement has arrived, it's time to ask questions. Lovato says with a very serious look, what are you doing here? Why did you come so far into our territory? The barbarian leader says, we only needed the son of the grassland. We only came here to catch him. Gus says, then you should have chased the horse. Why did you rob other people? The barbarian leader says, we also had to do something to stay alive. So, we decided to rob. Lovato says, practically speaking, your words sound true. The barbarian leader says, now we don't need to go south. I never expected the son of the grassland to choose a boy of the empire. I think time is truly a cruel master. Lovato agrees. Jaeger arrives and says, it must have been very difficult for you all with these barbarians. Lovato says, if I had my own military horse, these scoundrels would have run away to Varna long ago. Jaeger says, I am happy that you are safe. I will take you back to Rose Smile. Lovato asks, what will you do with those people? I feel like they have their own different situation. Jaeger says, we are already in a chaotic time. Therefore, we must avoid such barbarians. I will send them back. Jaeger steps forward and activates his world. The barbarian leader senses it and is quite surprised. Jaeger releases his aura and says, as a good man, I am telling you all to leave from here. Even the barbarians standing far away feel the pressure of his aura. The barbarian leader is also very surprised by this and thinks, the depth of his world is on a completely different level. If he wants, he can kill all of them in just a few seconds. The barbarian leader shouts, you all go back. The barbarians ask, but without you. The barbarian leader says, don't you all understand the situation here? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. The barbarians start talking to each other, saying, there is another night here, and besides, there is that child and that old man. It doesn't seem like they will harm our leader. After much thought, they decide to leave and tell the barbarian leader, stay alive. We will meet again. Lovato asks, what did you say? Good man. What nonsense. Jaeger says, it doesn't matter what we say. We are concerned with the result. The merchants say, those barbarians are gone, and start praising Blade a lot. The black horse feels uncomfortable because of the crowd. They are still praising Blade. Suddenly, Blade's horse stands on two legs and lets out a loud roar, scaring the merchants. Blade calms the horse. Calm down. What happened to you suddenly? Jaeger approaches and asks, whose horse is this? Blade says, well, I met him when I was facing the death worm. He somehow found me again. Jaeger asks, is this the wild horse you were talking about? Blade says, he is much bigger than other horses. I saw in one glance that this horse is extraordinary. We will make a saddle for him when we go back. Jaeger smiles. He says, it seems you will finally earn something now. The scene shows nighttime. Blade's horse stops near the Rose Smile city gate. Jaeger asks, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you moving forward? Blade says, I don't know why this horse is not moving forward. He suddenly started behaving like this as soon as we reached here. Jaeger thinks to himself. Jaeger says, is that so? When the merchants were getting close to you, he seemed angry. Other horses hate the one who rides him, and the one who is being ridden hates other humans. Jaeger holds his head and says, seriously, I can't handle you properly. And you brought another one like yourself here. The scene shows them sitting outside Rose Smile, making a fire. Blade is quite upset. Hello friends, in the last episode, we saw that Blade's horse was refusing to enter the Bajet mansion. Disappointed, Blade set up a fire with his horse some distance from the Bajet mansion and spent the night there. The next day, at the Bajet mansion, Lovato is shown drinking tea. Blade complains to him that the horse is very stubborn. Lovato asks, did it work? Blade replies, yes, a little. Blade says, I think that barbarian didn't tell us nonsense. He recalls the barbarian's words, the horse likes the color red, and wild horses follow rose vines because they won't find anything in the empty grassland. The blooming of the rose vines in reaction to hot energy is a signal linked to survival. Blade shows Lovato a bucket of roses and says, but this is not enough. Lovato says, that horse knows exactly what it likes, and you should have easily found the answer. Blade thinks, I guess the more red the better. Lovato agrees, the more, the better, because usually, more is better. Blade hears footsteps and looks up, saying, it would be great if she would step forward. Lovato doesn't understand. Jimina is then shown upstairs carrying clothes. Lovato remarks she truly deserves to be called a rose. But is this alright? Looking at you two, it seems you don't get along. Jimina says, we often fight each other since we were kids. Blade smiles and says, our relationship is beyond likes and dislikes. A little later, Jemina shouts, go to hell. Blade follows her, saying, but I haven't even said anything yet. Jemina dismisses him, I'm busy right now, so it would be better if you don't bother me. Blade insists, I only need 1 minute from you. Can't you even listen to me? Jemina says, please tell Lady Alicia about this because I am working right now. Blade says, I need your help, which annoys Jemina. She turns back and yells, I said I'm busy. Can't you see me working? But she is stunned to see a bouquet of roses in front of her. She asks Blade, what is this? Blade says, I want you to hold this and help me. Jemina says, but I already told you, if you need help go to Lady Alicia. Blade asks, will you truly not help me? Blade sweetly offers the roses. This is not something anyone else can do. Only Lady Jemina can help me. Jemina blushes, embarrassed by his smooth talk and gesture. Blade is doing all this because Jemina has red hair, and the horse likes the color red. He wants Jemina to hold the red roses so he can lure the horse into the Bajet mansion. Jemina turns away shyly and asks, what is it? Blade asks, are you feeling hot? Why did your face suddenly turn so red? Jemina snaps, shut up. The scene cuts to the Bajet mansion prison jail. Joseph and Gag are walking and stand before a prisoner, the barbarian leader. Joseph says, I am Joseph Bajet, the mayor of So. The barbarian leader replies, it is surprising that the mayor of this city has come to meet me himself. This is a great honor for me. Joseph says, I hope my coming here is not a waste of my time. The barbarian leader thinks, I have seen many people who try to appear merciless and cold-hearted, but I have rarely seen people who are genuinely so, and this person is a real man. Joseph continues, at first, I thought this was some old custom of your tribe, but it is strictly forbidden for you to catch wild horses, and that is truly surprising. Everyone should be left alone to shine and forge their own path. Therefore, the wild horses that shine while running should be in the green grasslands. And I thought you were the kind of people who follow the rules you create. What is the real reason you broke these rules, risked your lives, and left the Iron Duke's territory to come to this place? The barbarian leader slowly stands up, stepping towards Joseph. I thought about this while I was bound in chains. Maybe this is better for me. I am the one who will take responsibility for the future of the Vedar tribe going forward. Therefore, I broke my rules and tried to catch the son of the grassland because we need the fastest creature or animal that runs. Joseph is confused. The barbarian leader steps aggressively toward Joseph. But you people. The chains stop him. The barbarian leader shouts, but what did you people do to him? Suddenly, Jagar's sword appears in front of the barbarian leader's head, and Jagar glares at him. Joseph asks, what are you talking about? The barbarian leader furiously releases his energy, shouting, what did you people do to anger the dragon? Joseph is stunned, thinking, the dragon that was quiet until now. Has it gone mad with anger? The barbarian leader yells, what did you do with the dragon fragments? Joseph thinks, dragon fragments. The West safely handed the oath's evidence to the Iron Duke. Is this related to the dragon going mad with anger? The barbarian leader demands, I want to meet the golden-haired boy who defeated me. Joseph asks, why do you want to meet him? The barbarian leader says, the only animal that can catch the fastest dragon is the son of the grassland. The son of the grassland chose my place for a good reason. The son of the grassland refers to Blade's horse. Joseph says, all right, I will consider your request. The barbarian leader urges him, you need to do it quickly because even you must know about this. A ferocious golden dragon is shown. The barbarian leader says, the fallen remnants of the dragon were given the blood of the best dragon. They are living without even realizing that they are one of the dragons. But something has changed. When they realize they are dragons, what happens next will not be limited to just our territory. He furiously asks again, I want to ask you one more time. What did you people do with the dragon fragments? The scene cuts to a snow-covered mansion, the main city of Vastupol, the home of the Baron of Dukedom. The flag is shown. An old man, the Iron Duke, Timur Barnov, stands on a high place and says, the foreign dragon is crying. Another old man comes to the gate and nervously says, Sir Duke. Pointing behind him, the dragon fragments. The Iron Duke closes his eyes and says, "It seems it has started again." They begin to walk. The Iron Duke asks, "What are the mages doing right now?" The old man replies, "The mages can't do anything right now. Even the mage's magic can't calm it down this time." The Iron Duke turns back and orders a knight, "Summon the priest to engrave the prayer." The knight agrees. The Duke asks, "Have the holy knights not arrived yet?" The old man replies, "Knight Captain Gather will arrive soon." The Iron Duke says, "When he arrives, send him to me." The Duke stops in front of a large door from which a strange energy is being released. He feels the energy, and says, "This energy is very different from before." He places his hand on the door and opens it. But the pressure released is so immense that even the Duke finds it difficult to move forward. The dragon fragments are shown resonating with each other, releasing pressure that makes the sound echo. Marcella is shown with several merchants happily holding gifts. Marcella says, "What did you say, Sir Blade?" She says, "He is not here right now because he was given a mission." The merchants look sad. "Oh, is that so?" A merchant says, "It seems we were late in coming here." Another says, "I already told you to hurry up." Another says, "I couldn't greet him at the convent, so I had prepared a gift for him." Marcella thinks, "I shouldn't have put Sir before Blade's name. I was caught in the situation, so I did." Marcella thinks the merchants are treating Blade like a low-ranking knight because she called him Sir Blade. If she just said Blade, they might assume she is of higher status and she could take the gifts. Marcella looks at the merchants and thinks, "No, this is the perfect opportunity." The news that Blade saved the merchants from the barbarians is spreading very fast. Marcella says sweetly, "He is quite busy these days. After all, he is the promising talent of the Bajet household." A merchant agrees, "Yes, you are absolutely right. His fate is written to do great deeds." Marcella says, "We don't know how long it will take him to return. Would you like to leave your name here?" The merchant says, "Oh, that is good." Jemina is watching all this from above. She closes her eyes and thinks, "This is something I should be very happy to hear. But he is slowly getting further and further away from me." Marcella calls out to her. Jemina snaps out of her thoughts. "Yes, madam." Marcella gestures for her to come closer. Jemina apologizes for not paying attention. She says, "You want me to take care of the merchants who came here for Blade?" Marcella says, "Yes. From today on, they will communicate with Blade through you." Jemina says, "But they look like very important people. I think you should do this job." She thinks, if I make a mistake, Blade will be in trouble because of it. Marcella says, "When it comes to the qualification to take care of visitors who come for Blade, who here is more qualified than you?" The rows of smile. Marcella says, "You had the biggest hand in helping Blade reach the height he is at now. You just need to trust yourself." Jemina asks, "Will I truly be able to do it?" Marcella says, "Yes, you can do it." Jemina says, "But I make mistakes. I don't know how I will be able to do this." Marcella smiles, "So what if you make mistakes? Blade can take that much risk for you." Marcella says, "I heard that Blade asked you for help. He still needs you. All right, now come with me to my room." She holds Jemina's hand and leads her away. Jemina hesitates. Marcella says, "It is not just men who go to the battlefield. Women also have their own battlefield. Just like Jemina gave Blade the dagger. The name is Jemina again. Not George in the Nukandax." Marcella says, "I will also give you a weapon." Marcella cheerfully leads Jemina away. Another place Lovato is talking to Joseph, saying, when expanding, it needs to be stabilized. Lovato says, "Count Gather will not be able to come to the north right now, even though he has many troops. The remnants of the former alliance leader Ravenoma are still present in many places in the west, and the dwarves are supporting them on the battlefront. First, he has to uproot those causing concern behind it." Joseph agrees. Lovato says, "However, I am a little concerned about this." Joseph asks, "What are you concerned about?" Lovato says, "I have the duchy token. That is why I want the last mission of this token to be used on a servant of the Bidget household. He wants to use the token's last favor for Blade. You might be upset if you think this is a cold-hearted decision. But I am just advising the Bidget household from my side because the Knights of the West have already moved ahead of the Knights of the North." Joseph says, "So, that is the matter." Lovato says, "It seems they have started thinking too much. When I walk on the lowest path and see the Knights of the West, I think that I did not do everything I should have. At that time, the North used to be stronger and more honorable than other places. Monsters and barbarians kept increasing. One thing that is colder than the North's air is the discrimination shown by the cold-hearted Central people. Anyway, the Knights of the North are the people who struggled and fought against everything. But the strength they once had is slowly fading away. On the other hand, the West is slowly advancing. He advises, you should not take Baron Hellion's request lightly. You have to prepare before it is too late. Joseph agrees. I completely agree with you. Even the present North is very different from the past North. He looks toward the window and says, even so, the North has produced some talented people. Lovato also looks towards the window, and Joseph smiles. Lovato smiles too and says, yes, you are right. Blade is shown with his horse. Lovato says, the new generation will come forward to take the place of the old generation. Blade looks ahead, confused. What is this? Why are so many people gathered here? The system says, something interesting is happening here. Blade asks, interesting? What do you mean? They will definitely come out to see this. Blade asks, why don't you just tell me directly? The system says, remember everything you have done so far. What did you do to bring the horse inside the Bajit mansion? You tried to cover the horse's eyes, tried to pull it with your brute force, tried to lure it with food. And finally, you even bowed and begged it to go inside. Blade says, stop it. So what if I did all that? The system says, a young man whose name is echoing far and wide. But he is bowing before a horse. Isn't that interesting? Blade says, but I don't think that is why so many people are gathered here. Blade is stunned as he looks ahead. His horse also looks towards her. It is Jemana, wearing a red dress and covering her face. The little girl is holding the red rose bouquet Blade gave her. Jemana asks, how much longer will you make me wait? Blade asks, why are you wearing that dress? The system says, this is the women's combat uniform. I am very happy to see her preparation. Jemana starts removing the cloth covering her head and says, this is the right time, Jemana. When she removes the cloth, Blade is surprised because Jemana looks truly beautiful. A person in the crowd says, you truly kept your beauty hidden. Blade's horse is also looking at Jemana. Blade thinks, it reacted after seeing Jemana. They both look at each other. Jemana looks at the horse and thinks, it looked fine from a distance, but it's scary up close. But everyone's eyes are on me. If I keep getting nervous like this, I will never be able to stand beside Blade. She holds the bouquet of roses with both hands, smiles sweetly, and says affectionately, come here. Good horse. The horse starts moving forward. A person in the crowd says, look, it's coming. Another says, it seems to have war. They finally cross the So gate. Blade's horse is shown looking only at Jemana with shining eyes. Blade is shocked, thinking, my effort was wasted. I should have asked Jemana for help earlier. They stop near Jemana. Their eyes meet. Jemana extends her hands, and the horse bows its head. Jemana starts stroking it, and the horse seems to enjoy it. A person in the crowd says, Lady Jemana. Another says, she is the Crimson Lady, the Rose of So. Blade asks Parvin. Parvin and his younger brother are shown cheering for Lady Jemana. Little girls are shown scattering rose petals on Lady Jemana, cheering, Crimson Lady and Rose of So. The entire city of So is watching this, cheering for Lady Jemana, the Crimson Lady, and the Rose of So. Marcella is watching all this from a higher place in the distance. A girl standing next to her asks, some children and some expensive roses. Did you prepare all this? Marcella says, everyone look at this carefully because you cannot see this side again, even if you have all the money in the world. The girl asks, what do you mean? Marcellus says, have you ever seen anyone attract so much attention from the back alleys? Have you ever heard such applause and people cheering together in the alleys when you are from the back alleys? But today it is happening. Today, all of Sui's eyes are only on those two. The scene cuts to the main city of Vastapol. Two people are standing, with the corpses of monsters lying near their feet. These two people are Rotigar and Dorothy. They stand before a pile of corpses. Rotigar says, they have been completely wiped out. Dorothy says, it seems all these people were killed in a single attack. They must be over 50 in number. Rotigar agrees. You are absolutely right. This must have happened so fast that those goblins didn't even realize when they were killed. This means Joseph's report was correct. Dorothy says, yes, they must have already known about this. The most perfect dragon in existence was torn to pieces by the sword master, and when it fell to the ground, its blood spread throughout the world. This is how the foreign dragon remnants appeared. Some dragons lost their wings, some lost their scales, and some even lost their eyes. But they separated, forgetting their origin. For some strange reason, they can now feel that they are dragons. Rotigar agrees. They walk forward and stop at a spot where a large claw mark is visible, the mark of one of the most perfect laid dragons. A flashback scene: people are standing on the seashore under a full moon. The narration says, Life is an endless cycle of choices. No one can make a decision for you, and the time comes when you have to face that situation yourself. And the time for that decision comes when you realize what kind of people they are. Sigmund says, George, do you really want to refuse the order? George is shown the same one who was with Blade and Sao, who was later killed by Gaiden. This is an incident from the past. George says, you are not my lord, so I will not answer you. Sigmund glares at George. Sigmund takes out a letter and says, kill all the remnants of the Dwarf Movement Battlefront. Dwarf Movement Battlefront is a dwarf troop. Sigmund says, and this order is stamped by my uncle, Count Gather. George says, if you have eyes, look carefully at them. They are just refugees. Sigmund says, they have already made a decision, and besides, these people are among them. George says, there is no way the Count himself would have made such a decision. Sigmund says, to doubt his decision is to be disloyal to him. Did you forget the oath you took by bowing under Count Gather's flag? George grits his teeth. I am also a human, and I cannot obey such a foolish order. Sigmund says, so that's how it is. He looks at the other knights and asks, do you all also want to follow George? The knights start apologizing to George. George lowers his head, knowing this was bound to happen. The knights leave, saying, no matter how wrong the Lord's order is, we have to carry it out. Therefore, we cannot follow you. After all the knights leave, one knight remains. Sigmund and George both look at him. The knight has his eyes downcast. It is Gaiden, still standing there. George says, Gaiden, it's alright. This is my problem. Gaiden looks at George with a sideways glance. George tells him, you keep moving forward. George says, this is a world where you can move forward and shine even more. Present-day Gaiden is sitting in front of several knights, seemingly recalling the past. One knight says, for the North, we need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and the Bidget household, and we recently received information that Baron Utman is doing something strange. A knight hands him a list. This is the list of knights from the Iron Duke and the Bidget household. Gaiden takes the list, knowing the list of knights from the Bidget household is the same as it was before. The knight next to Gaiden says, it seems they have failed to advance their new generation. Excluding their eldest son, Brodhigar, no new knight has emerged in the Bidget household that we need to pay attention to. Gaiden glares at him, you cannot jump to any conclusion so quickly. All the knights are surprised, and look at him. Gaiden says, the weight of the Bidget household's name cannot be measured by a mere list. Just as I am Count Gather's hidden sword, the Bidget household must also have a hidden sword. So stop making assumptions. The knights bow their heads, we apologize. We did not think about this. The knight says, there is someone from my hometown who is also in the Bidget household, and I heard he is quite unique. Gaiden asks, what did you say, unique? The knight hesitates. Gaiden says, I have no problem with it. So there is no need to hesitate. Feel free to speak. The knight says, I heard that a servant of the Bidget household is quite talented. Gaiden asks, what is the name of that servant? The knight says, his name is Blade, and he is from Sao. He was first seen fighting with Bermat, and the people present there say that he used aura. The other knights laugh, a servant who can use aura. That sounds like a big joke. It seems the Bidget household is spreading such false rumors, because they failed to advance their new generation. So they are using such tricks. Soon they will say that they will kill the dragon too. Gaiden ignores them, thinking, Blade. I have heard this name somewhere. He thinks, so Blade. And then remembers Blade's face. This is the same child who dared to stand in front of me. Yes, that child's name was Blade. He smiles faintly, but it cannot be that child. I just remember his name and face. He becomes serious. But that child was shining with such potential that I wanted to take him with me, though I don't know if that child is still alive. Blade is shown looking utterly exhausted, like a sucked mango seed, and says, I think I'm going to die. The system says, stop crying like a child and finish your meal. Blade groans, in the morning, I trained in combat with Sir Jagger, and in the afternoon, I trained in aura and strengthening technique with that old man. The system laughs. Blade makes a face and adds, and at night, I also discuss training progress. He tells the system if this continues, I will die soon. The system says, you don't know how lucky you are. You should be thankful for the teachings of even one of them. Blade says, I know very well. That's why I am grinding my teeth and being thankful to them. Suddenly, Goth arrives and asks, Captain, are you alright? Blade asks, why are you carrying luggage? Goth replies, Sir Joseph told me to stay here. Blade asks, but why did he suddenly say that? Goth laughs, I heard that you built a stable in the backyard for your horse. So, wherever the horse is, The stable owner must follow. Blade asks, will you be able to handle it? Goth says, why not? After all, I am the caretaker of the Bajet family's stable. Blade says, then do your best. Goth is confused. What do you mean? Blade says, if you are done talking, then leave, because I don't have the courage to talk anymore. Goth replies, but my work is not done yet. Blade asks, then what work of yours is not done yet? Goth says, Sir Joseph has summoned you. Blade asks, but why did he summon me? Goth says, I think he summoned you to forgive your punishment. The scene cuts to the Bajet mansion. Blade thinks to himself,